waiting to see if this thing is going live. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Ackle here, and of course, welcome back to each and every one of you. We are live, working our way up to the Dragonflight release. We've got some Preach interview to watch. And then we're just going to be chilling until the game goes live. And then, of course, you know, we're going to be playing Dragonflight. It is a miserable time for a game to release. Not going to lie to you. This is way past my sleep time. Like, normally, I would already be asleep at this point for going on an hour and a half, probably, if not more. So I'm tired. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm spent. So we'll see. This is gonna be weird. I wanted to sleep earlier this afternoon. Actually, went to bed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, trying to get just a couple of hours. But we have a heat wave blowing through, which of course is just wonderful. As you can imagine, heat waves are always fun. But it's especially fun when it is so hot that you can physically not fall asleep. That's basically how I felt. I don't know how many people are going to show up for tonight's stream. It is well outside of our normal streaming hours. It is inside of our previous streaming hours, you know. So maybe we will still have some people showing up. If we have no one showing up, that's fine. Kanindra, how you doing, bro? Edit has live. It's fine. It's hot as shit. There's a heat wave at the minute, but otherwise it's fine. How you doing, bro? Yeah, it feels weird. It feels weird streaming this time of night again. Because I've gotten so used to streaming early mornings, my time, and sleeping at this time, that this feels really weird. My eyes are sort of grainy. I'm tired. Couldn't sleep. It was way too hot. So yeah, this is going to be a really fun stream. I can see myself making 2 a.m. jokes in about an hour from now. Cold snap at my place? Well, fuck you, bro. Could you send some of that cold over here? Because I am genuinely sweating my balls off, bro. It is beyond hot. Beyond. I have no words to describe this. Everything is sticky. Everything is sweaty. Like, I have this fan blasting behind me, and it's doing nothing. It is genuinely just moving a bunch of hot air into my back, but it's so much hotter when the fan is off that there really is just no point in doing anything. Just say the word and I'll trade places with you. Bro, I would live in a place that just has snow all the time. I would be so happy, because then all I have to do now is open the window and all that cool air comes in. You know, I'm awake. It's good to go. Both windows are open. It's just, there's fuck all cold air coming in. What time is it there? It is currently 7 minutes to 10. Master Jarl, how you doing, brother? It's currently 7 minutes to 10. Nico Spider, how you doing? Yeah, so usually I would be asleep now for, like, already for about an hour, hour and a half. So this is super fun. You guys have no idea. I am not tired at all. Go Card, how you doing? Sorry to hear about the sticky game. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Good evening for Alden. How you doing, brother? Digimark, how you doing, bro? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot of things to get through, right? We've got a lot of things to do today. I want to watch the Preach interview, because obviously we haven't had time to watch that yet. So I really want to see the Preach interview with all the people at Blizzard. I was actually hoping, I'm not going to lie, I saw the Preach had one video on his interviews. I was actually kind of hoping that we would get like multiple videos from Preach with every single one of the interviews. Not sure if that still is going to happen, or, you know, if Preach has decided to only show the base bets of the interviews. I'm not sure. Even History, how you doing, brother? Thumb1, how you doing? Johan, how you doing, brother? Drenaman, how you doing? Gang, been a while? Oh, yeah. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've streamed it this time, right? Wait, how you doing, bro? Thank you so much. 9 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. Happy birthday, DJ Dad. Oh, shit. Is it your birthday? With the absent? No, I'm I'm tired, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. This is gonna be a rough stream. This is gonna be one of those that I'm gonna push as long as my eyes will keep open. Not gonna lie. It's my birthday. Is it? Is it January already? Because I'm pretty sure it's not my birthday. But I do appreciate the thought. This time is a great time for us beastly Americans. Yeah, it's a horrible time for the South Africans. What's even worse is that the game is launching 1 a.m. It's like, motherfucker. 1 a.m. in the morning? Like, are you for real? It would have been fine if it was 12 o'clock, but 1 a.m.? That is rough, bro. Foul Smoke, how you doing, brother? Yeah, Foul Smoke know how it is. He's from South Africa as well. It is just, and like I said at the beginning of the stream, I would have been okay if I could fall asleep this afternoon. Honored brother, thank you so much for the sub, dude. 31 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But I couldn't sleep this afternoon. Thumb one, you bastard, dude. 14 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was just so fucking tired. And I couldn't sleep because it's too hot. It is stupidly hot. Plus, we had a beached whale earlier this week that I just completely missed. I didn't even know that there was a fucking beached whale. But there was a beached whale. And now it's the heat. Everything's just going wrong, bro. It feels like my area is building up to some weird disaster that I'm not aware of. Prison Army, how you doing? Thank you so much. 16 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, shit. Prison Army with the 2 gifted subs. Don't gift subs yet, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate the gifted subs. You fucking rock. Dreneman, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Really appreciate that, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do not gift subs yet. This is why, if you look at the title, I have the exclamation point, wow, pet there. You have to do it at 3 p.m. PST. So that's when it starts. So wait until then you can get some free pets and shit. Don't do it now. I appreciate it. Of course, I fucking love you for giving me subs. But if you want the pets, if that's the only reason you're gifting subs, please wait until 3 p.m. Dimitri, how you doing, bro? Yeah, what do you mean? Of course we're going to be playing Dragonflight. Yeah. Yeah, it's 3 hours till Dragonflight. Dimitri, why are you acting so surprised, bro? 6 p.m. for those of us, for those on UACST. Dude, I don't even know what the fuck PST means. I just know that is 1 a.m. my time. I think PST is like LA time, probably. I don't know anything about that. I just know that I think it's 1 a.m. my time, which means gift your subs once the game starts. And then I love you. Well, I love you either way, right? When you give me subs, of course I'm going to suck your dick. What does a sub give go? I don't spend enough time on Twitch, no clue. Kanindra, I mean, a gifted sub is just you gifting out subs for the channel. Why am I not seeing hearts in chat? 2 people gave subs, and I'm seeing no fucking hearts. What's going on? Are you guys too good to share hearts? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Geek Code Corner. How you doing, brother? Thanks for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So it literally is just a... you gift subs to the community, and Blizzard partnered with a bunch of streamers so that we can basically, you know... when you gift those subs while I'm playing WoW, you get a free pet in-game. And if you're watching the stream while we're playing WoW, you get a mount, I think. I think there's like a Faldrake mount that you can get after 4 hours or something like that. My Noir, how you doing, bro? Oh, shit. Arnold with the 12 community subs for the meat grinder. Dude, really appreciate that. Welcome. New DJs. Appreciate your fam. Can I get some hearts in chat, please? We love this expansion. Dimitri, I think I will. I'm not entirely sure yet. I'm hyped. I am hyped for the expansion, but I'm cautiously optimistic for this expansion insofar as I think the expansion is doing everything that I want from an expansion in World of Warcraft that really feels like it's going back to those old days of sort of Wrath of the Lich King, TBC, even Cataclysm, even Mr. Pandaria to some extent. You know, there's nothing... So the thing that I'm excited for with Dragonflight, and this is because of how I tend to play the game and how I have always played World of Warcraft. I play a lot of games, right? I don't just play World of Warcraft, nor do I want to, which is one of the things that have always put me off it put me off in Legion, it put me off in BFA, and it really put me off in Shadowlands, is the sort of, it wants me to play the whole time. And I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, but I really want to play these other games, but when I'm playing these other games, then I'm not allowed to play, like, then I'm going to fall behind, and then I have to play twice as much in order to catch up. And then eventually I just leave WoW, because I'm like, fuck that, I'd rather play other games, because I don't give a shit, right? I'd rather play other games. Which I love now is that WoW can once again become my filler game, which is when I have nothing else to play, I log into WoW. It's literally, I've been playing WoW for the last 2 weeks. In between all of the other things that I do. So when I'm playing Modern Warfare 2 and I'm a bit tired of Modern Warfare 2, I log into WoW, I do a dungeon, you know, I spam a couple of world bosses. You know, I've been doing a bit of my alts as well. And then I log out and I go play Call of Duty Modern Warfare again. And then I get bored of that, and then I log back into WoW. So I can jump again. And I think Dragonflight is going to offer me that experience where if I want to raid again, I can start raiding again. And I don't have to, like, dedicate 18 hours a day just to keep up with everything and then also raid in the evenings. I can literally play whenever I choose to play. So yeah, I'm excited for that. Look, I don't think I'm ever... thank you for the donate subscription. Ibis, how you doing, brother? Also, Geek Out, by the way, for the first time chat, really appreciate you, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I've been watching you on YouTube for like 8 months. I finally had to come and give some love to the channel and my man. Dude, I really appreciate that, man. Love you, bro. I'm probably not gonna play World of Warcraft ever again the way that I used to. You know, if we go back to the days of Legion, I would play World of Warcraft 12, 13 hours a day. You go back to Cataclysm, you go back to Wrath, you go back to TBC, 12 to 16 hours a day. You know, it was basically, I was no-lifing World of Warcraft. I'm probably never going to go back to playing WoW that way because I have so many other games that I enjoy playing now. At some point, I want to go back to Final Fantasy. At some point, I have to go back to Star Wars, The Old Republic. We have a shit ton of Warhammer games that I still have to play. We have Dark Tide coming up on the 30th that we'll play as soon as I get into my new place. We have Witcher 3, the remake that's coming out on the 10th that we have to play. So there's so many fucking games that I want to play. And, you know, WoW is just one of those games. So I'm looking forward to that. The fact that I can play WoW the way that I choose to play it and not the way that Blizzard thinks I should be playing it. Which I think is a massive change from what it used to be. I haven't seen enough changes to return to WoW. If everything's still... If everyone's still loving Dragonflight in a few months, I might give it a chance. Mike, how you doing, brother? Someone, for me, I think they've done enough. I really feel like Blizzard have learned a lot of the lessons that I wanted them to learn, you know? We just have to wait and see, because it's not so much, as most people will remember, the start of expansions that Blizzard doesn't do well. Blizzard usually do okay at the start of expansions. It's usually what happens after that that can become seriously troubling. So either we realize that it's nothing but a massive grind fest, and when I say after that, I mean sort of after the initial month. So usually the first month is really cool, because there's a lot of new things and there's a lot of new things to discover. And then after that, you'll either realize that the game is really empty, like with BFA, or that there's just so much grind, like in Shadowlands. So it's really going to be the taste. But based on just philosophically looking at World of Warcraft, I don't see any of that being a problem in Dragonflight. Because where's the grind? What exactly? Name a grind, boys. Name anything in this expansion that will require you to log in every single day. Like, what will be an absolute requirement? You will have to log in every day, otherwise you're going to fall behind. Renown is only a grind if you choose to grind it. Dragonflight is only a grind if you choose to grind it. That's the point. MMOs should have grinds. Grinds are good for MMOs, but they should be choice-based. In other words, I want Renown, therefore I'll grind the Renown. There's no player power behind that Renown. There's no way of making yourself more powerful by grinding more from Renown. Renown drops purely cosmetic items. So suddenly, it's up to you. Do I want those cosmetics? If yes, go for it. If no, don't. Simple as that. John, how you doing, brother? Giga chat. Thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. First time catching you live on Twitch. I've been watching your Warhammer 40k clips on YouTube for months now, and it's got me into the universe as well. Absolutely amazing stuff. Bro, welcome to the mind-bending shit that is Warhammer. Dude, never apologize for disrupting my train of thought. I stream so that you guys can do that. Don't give a fuck about that, bro. Say whatever the fuck you want. I'll respond to it. If I don't want to respond because I'm busy discussing something important, I won't respond. It's simple as that. I'll wait. Blood for the Blood God. Skulls for the Skull Throne. Although, Imperium forever. But yeah, tonight is all about Dragonflight. It's all about World of Warcraft. That's why we're all here. I'm very excited for what is to come ultimately. And yeah, if I fall asleep in front of the PC, just know that I tried my fucking best. This is gonna be a long night, boys. This is gonna be a very long night. I should already be asleep. I have not had any sleep extra. I've not really prepared for an all-night stream. Usually at this point, I'm already asleep, and I wake up at 5 a.m. for gym. I'm probably not going to fucking wake up at 5 a.m. for gym. I'm probably going to go to bed at 5 a.m. So, yeah, today's stream is going to be rough. I have to break out the cocaine. Oh, yeah. We'll get some cocaine in a bit. First wax question, no one's not played? Thorbuck, really? This is your first one? Zoidberg, I will be playing my Orc Warlock, always. Of course, I'm EU. Why would I play an A? King Julian, that makes no sense. I will always be EU, brother. Let me just make sure that my add-ons are actually good. Do you guys know whether or not it's going to be a smooth upgrade? Or if it's going to log everyone out and be a cold start? Does anyone actually know? Foul Smoke, if I squambled now, I'd literally be asleep afterwards, bro. I've been playing since vanilla and played every expansion until now. Thorberg, so what's stopping you from playing now? Gonna have to find out ourselves. You see, the thing is, I need to know that because, well, we'll log in anyways. We'll log in about half an hour before the expansion goes live. And then we'll see, right? We'll see how things go. I'm pretty sure if any of the previous expansions are anything to go by, it's gonna be a cold start. So Blizzard will log everyone out prior to 12 o'clock. And then everyone will try and get in, you know, at 12 o'clock. I hope to fucking God we're not stuck in major queues. I seriously hope to God we're not stuck in major queues. Also, for some reason, WeChorus will not update. It's got an error of some kind. I'm not sure why. But yeah. Shadowlands Launch was fine, but a few realms had problems. Yeah. I mean, I would say Shadowlands and even BFA was pretty good. I had no problems in BFA. We got him pretty much immediately in BFA. I think we had, like, in BFA, we sat in a queue for maybe 10 minutes. Like, maybe 10 minutes. And then we were fine. Shadowlands, we got an Insta. So that was actually pretty decent. Let's hope that this one is the same. The reason I don't think it's going to be the same, why it could provide problems, well, it's the same with every expansion in it, but there's the boat. The last time we had a boat with which we arrived at a certain expansion, like an island of some kind, it was days of problems. So hopefully we don't have that again. Hopefully it just goes live and it's easy. If it's anything like the test server, the NPC will despawn and respawn with the first quest. Just saying. Oh, shit. I mean, no. So, I mean, the worst expansion... Okay, chat. What's the worst expansion launch in the history of World of Warcraft Unforgiven? You motherfucker with the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it has to be what, right? Do you guys remember? Do you remember the hell that was trying to spawn your garrison? If you don't know, you don't know. But if you were there, you remember. Anything that isn't as bad as WoD is fucking perfection. Like, dude, WoD, we couldn't play, like, I couldn't play for about 3 days into the expansion. I still couldn't get my fucking garrison to spawn. The problem was, you would run up, right? And then there would be like this telescope looking thing that you had to click on, and that would spawn your garrison. As soon as you click on it, it DCs you. And then you can't get back in. Like, the game will just literally not spawn you back in. 3 days that I couldn't spawn into the game. Every single one of my alts that I tried to go into would DC there and I couldn't get onto the fucking game again. 3 goddamn days that I couldn't get into the game. And you can't go past that quest. Like, no quests will spawn until you've spawned your garrison. Dude, that was hell. That was the worst expansion in the history of World of Warcraft. In WoD, I had more fun watching them molding than playing the game, to be honest. I believe that's the first expansion I catch on the launch day, because it was only a bloodbath and PvP realms, because there was too many people out there at the same time. Well, yeah, of course. You can unstuck from the Battle.net now. Aragos, well, this wasn't an unstuck problem. This was more a problem of your character was now existing between 2 states, because you had already activated the garrison, but the garrison had not yet spawned for you, and so you were effectively stuck between these 2 states. So that's why you couldn't log in. Like, every single time you tried to log in, it would just log you out and say instance not found. And that was 3 days of that shit. That was wild, bro. Hopefully we never have an expansion like that again. TBC launch made Blizz have 2 starting zones for the next expansion. TBC was completely broken. I don't even remember the TBC launch, if I'm honest, because I wasn't max level when TBC just launched. I hit TBC about a month after it launched. I was still working my way up to max level when TBC came out, so I never experienced the actual, like, hula of TBC launch. I've seen how Dragonflight was removed, all the borrowed power systems, which I'm really happy about, and going back to talents. I'm waiting to see what is in store for patch 10.1 before I come back. So the thing for me is, yes, as you can see from the title, Nixty, there will be drops. Drops are enabled, as far as I know. They should be enabled. They've been enabled this whole time, so I'm not sure it won't be. And then also 2 gifted subs will get you an in-game pet. Don't do it now. It will only be live once the game goes live. So don't fucking gift any subs just yet. Wait for the game to go live. But yeah, I am signed into literally every drop that can possibly exist. Oh, wait. The drop that I'm not signed in for. Excuse me. There is one drop that I'm not signed in for. And that is there's a premier... what's it called? There's like a premier drop, which is only for, like, super partner streamers. Like Blizzard's preferred streamers or whatever. That one I wasn't invited to. So that, because those are the ones that Blizzard specifically invite people to, right? I wasn't invited to that one. So for that one, I don't know, probably people like Mr. GM will be, Noble will probably be as well. Annie will probably be. Asmongold will probably be. Taliesin will probably be. I'm not sure. Pretty much Preach will most likely be. Towley. I'm trying to think which are the other WoW streamers that I watch. But yeah, I don't know. There's like a few, I'm sure. But I'm not part of that. Blizzard doesn't like me that much. Is being live at the moment on the WoW section. I don't know if he's in the WoW section. You'd have to check that. There is the Foul Drake mount campaign, which I am in for. So you can still get the Foul Drake mount. But that, I think, starts tomorrow. Actually, it starts at 1 o'clock. Yeah, so I am part of the Foul Drake mount. But I know there's another one. I know there's another one, but that one I'm not part of. Sorry, let me just quickly fix all this shit. Alright. I think we all need to do that for... That is, we need to watch your account for like a couple of hours of DF gameplay. Yeah, it's like... I think... Oh, shit, dude. Okay, so... what do you need to do? Play World of Warcraft, go live, and make sure that your stream manager and stream category is set to World of Warcraft. Go to... Okay, so if you watch 4 hours, once we start playing, if you watch for 4 hours, you will receive a Foul Drake mount. That's all you have to do. So as soon as the game goes live and we start playing, if you watch for 4 hours, you'll receive your Foul Drake mount. Sol Eater, how you doing, brother? I should probably do the drops one. Fuck's sake. Wait, let me fix that too. Very professional streamer, by the way, as you guys can see. 35,000 mount free. Wait, is it a $3,500 fucking mount? I don't think so. I doubt that is the price of that mount. Are you for real? Is it? Like, who the fuck would pay that much for a mount, though? Like, you must be high as shit if you pay that much for a mount. Wait, so that's one of the TCG mounts. Yeah, we never had TCG mounts in South Africa. At least not that I know of. I've never seen TCG cards here. So maybe there have been. I just don't know about them. Where's my fucking drop? Fuck it, we'll just do it here. All right, that should be fine now. We start giving it away and not making you pay $3.20 for or $20 for it. Yeah, I know that a lot of people are really sort of butthurt over that. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. Pretty sure it's a drop enabled for everyone, and of course, use affiliate has a sub button. Who's affiliate? Andy. Alrighty. I won't be able to give 2 subs. I can only afford 1, so I won't be able to get the paid. Nixty, I'm really sorry. I wish there was a way for me to gift the subs on your behalf, but that's not even possible. I'm so sorry about that. Adrian, how you doing, brother? Thank you so much. 7 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's like they're giving away spectral tigers. Personally, I think it's a legacy item that should be left alone. Aragast, I like the fact that it's part of the Twitch drops thing. It's a nice way of making streamers feel welcome and making streamers feel happy and giving content creators a little bit back. And it's free. all you have to do is watch your favorite streamer for 4 hours and bam, you have the mount, right? It's not something... Personally, I would have preferred if it was a mount that they made from scratch. And yes, leave the TCG ones as legacy. I think the reason they're not doing that is because so many people want those TCG mounts. So many people want to fill out their achievements with those TCG mounts. But because those mounts can't really be attained anymore, this is a nice way of doing it. I think, at least. It's kind of shit for people who already bought it, though. Yeah, of course it is. But think of it this way. You had yours for a lot longer than anyone else. You had it when it was still cool to have it. Is it going to be cool now to have it, though? Like, now that everyone can have it, it's kind of now like Ashes of Alar. You know? It used to be fucking awesome having Ashes of Alar. Like, you would fly around on your Ashes of Alar and everyone else would be beating off to you flying on Ashes of Alar. Now everyone fucking has that mount. No one gives a shit. Like, if you went into Orgrimmar and said, dude, Ashes of Alar just dropped for me, people will be like, so? And then probably block you or report you for spamming. It just doesn't matter anymore. This mount is now going to be a useless mount that's never going to feel special again. It would be better if they made a new mount for this event. Yeah, but I think if you really care about mounts that much, you should probably fix something with yourself, bro. It should be special for you because of your own story. It doesn't need to be special so that other people can see it. You know your story. You know when you got your mount. So you can be proud of that, right? Because it is a personal thing. It is just meant for you. And you still have your fucking... There's other TCG mounts that no one else have, right? None of Ashes, but I never tried to farm for it. No, me neither, Thorwalk. The only mount I ever tried to farm for in World of Warcraft and I gave up because I know it doesn't exist is Invincible. That's it. That's the only mount that I ever tried to farm for. And then I gave up because it would just not fucking drop. Fuck you, Mike. I got a fun tidbit about 40k Orc Psychers. One of their spells is Jabbing Fingers. The weird boy focuses his attention on a nearby enemy before jabbing his fingers into his own eyes. The unfortunate foe experiences an agonizing pain before finding themselves temporarily blinded. Typical 40k Orc fuckery. The Orc pokes their own eyes to blind an enemy. Fucking Orcs, bro. I'm over 100 attempts. It does exist. It's just a super... No, it doesn't exist, King Julian. Stop lying. King Julian, stop taking those checks from Blizzard Entertainment, bro. I will not listen to it. New WoW YouTube video for returning players? Tips? Silu, what do you mean? Which army you think you would start collecting? Aragos, since I already have an orc... I may as well start with the orcs. Which is probably where I'm going to start, right? Is this orc. Because this is me. This was literally made for me by a viewer. So, this is me. Literally me as a Warhammer 40k mini. So yeah, I'll probably start with the orcs and then move my way up. Basil fan from Hell, how you doing, brother? I will not collect catcalls. Are you fucking high, Aragost? There's no catcalls in Warhammer. Silu, are you self-promoting, fam? Like, did you literally just come into the fucking stream to tell people that you have a new YouTube video for returning players? See, I now need to go now I need to go check our friend Silu here to see if that is indeed what they have been doing. They don't really have an about, so I'm pretty sure... No, this is probably not self-promotion. I don't know what the fuck you'd call it, but it's not self-promotion. If it is self-promotion, it's the most cryptic self-promotion I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like, just literally dropping, by the way, I have a new video out. I won't tell you the name of the video, or my YouTube channel name, or even have a link to it in my channel page. You just have to fucking type into YouTube, new player tips for Dragonflight, I guess, and hope you find the right one. Did you watch the pre-show? No, I want to watch that now. We haven't had time yet. Isn't he just asking for tips? I'm asking him for Aureus, but he's not answering me, so I have no idea. Already watching multiple streams. Sorry, foul smoke, you bastard. Dude, no loyalty. No fucking loyalty whatsoever. Jesus. Alright, screw it. I want to watch this. If you've already seen it, fucking bad luck. I have not seen it yet. I haven't seen it because I couldn't fucking stream this weekend, so we're watching it now because I can stream now. Hayako, randomized question, but what actually are the Void Remnants in WoW? Like the guy in WoD? Ooh. Are you talking about the Void Lords? I mean, because the Void has many creatures at its disposal. If you're talking about the WoD Hellfire Citadel, what's his name again? Fuck. He's one of the Void creatures. One of the old god touched creatures, so to speak. It's difficult to explain. Because not much is known about how they make most of their creatures. We know they have the faceless ones, which, you know, of course, the faceless ones are everywhere. Then we know they have the Naga, some Naga at least that follow them. We know they have blobs that follow them. And then, of course, they have their champions. What the fuck was the guy's name in Hellfire Citadel? Literally called the Guild Breaker. Every guild failed against this guy so fucking much. I believe he was also in TBC. Way, way, way back. It was actually a boss that was sort of reworked. Come on, chat. Someone has to know what the name is of this fucking guy. Not Manoroth, no. I hate you guys so much. Now I'm gonna have to... Hellfire Citadels on Wowhead. Here's, let's see. Killer Gorefiend. Thank you. That's the one. Gorefiend. That's the one you're talking about, right? Part of the Shadow Council. Tirangor Gorefield. Is that the one you're talking about? So you can see there a little bit of Gorefiend, an orc that fed on souls, became, well, basically became a void creature in and of himself, but started as out as an orc. There's a lot that you can take actually from Gorefiend's sort of evolution, by the way, in World of Warcraft, because what's very interesting about that is how the old gods sort of evolve their followers. Because going from an orc consuming a shit ton of souls into becoming a monstrosity suggests a very free evolutionary process. There's not a lot of structure within that process. Oh yeah, Zul'Arok was one menace boss with Void and Foul Energy. Oh, you're talking about Zul'Arok. I would say it's the same thing, right? I would have to go back and check. This was really before I had a YouTube channel, so I haven't really... this was before I looked that deeply into a lot of the bosses, so I'd have to go back and check, but I'll do that for you. Let's quickly watch this Inside Blizzard HQ, because I really want to see this, and we have time to kill still.
All right, it is Tuesday. We are on our way for the first time. We're in the Uber right now with all our stuff. By now, you guys have probably seen the tweet that we're going to be filming today. I wrote a couple of days ago and was hoping Ian would be fine with it. A little nervous to see how they respond to us being there. This is really unprecedented for not just us, but them as well. They've never let anybody have the access we're going to have. We're hoping they're going to take us behind the scenes. We'll have to sign NDAs because obviously they'll be working on late Dragonflight stuff and maybe even the next expansion as well. So one of the things is we noticed maybe a little nerves getting closer with the people we're going to be interviewing. They're not trained to be in front of camera, and they might be a little worried about what some people might say with such long form discussions as we're having. But honestly, the conversations we've had in the last day or so, everyone seems really excited to do this and to show the change.
Pay for flying and everything else? Yes, I would actually, Digitmark. If Blizzard gave me the opportunity to go, yes, I would. But it doesn't even have to be Blizzard HQ. If Blizzard just gave me the opportunity to sit down with some of the developers for longer form content. I don't want an interview with Blizzard developers. Like, I will probably never take an interview with a Blizzard developer. If Blizzard offered me 30 minutes of an interview, I would say, no, give it to someone else. Thanks. I don't want to have a conversation like that. I've tried that once. I once had a very awkward interview with a writer for World of Warcraft that was also like very short and sweet, and I was supposed to really get it over and done with, and I fucking hated it. Because there's a lot of things that the answer makes me want to ask new questions. So I'd just be like, nah, give it to someone else. I'll wait until you give me a proper long-form 3-hour discussion so I can get all of my thoughts out and I can hear all of theirs. But yeah, I would love to do something like this.
That's happened at Blizzard, which is our role right now, is what has changed. What happened? We know what happened. All the allegations. The Shadowlands not doing very well, and their previous expansions kind of going in a downhill trend, and now they seem to have changed their entire philosophy. So hopefully we can dig into what caused that, other than just financials and trying to get sub numbers up. How did they change their entire approach to the game? So that's what we're interested in. I hope it goes well. We're getting to meet so many cool people, and higher ups, like serious execs. So fingers crossed, guys. I'm on tenterhooks.
The sheer number of cases that came out at that point, I was like, oh my God.
Jesus.
I just want to be hype about it again.
We're missing something big here, and we're failing.
Time to give up on World of Warcraft.
Dude, that moment in that interview where Preach literally just went, just fucking just giving up. That was just the moment. I remember almost everyone that had complaints about World of Warcraft at that point, you know, when that answer came through from Ian Azikostas, that was just for everyone. It was just a moment of, fuck. I have to jump off for a few, but I will be like back later. All right, bro. Take care of yourself, Arnold. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Did really appreciate that. Good luck with work, brother.
Almost a year ago, after 10 years of making nearly daily World of Warcraft content, decided that I could no longer do it. My love of the game, my passion of the game, and my enjoyment of the game had been reduced to absolute zero. Dragonflight starts coming, and one of the messages I receive is they have changed practically everything that I disliked about the game. So, what changed? Blizzard suffered through heavy issues during COVID-19, and then a spate of sexual allegations and lawsuits which entirely disrupted the upper management. That's a lot that's happened. What's really changed? So, we decided we would go and find out properly. If I was going to play this game again, enjoy this game, and make content for this game again, I need to know the real truth. So we sent a message to Blizzard. We're not looking for money. In fact, we have paid to be here. That's right. This is not a marketing scheme. This is nothing that Blizzard has organized.
No,
they haven't asked me to come here.
I believe there is a Lich King statue, but I think it's through the entrance. Through one of these entrances, there is an Arthur statue. But this has always been the statue in front of Blizzard HQ.
We asked them. We said, we will pay for it. We will come there. All we ask for is a bit of your time and sitting down properly. Over the years, I've done several interviews with Blizzard employees from the top brass, but always under limitations. Being in front of a live Twitch stream, being in front of prepared questions or general guidelines of the things we're going to talk about. And I don't want any of that today. And Blizzard said yes. They said, absolutely. We will give you a week
That's
on our campus.
major,
we will give
bro.
you unprecedented, unfiltered access to our facilities and to what is going on. So as you can see, guys, I am here. I am standing on the Blizzard campus in front of the famous orc statue, and I have been and met absolutely everybody. Let's go on this journey and find out what the real truth is. First of all, let's sit down with two of the big guns. You probably haven't seen these
came
outside
out
of major
3
announcements
days
and don't
ago.
know who they are. But they are very, very, very big deals. First, we're going to sit down with Holly Longdale. Holly joined in 2020 to take over the Classic team. She has so much MMO experience, it's ridiculous. She spent nearly 10 years alone on EverQuest 2 getting their Classic game up and running, and she's
Donald,
now the
8 months,
vice
bro.
president
Really
of
appreciate
all
you, fam.
of World of
Thank you,
Warcraft.
thank you.
With her, John Haidt. John's been in the game since
Great hider, brother.
1993. He's worked on video game
he's
franchises you guys probably love, like God of War, Command & Conquer Red Alert. He literally, and I mean this, wrote the book on how to create video games. He was a professor for years and joined the World of Warcraft team in 2011. He is now in charge of Warcraft, not just World of Warcraft, all of Warcraft. I couldn't miss the opportunity while I had these two here to find out how Classic came about and how it's probably influencing Dragonflight.
I mean, Classic seems to have been a runaway success. Like the meme of it being, you think you want it, but you don't.
Yeah.
And now it's like,
Oh, we want
We
it.
thought you didn't, but you did.
yeah, you did.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
how was that decision come to at the time? Like, what made the change there with
That
that?
we actually made Classic.
Yeah, that you were like, okay, they keep asking, we're going to do it.
Honestly, yeah, we didn't think it was going to be financially even necessarily a great decision as much as it was our fans were really out.
I just want to, here's what I don't understand. They didn't think that it would make financial sense. If you go on the internet right now and you type in WoW Classic servers, there is like a fucking unlimited amount of them. There are massive Classic servers everywhere. There are servers for just about every Classic expansion you can imagine. So I don't know why Blizzard why they thought it just wouldn't make money. That makes no sense to me.
Asking for this. Some of our most devoted fans are asking for this. And it really was. When we say it was a love letter, it was a love letter. We justified it in the, hey, we do this. It's going to make our fans super happy. And, we're going to learn a lot in the process. But, I mean, come on. How many
15
games
months
have
robotic.
gone back
Appreciate your fam.
and
Thank you,
recreated that? And I did that on God of War, right?
Yep.
God of War 1 and 2 and up-resed them. But the game's still live. It's like you can still play those areas in modern. So going back and recreating that original experience, I don't think that's ever been done before.
I mean, RuneScape's tried. Old school RuneScape but they had to accept a lot of changes.
That's why I'm here with doing our EverQuest Classic servers. Yeah. This WoW is a whole different
animal.
Yeah.
What challenges did you meet then that you weren't expecting, I guess?
With Classic?
Yeah, for sure.
Numbers. Just vast.
Just the sheer amount of people playing it.
Numbers. Yeah, and players never do what you expect them to, ever.
That's like every MMO lesson ever, right? Is they're like ants, they just crawl across the planet.
But that's one of the beauties of it is, we're re-exploring and relearning, Classic. Even as much time and effort is spent in the archaeology of, does it match what the original game was like? But when players interact with it now, the skill that they have, the knowledge, that some of them have done it before, all these really interesting little edge cases and stuff that they find, and it's a day-to-day wow, look what they figured out. It was based on.
Did you expect it to just be like everyone's going to play it for a month? Was that your expectation?
Kind of. I mean, I remember our original estimates, and it was kind of funny because
I would agree with
totally
that.
underestimated the number of realms we were going to have, and I can remember arguing with one of our regions, it was very conservative and we're only going to need this. And we'd flown out there and we're like, no, we think based on our estimates in North America, you're probably going to want to have more than that within, and God bless the Classic team, but literally within weeks, they had to spin up 10 times our estimate.
Yeah. Almost like the original WoW.
To handle it.
It's almost like you've recreated that back-end experience.
Except we had the technology this time. Then it was we
don't
have the hardware. What do we do? I don't know. Go up to Fry's.
Literally belt strapping things together. Plug it in. Go. But it's been. I'm curious what you guys have learned from that, from what the players are doing in Classic that's now coming into the retail game.
Can I just make one observation while we're still in the beginning of this, immediately the vibe is so much different. Like, you just immediately like the developers. In the normal interviews, that's not the vibe that they give off. I've watched normal interviews with both of these developers, and they usually come across as rather cold, calculated, very much to the point, because there's not a lot of time. So you kind of have to push it in as quickly as you possibly can. This is immediately likable. This is why I have said Blizzard should do away with the half-an-hour interviews and start doing 2-hour podcasts. Put 2 weeks before an expansion aside and just go on multiple podcasts with every single developer and have conversations, because that's how you connect with your player base. I'm immediately falling in love with these developers because they feel more human. There's jokes. There's funny stories. It's a hell of a lot better than any of the half-an-hour shit that we so used to watching.
Yeah, we should bring that into the retail.
You're seeing it, yeah. I mean, that's the exciting thing is Classic brought back these conversations about talent trees, like revamping talents. How much do you love spending your points and experimenting with your class? Or if that was what your memory is, that's my memory of Classic or of Vanilla. And so the team recognized that. They're always taking the pulse too. It's like players really love that. And professions.
Come on, how you doing, brother?
I think the teams really wanted for a long time to be able to focus on professions as well. Mm-hmm. But even how we are looking at content, right? So more, in Vanilla or Classic.
All right, so it doesn't matter. As long as your World of Warcraft is linked to Twitch. I believe you can do that in your Battle.net app. So in your Battle.net app, you simply link Twitch to your Battle.net. Any streamer you watch in any region will give you the mount. As soon as the game goes live, 4 hours after that, if you've watched that streamer, the mount will just automatically be added to your account. That's them be the rules.
There's the exploration factor. It felt less guided, and the team's taken that to heart too. And you'll see elements of that in Dragonflight as well. It's a really wonderful exploration about, where are we now and where are we going to go in the future, and kind of taking stock and listening.
I think
to the
Classic did a lot to sort of focus the development for Dragonflight and newer expansions.
I think there's social interaction,
I
in
miss that
Classic,
so much.
you had to, just to get through stuff, you had to make friends, and we were all in this together. I played in the beta, and I played, WoW. I played for 18 years.
What's the biggest change you've seen in players? Because
cool.
I talk about like what idyllic MMOs, what would if I was creating an MMO, what it looked like, and I focus so much on the people, because I can't think of an MMO being anywhere what I would consider great without the people you play with. I think about my guild more than what's this feature, what's this content. But the growing loud voice that I've seen across many MMOs now, we're talking to so many MMO companies, a lot of players who just want the solo experience, and their biggest fear is actually other people, which blows my mind, because I was like, I love the people so much, even the bad ones, because that's a moment, I think about those moments.
I agree with that.
And what's the biggest change you've seen in gamers in general?
I think you've actually identified one of the challenges that we face with World of Warcraft is we know that a lot of players just want to come in, have some fun, know that, there's things for them to do.
Theodora, how you doing?
And not have the pressure of having to interact with other people. Mm-hmm. But then they want to, and then when they have that chance encounter, where someone...
I would say the problem with this argument, and this is something that obviously have been in discussions for a really long time, but the problem is a lot of people love to have this, if you want to play solo, go play a single player game. And the problem with that is MMOs or games in general, fantasies, are about archetypes, right? Hero archetypes. And as it turns out, the loner is a very large hero archetype. Think about the Lone Ranger, man against the world. Batman is a loner. That's a hero archetype. It's something that many people see in themselves. Some people love to be part of the group. Other people love to lead a group. Some people like to follow the group. And then there are those who don't want a group. They want to play all on their own. So I would say the perfect solution is to find a way for the loner to play the game the way that they want to play it, but then allow for the tools to exist for those that want to play the game a different way. So if you want to play the game with friends, there are the tools there that will make it possible for you to play with friends, to be part of a group, to lead a group, and all the rest of it. If you want to play solo, there is a game for you to play there as well. I'm not saying that a loner should be able to do everything that other people can do. That's not even near possible, because that will piss a lot of people off. But you can absolutely have content, excuse me, you can absolutely have content that the loner can do in order to enjoy their game.
And happens to be farming the same thing, and you just got killed 3 times, and okay, let's join in a group together. We did it, we killed it together, awesome, that's cool. Or meeting, that set of friends that you start running
is not enough
with,
Aragos.
or you start doing a raid with, and enjoying some of that group content that we've created. Those are some of the best moments in the game.
Yep.
Like, I remember it was Christmas a few years back when we had the hive mind, mount. It was this crazy set of things that you had to do to unlock it. And I did this with a completely random set of people. 4 people I didn't even know. We went through all of it. I had all the monocles. We got this thing, and we were all like high-fiving each other. And I got to put them on my friends list. And I actually kept in contact with the one for a couple months after that.
Yeah.
But those moments are so cool. And I think, we try to have experiences like that, where you no pressure. You can play by yourself if you want to. And I think there's something actually kind of comforting knowing that while I'm wandering around doing my solo thing, working on one of my alts or whatever, that there's thousands of other people around there, and I can see them do.
I think Aragos, things like Torghast, things like Mage Tower, those are the sort of things that you want to create for the solo experience, while also offering it for a group. So Torghast is a great example of this, where you can go in as a group, you can go in as solo, and the experiences will be very different depending on how you do it. Whenever I do Torghast with a group, it's a very different experience from when I'm doing it solo, but I like both because I am a bit more of a loner in real life. I do prefer the sort of lone warrior archetype more often than not. So that is the kind of stuff that you want to create and sort of reiterate on and make more of, is to give players of the solo variety dungeons that they may be able to do solo, that provide a specific set of challenges that, pushes their abilities to the limit and to the max. And then for the raiders, you have raids, and for the Mythic Plussers, you have Mythic Pluses. So you still have all your group content, but you also have this solo content that the loners can partake in. And obviously, they'll eventually dip their toes into the group stuff, hopefully, if the group stuff is good enough.
Doing their thing.
Yeah, no limited time shit. Absolutely not.
That's a really fun part of the game. It reminds me that I'm not just doing this all by myself.
Like I said before, what does it mean for Azeroth to feel alive, day to day, week to week, and ongoing? And how do we evolve that? And to me, I geek out. We all geek out about all this stuff about how do we evolve? We are committed to WoW evolving and delivering more for players and being mindful of the community. So when you're talking about how gamers have changed, we have people like you, people we are a living, breathing community, not just in Azeroth, but outside it as well. And really, advancing our thinking about what does it mean for all of us as a community around World of Warcraft. So we're thinking really big, and then also, what's going to bring players along, week to week, month to month, and make sure that, we're serving our community who want to live there.
This is why this trip is so important. Sitting down with these guys, finding out how Classic came about and how it's going to influence Dragonflight, so amazing. But one of the things I'm worried about with coming here is I actually don't know how everybody plays World of Warcraft. I think back to my day to day, from vanilla all the way up until the end, and the sheer amount of mandatory content that has been added to the game over the years has just grown exponentially, including several systems which are just infinite in time. Now, of course, mandatory is a subjective thing. If you break it down, everything is optional. But if you wanted a character wearing the current gear, the latest legendaries, whatever it might be, your commitment to the game has massively increased, even doing content that perhaps you don't like simply because you have to. Torghast would be a great example of that. But the thing is, I actually don't know whether people like doing that. Nobody does except them. So let's sit down with Ian and try and find out how people spend their time in Azeroth. But I know how you guys spend your time, and that's by picking up a Display. Display are proudly sponsoring this video so we could take all our equipment, pack up our staff, and fly across the world in order to speak to Blizzard on your behalf. If you like this and you want to see more of this, especially check out part 2 of this video where we're going to be looking at how World of Warcraft is made, then why not consider picking up a Display? And using our link down below, you can get up to a massive 44% off your Display order. And we have these amazing official World of Warcraft displays that you can pick up in time for Dragonflight as well. So if you're looking for some cool art that's very, very easy to put up, you can swap them around, you can have multiple of them, why not consider Display and help us out? And maybe we can go and visit some other people you'd like us to talk to as well. Now let's talk to Ian. I mean, you serve so many different player types, right? I mean, I'm not sure how your metrics work, but one of the questions, because I think it's really tough when you're out there and you're not just a content creator, but you're anybody. The vast majority is a horrible, horrific term that gets thrown around all the time in reference to World of Warcraft. This is what the vast majority likes. What do people actually do in the game? Because you know, we don't know.
I mean, everything. Honestly, I mean, I think that's one of the quirks of WoW. It's part of the magic of WoW. It's part of what makes designing for WoW really challenging at times. I think you could take a dozen people, all of whom would say WoW is their primary game. It's one of their favorite games, the game they play a ton. You could sit them around a table and have them talk about what they do in the game and why they like it. Mm-hmm. And it could sound like they're describing 12 different games or experiences that would be foreign to the others. It really is everything from the, completionist solo collector to the casual PvPer who just queues Battlegrounds all weekend.
I just want to say, this is where, and I realize I'm saying this to a predominant WoW audience, and believe me, I think Dragonflight is a massive step in the right direction here, but this is where a game like Final Fantasy, and Yoshi P specifically, I think figured it out a lot more so than World of Warcraft. Now, it does have its drawbacks. Final Fantasy is not perfect, not by any stretch of the imagination, because in World of Warcraft, if you are a player that likes max level stuff, there is virtually unlimited amounts of content for you. You have Battlegrounds, you have Arenas that is basically always online, you have Mythic Plus that is basically always online, you have Raids that is effectively pretty much always online. Final Fantasy doesn't really have that. What Final Fantasy does have is a massive array of content for literally everyone to do. Yoshi P famously said he is incredibly greedy, and what he wants is every single player in the world to find something good in Final Fantasy for them to do, which is why they spend an awful amount of time, designing things like personal islands. And those personal islands have no player power. It is literally just a place that people can go hang out in and build stuff and create stuff for themselves, right? Anonymous Gifter, bro. Thanks for the gifted sub. Did really appreciate that. Thank you. Hearts in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Gifted subs must always be celebrated. New DJs for the DJ Meat Grinder. Appreciate it, fam. So this is something that I think World of Warcraft is definitely moving towards. It does feel like that with Dragonflight, where, they have the Mythic Plus. That's still all there. They have the raids. That's not going anywhere. And then they have this massive open world thing that is now starting to creep in. We know that there's dragon riding. We also know that there's some weird photo taking thing that people might do when you go down a river and you take pictures of shit, and then you get points based on that. There's apparently going to be some kind of mountain climbing activity that people can do. There's the Dragonflight races that people will be able to do. They're planning even more outdoor content for people to actually partake in within the game. And all of those activities, you might be completely agnostic about 99% of those activities. Like, you look at 99% of those activities and you'll be like, I don't give a shit about any of it. But there might be that one activity that you enjoy, and that's enough. That is enough. Because as long as there's one, there's something for you to do in the game that you might enjoy. And that's how you should approach video game design. When you're making an MMO that is just going to attract, as Ian just said there, literally, if you put 12 people in a room and you ask them, how do you play World of Warcraft? They'll give you 12 different answers. They'll make it sound like it's not even the same fucking game. So the best way to do it is by giving 12 different activities for 12 different people to engage in. This is why I still believe World of Warcraft needs player housing, and it needs to spend a lot more time providing tools for RP players, because I think right now the one group that is criminally underrepresented or represented within World of Warcraft is the RP group.
The hardcore PvPer who wants to push high rating, to the Mythic Plus focus player, to the casual raider, to the hardcore raider, to everything in between, and then all the different Venn diagram overlaps. And all of those people are World of Warcraft players.
Yeah.
And it's and I think the world is, again, as I said earlier, richer because it has all of them in it. But a challenge is, there is no majority, so to speak. It's a collection of many minorities, each of whom have different and sometimes competing interests.
Yeah.
And I think that's part of the challenge when it comes to
That is actually a massive challenge.
listening, addressing feedback. I think, often the two are a little bit
You have to think about this, right? Oftentimes different, but competing interests. So you have the open world guy, the guy that doesn't care about dungeons, doesn't need dungeons, would love player housing. And then you have the dungeoneer that couldn't care less about open world or housing, but wants more dungeons. These are competing ideas. Because if you make housing, you might not have as many dungeons. If you make all the dungeons, you might not have housing. So you have to figure out a way to give every single one of those players something to do in the game. And I can see why that could be really fucking hard to kind of balance around.
inflated, where hearing feedback should mean, in the eyes of players, and understandably so, well, do what I say. I told you I don't like this. We told you we don't like this. And you didn't change it, therefore you're clearly not listening.
Especially if that person believes they're a reasonable person. I'm a reasonable person, and I think you're incorrect, so...
And they are, and they are a reasonable person. And I think it's totally reasonable to want to advocate.
Zesharam, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. Did really appreciate that. I really appreciate it. But I do have to say again, ladies and gentlemen, you know what? In fact, let me add this. I was hoping that the call out would be enough and the 3 p.m., but I'm probably gonna have to do give 2 subs for in-game paid at 3 p.m. PST. That should be fine, right? That should be fine. I really appreciate the 2 gifted subs, bro. But I hope that you didn't give the subs for the in-game paid, because sadly, World of Warcraft or Blizzard's rule is that it can only happen from 1 a.m. my time or 3 p.m. PST. Really appreciate it, brother. But yeah, really would feel fucking terrible if you gifted those subs for the pay. I'm so sorry if the title is misleading. I really didn't plan on it. That's why I did have the 3 p.m. there. But appreciate it, bro.
For the game that you want to play and the play style that you favor. And it's our job to take everybody's concerns into account. It's not a player's concern to take other people's happiness into their account when playing a game. They just want what's going to make it the most fun for them. Mm-hmm. And so, I think the challenge comes where sometimes those desires are directly conflicting. Where,
You got an example?
Yeah, I think rewards are a clear case.
I'd love to get into this with you.
Yeah, right. It's basically the people who want to do a thing and don't see any value in it and want it to be more rewarding, versus the people who don't want to be forced to do the thing and want it to stay not rewarding at all. Or, should PvE gear have any place in PvP, or vice versa? And to some extent, we can continue to separate out the ecosystems to solve these problems. We can say there's no crossover whatsoever, and you're basically playing a completely different game if you're doing this activity versus that activity. Or to the extent that there's crossover, there's going to be some people who would prefer it weren't that way.
For sure, because, one of the most common things, and I'm guilty of this, and what I could also honestly say after now we're here is, I definitely got to the point where I was so immersed in it and not happy that I definitely went overboard with where I was, which I think is the place you end up with because of a business relation. It's like, ordinarily I just put the game down. I don't know whether it's an internal pressure, and I kind of think this goes back all the way to Nax Ramis, the original one, where it's like, we've invested time and money into this content, but if we don't make them go,
Mhm.
they're not going to go. And is that something that's a very real thing?
I think it is a real thing. I think make is maybe too strong a word. But if we don't incentivize it, if we don't make it feel like you are progressing in some way as a result of it, then yeah, people probably won't do it. But I think if we made a zone full of awesome quests that literally offered no rewards, as a hypothetical, right? No experience, no gold, no items, nothing at all, but it's really cool content, most people wouldn't touch it. People who did might touch it once. And that's not to say that, the people who would do it if you're doing it to level, who would do it if you're doing it to get a profession recipe, to whatever, are going to dislike it as a result. But at the end of the day, it is a game that, as part of just the core RPG progression, you have a lot of goals, you're making your numbers go up, you're trying to overcome challenges, you're choosing how to spend your often limited time
I don't
these
know
days
if
wisely.
I agree with that.
And you're going to spend that time doing things that are
Actually,
getting you
Walt, how
closer
you
to
doing,
your
bro?
goals.
Thanks for
Maybe
the
like
chat, really
at the
appreciate
end of an
that.
expansion when you have no more other goals left, you might go back and chase cosmetics or do things that, you haven't had a chance to just for completionist's sake. But
okay, so obviously, if there's 0 rewards for something, yes, that might be a turn off for a lot of people. Zaziel, thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate it. That's gonna be a turn off for a lot of people. But if content is really fun, I don't think you need massive rewards for that content. I'm going to be honest with you. I think if you had a massive 4-hour quest chain that rewarded a pet at the end of it, and it was a brilliant quest chain, like just absolutely the most in-depth storyline you could ever imagine, I think people would do it. Like, just straight up. I don't think people would be like, nah, fuck it. I won't do it because there's no good reward here. I think the problem with rewards, and this is sort of the balancing act, you need rewards in order to incentivize people to at least try it out. Because if you don't, the real problem you run into is this content might be really cool, but because there's no reward there, a lot of people that may have found this content really cool just never going to try it out because there's no reason for them to even see if they might like it. But at the same time, if you give too strong a reward, it very quickly becomes about the reward and not about the content. And that's where you lose that journey thing, where the journey is supposed to be the major reward. The reward at the end of the journey is the cherry on top. But you lose that with a lot of players, especially nowadays in World of Warcraft, play World of Warcraft almost primarily as the reward is the reason I'm doing this. I don't care about the journey. I just need the cherry at the end of it. And then I go hunt for the next cherry, of course.
those feel like lost opportunities when there's something out there that has potential that's just underutilized.
Yeah, so where do you draw the line then in being incentivizing it via power? So, you know, it's Torghast throwing the legendary requirement into there.
Yeah.
Versus this gives you a cool mount. Do you see a distinct difference in participation? Because it's like, oh, they'll just look at it. And I guess a good example of this would actually be challenge modes.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you know the participation rates there, which were purely cosmetic rewards, right? That's all that challenge modes gave you, was just a transmog. And did that come across as perhaps a failure? Because not enough people did it?
I don't think challenge modes were a failure, no. Their participation was overall quite low. It got a bit better. I want to say, if I remember, towards the end of Mists, I think we added a decent chunk of Valor for doing challenge mode runs that helped, it helped justify it to people who were just looking to cap their Valor for the week. They could at least work towards something else at the same time. But it wasn't seen as a failure because I think it also, as someone who worked very directly on challenge modes, 10 years ago, it wasn't 30 people laboring to make this thing. It was, let's try an extra difficulty. Let's add an extra overlay on the content we're already making. And for the people who got a lot of value out of it, a lot of enjoyment out of it, that felt well worth what we put into it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, yeah, you're correct. When we're looking at a major expansion feature like a Torghast, if that were only used by as many people as did Mist challenge modes, that would have been seen as a significant failure. It's like, we put a ton of time, design resources, engineering, iteration into this. If only 8% of our players did it, well then we should really, we should have just put those resources into something else that 90% of our players were going to do, because we would have made more of our players happy. At the end of the day, that's the challenge we're trying to solve. It's, we have a finite team, even as we grow, even as we hire, we have this many person hours of work that can be done this year. how do we deploy those? How do we allocate those in the way that's going to make the most fun for the most players?
Well, one of the things in Dragonflight that's changing is because obviously part of what I would consider the failure of Torghast is that people felt. I know that one of the reasons I stopped playing was I'd log on onto my alt, and it was like, okay, I kind of need to farm a legendary, I kind of need to conduits, I kind of need to do this. And as somebody, as I'm sure you're aware, I was a huge champion of Torghast. Like, I had a great interview with Morgan about Torghast, and then a lot of it changed. And I was like, this is just killing my soul. It made me very unhappy. It's like, where do you then... Is that just a case of looking at alt friendliness for that? Or is this in Dragonflight where you actually have completely smashed this out of the park?
There's a few pieces to that. I think even aside from alt friendliness, which was clearly an issue there, I think that the mandatory weekly loop, the feeling that you have to do this basically every week, essentially forever. And if you miss a week, you're falling behind. And if you put it off,
Thank fuck you saying that.
That's something that got us thinking a lot about just the player psychology of how people approach mandatory things with expiration date, perceived chores, like that feeling of maybe it's Monday or I guess Tuesday if you're in Europe, and
Wednesday.
the last day of the week is what I'm talking about.
Oh,
so
okay,
Tuesday,
okay.
if you're in
Tuesday,
Europe,
all right.
you had a long day at work, then you went out for dinner with your friends, with your loved ones, whatever. You come home, you're exhausted, and you realize like, oh crap, I haven't done my Torghast run
Been
for
there
the
many
week.
times.
Exactly. Does that make you feel good about World of Warcraft in that moment?
Dude, that was such an easy call for me. Fuck it. I just didn't do it. Because here's the thing. Even now, guess what I did the last 2 days? Just take a guess. What have I done the last 2 days that I've been playing World of Warcraft? I've been running Torghast. Why? Because I don't have to. I'm not raiding. I don't give a fuck. I enjoy Torghast. I actually believe that Torghast is one of the victories of Shadowlands. Not in its implementation. It's a victory for me because I don't raid. I don't give a fuck about the soul ash that drops from Torghast. I couldn't care less. My legendary is still 235, I believe. I'm never going to upgrade it. I don't even know how to upgrade it at this point. I tried yesterday for a quick second because I can't do the higher floors because my item level is too low. And I thought, how do I get this item higher? And then I spent like 20k gold and was like, fuck that. That's way too much. I'm not doing any more of this. So I've given up on upgrading that. But Torghast is something I truly enjoy. I would say the fix for that problem, because as Ian said there, if the same amount of people that did challenge modes did Torghast, it would have been seen as a massive failure. Not if Torghast is a system that never goes away. If Torghast was made as an always-on system that got progressively harder as you did it, and by the end of it, if you really fucking grinded it, and you were really good, and you got to floor 400, and you finally took down that final boss, and you got a massive achievement, and maybe even a title and a mount, I think you would have seen over the course of many expansions, you would have seen thousands, if not millions of players eventually go into Torghast and give it a try. But for that to happen, it can't be an expansion only thing. Because when an expansion goes live, people will have certain goals. And yeah, it might not be that Torghast is a goal right now, but Torghast might become a goal, say, 2 or 3 expansions from now, when that person's playstyle changes.
Absolutely not. And so why are we doing that to people? And there's a lot of ways around that. There's, it's catch-up mechanisms so that, if you knew that if you missed it this week, you could just catch up and do 2 next week or whatever, suddenly the psychology is very different. If there's more flexibility and, you can do multiple weeks in a row, or if there's just less, if it's less of an exclusive reward that only comes from this one source, now suddenly it's fine. Yeah, you're tired tonight, you had fun doing other things, you don't have to log in when you don't want to. But in any case, getting back to Torghast, I think, yeah, it was gameplay that was kind of forced to overstay its welcome in a lot of ways because it became something that you had to keep doing for as long as people did. Something that we've tried to pivot to, and I know you mentioned you didn't personally jump in and do Zereth Mortis.
No.
But part of how we approached the activities there, the cipher system, the reputations, the outdoor loop, was basically we're going to give you a couple of weeks of the first couple of weeks. We're going to say, here's a frankly a carrot that everyone's going to want. You want to get your second legendary. You want the ability to craft your Unity legendary.
I thought the zone was really good, by the way. I really enjoyed
doing that's
playing
going to
through
take
the
you a
zone.
couple of weeks of checking out the content. Past that, everything is 100% optional, but you've seen it all. And you can decide whether you like it or not. And if you like it, you've gotten the taste and you can keep going. And if you don't, cool. Just never go back. You can ignore it and focus on Mythic Plus, raids, whatever else. And it's a little bit of a middle ground between there being no mandatory power at all, where a lot of people who might have enjoyed the content will never even give it a chance because they're like, well, why am I going to do that? It doesn't give me anything. Or obviously the opposite end of the spectrum, where it just becomes an endless thing that you have to keep doing.
You've taken a pretty hard stance at this. From my playtesting of Dragonflight, this has now become almost a core value of Blizzard going forward, or seemingly, but obviously we're here to talk about it today, is like, just no more of that. No more mandatory stuff. And is there like an internal fear then? It's like, are we making stuff now that people aren't going to check out? And are we actually okay with that? Because a lot of games now are going with a more drop-in, drop-out style, and they're still maintaining a sub. Is that something, I mean, this is a risky move you're making in Dragonflight, I think, internally.
I think, so the concept of mandatory, I do think only applies to a certain portion of the player base. I think it's certainly, you know, high-end competitive players, if there's any advantage that they can get, they have to get it. Well understood.
Yep.
But I think some of what we're also moving away from that lets us, like systems like Renown or Outdoor World Loop, they have powerful rewards from them. You can make, you know, this profession crafting reagents at the end of a Renown tracks that will let you make 402 plus gear that is heroic raid quality. There are other, you know, profession recipes and other things that people will look at and want. But the Mythic Raider who's looking to, you know, push the Hall of Fame isn't going to look at any of those things and say, oh no, this stuff I need from this that I can't get elsewhere, therefore I have to do it.
Yeah.
And some of that is just a product of moving away from the
I like that.
auxiliaries, so-called borrowed power alternate advancement systems that we had in the last few expansions. Item level is kind of the simple universal reward. Item level is power, but it's fungible. You can get it from other sources, and it's only as valuable as how it compares to the other stuff you have access to, as opposed to artifact power, essences for your Heart of Azeroth, conduits, all those other things, where it didn't matter how high your eye level was from other content, you had to do this because it was additive.
Mm-hmm. But they were great things, though. Like, it was always the acquisition that was the problem. Like, the actual result was great. I just don't want to farm 50,000 honor in Battlegrounds, you know? Like, the actual system itself, and Azerite Armor in particular is one that I'm deeply upset about. Because I genuinely thought item level is something, and again, it's personal bias, I have no issue with Mr. Does his World Quest having the same item level as Mythic Raider. But Azerite Armor seemed to perhaps open the door to be like, well, we can tailor this now to world questing and your experience. We can do it for PvP. We can do it for Mythic Plus, make 5-man more fun things. It didn't go that way, unfortunately. You know, it was kind of set bonuses throughout there. But now you are upping the rewards from Mythic Plus, giving those guys natural appeasing people like JB, so we can actually stop raiding for the most part. And is that something that's also changing long term, or is there still an idea of if you're not raiding or doing high Mythic Plus or high in PvP, you should still be a bit lower?
I think there's definitely a little bit of there's still a spectrum there. Eye level, you know, is if you want 415, 421 type gear in Dragonflight, you're going to need to do high-end PvP, high-end raiding, high-end Mythic Plus. Mm-hmm. We do want outdoor play and certainly professions to be able to push farther into that track than they ever have before. I think at times in the past it's felt like if you were a solo player, well, you kind of capped out at maybe you could get a couple of normal mode raid pieces, and otherwise you were like 30 eye levels behind the Mythic Raider. That's, I think, too large a gap, and something we'd like to close. And that's, you know, really
I think if you have...
getting back to some of the early...
I think, personally, if you have at least, at a minimum, a 5 to a 6 item level difference between the best gear in the game gotten from the absolute hardest sources within the game and everything else, I think that's fine. Because for the seriously hardcore, those 6 item levels will mean nothing to them. They're gonna go for the higher items because, well, they want the highest item level. But for everyone else, it's a nice thing to reach for. You know, because you put it behind a renowned grind, for example, that's a goal for an ordinary player that isn't going to hardcore raid. It's a goal for them to achieve. It's a goal for the heroic raider to achieve. You know, they raid maybe 2 or 3 times a week, and the rest of the time they're doing their renown, they're grinding out different recipe pieces and leveling up their professions so they can eventually make this really cool, really strong gear for themselves. And I think that's sort of the best goal, right? Getting anywhere from 5 to 6 item levels to the best gear that the game can offer you is, in my opinion, absolutely all you need.
Your conversation about player groups and silent majorities and so forth, you know, we do feel like we have underserved the just solo outdoor focused player who chooses to spend tons and tons of time in World of Warcraft over the years, and they care about progression too.
Yep.
And I think it's often inaccurate to just assume, oh, well, because you're not trying to push high keys, why do you even need item level?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, people want the number to go up.
Speaking to Ian this time really opened my eyes to some things, and probably something that you guys have been guilty of as much as me. Why don't the devs listen to us? I spent months, years of my life shouting from the rooftops about things that I considered to be obvious problems, and in many cases did turn out to be. So why is that not getting back to them? Well, it turns out it is. A lot more than you guys probably realize. I spent the entire week with the communications team. Those were the guys who were guiding us around, and they were absolutely incredible. But one of the things they really stressed to us is how much on a weekly basis they gather as much information as possible from the community, reading forums, subreddits, everything, watching videos, and feed that back directly to the people in charge. Some of you might scoff that no they don't, but to clarify...
Yeah, but here's what I would say about that. It's all fine and dandy to say that we are doing these things, and I've no reason to believe that they're not. But you can't blame the players for not seeing it if you're not communicating it. If you're just gathering all of this information, passing it quietly to the developers, and the developers are sitting quietly there, sort of, you know, just going on with whatever they've been doing up until now, and then thinking about fixing it, because as we've already found out, Dragonflight was always going to be Dragonflight even before Shadowlands came out. They already decided before Shadowlands to listen to the feedback and remove all of the unnecessary systems from Dragonflight. Shadowlands wasn't the last straw. BFA was the last straw. The problem was just that by the time they knew that they no longer wanted all of these systems, Shadowlands was already massively into development. There was no real way to pivot after that. You know, the expansion was already made. So Dragonflight was the first thing. But this is where communication comes in. Tell us that you heard our feedback. Don't deny it. Don't sort of pretend like it's not there, because we won't know unless you tell us, hey, you know, we know that you guys aren't happy about this. We are working on it. There are things that we're putting in place for the next expansion that will address a lot of your issues. And then, you know, don't be afraid. I think players are a lot more intelligent than sometimes people want to give them credit for. If you told a player, look, you know, the damage has been done for Shadowlands, but we have a plan for Dragonflight that's going to solve a lot of your issues, I think a lot of people would have approached Shadowlands probably with a lot more sort of leeway. They would have been a lot softer on their criticisms of Shadowlands because they knew that Dragonflight was going to be very different.
By this, we spoke to Josh Allen, aka Law. He was with Blizzard for 9 years on the communication team itself, has no reason to lie, and the only reason he left Blizzard was because such a large advancement in his career came up elsewhere.
Well, that's one thing we
like
learned
that.
from the current community manager team is like, I was like, what is your day-to-day job then? And we're like, well, we get like the patch notes and we sift through those for things that are relevant because a lot of them are like bullshit data side things that nobody cares about. And then we put them out to the public. But another part of it is we basically read forums a lot and we gather all that feedback and then we present that to the relevant people to say, this is the kind of community feel right now. Did you feel like you had to filter that for like what's relevant, what's not?
Yeah, I mean, there was a significant portion of my time at Blizzard where developer communications was my job. And then my job got reconfigured into being more influencer focused, and everyone was like, why does Lore hate us now? He doesn't talk on the forums anymore. I'm like, well, yes, that's because it's not my job anymore. I'm no longer doing that specific task. There are other people doing that task. Go listen to them. But yeah, there was a lot of that general job and position is not even so much filtering as, I guess, distilling is how I would put it.
Make sure it goes to the right place.
Yeah, make sure it goes to the right place. Make sure that, because a lot of times people will say one thing and what they actually mean is kind of something else. Like, they still mean what they say, obviously, but if it's like, wow, I really hate, like Torghast was a great example where people were like, they really, really loved Torghast in early beta.
Same.
And then when it came out, they were like, wow, I hate Torghast so much. And the takeaway from that was, okay, what changed? And what changed was rewards were added to it. And so then it became a
Both,
task.
right? They took rewards out because they had gear and stuff in it originally. It was it got silly. They took all that out and then they just made you do it for legendaries, which was a complete like 180 on what it originally was.
That's what I mean, though. Is like it's the sort of thing where if Torghast had just remained as like a fun thing that you could go do when you felt like it, I think a lot of people would have enjoyed it because they didn't feel obligated to do it.
Yeah,
as soon as you add
that's
that
why I
obligation,
enjoy it.
That was the point where it became a chore for people, and it became Torghast at that point. And so that was the sort of thing that like we would look at that sort of feedback and we'd be like, okay, yes, everyone's saying they don't like Torghast, but the majority of the reason we can tell from reading all these different things, and like obviously there's a variety of opinions as well, so it's always a matter of like what are the biggest pain points to be discovered, because like occasionally there were some people just like, I don't like the way the Ghost Boys look. I'm like, okay, well that's valid opinion. You're allowed to not like the Ghosty Boys, but that's not what I'm going to take to the development team as like a priority issue that needs fixing.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean by like sometimes people are saying
There's always going to be
they just say
someone
they
that
hate something.
complains.
And you have to spend some time figuring out, okay, why do they hate this?
Yeah.
What about it is
I mean,
the
it's no
actual
different
problem?
than YouTube comments. It's like, I fucking hate the sound of his voice. Okay, do you hate my accent? Do you hate the microphone I'm using?
Yeah.
Am I too loud? Am I not normalized properly? Like, try to figure it out, or is it just, you just hate the sound of
It's
my voice?
actually your face. So
Yeah, which is odd because they specifically said my voice. but now I see in the mirror, it's probably that. But most of the feedback does get back to the guys, to the developers, which obviously one of the biggest complaints in the WoW community is like, they're not listening to us. I've been bitching about this nobody knows better than me is how much I bitched about some of the things in Shadowlands. But they do generally get most of the stuff there, which is surprising when you find out. It's like, yeah, they do. They kind of do.
Yeah, if people are, especially once a point becomes like, well, everyone knows that no one likes this thing. It's like, well, yes, everyone also includes the development team by this point. You can be fairly confident in that. And a lot of times, then the job actually, it gets interesting because a lot of times then the job becomes, okay, what are the other things? Because everyone's talking about this one thing that's really upsetting everyone right now. I don't need to tell the development team for the 30th time that people want to be able to switch between covenants. Like, they know that. I don't need to tell them that again. So what are the other topics that are going on in the community that they're not aware of because everyone's so busy focused talking about this thing? And so making sure that those other bits of feedback and those other smaller conversations still make it to the development team. And that's not like trying to like distract them from the more important conversation or anything. It's just that work doesn't need to be done. But yeah, like, so a lot of time there's been cases in the past where it's like, okay, the team would learn about what the features were in the upcoming expansion, and I would be like, okay, that feature is the one everyone's going to hate. Like, I can tell already what's going on here is people are going to be very upset about this.
So like me with Covenants. I mean, I knew in 2 minutes it was like, this is a bad idea.
Yeah. Covenants was a weird one just because I did not fully understand what it was for a while. Because like, imagine Covenants ended up being a pretty convoluted, especially with like you add in soulbinds and everything as well, ended up being a pretty complicated and convoluted system. Imagine if none of that work had been done yet and someone was just trying to vaguely describe what it was going to be to you. That was the state that I was receiving this information in. So I was like, I don't understand it yet.
At BlizzCon,
I don't know what
right?
it is.
They were announced, and we were like, we all fill in the gaps ourselves.
Yeah.
Right, that's what happens. And I came up with a really thorough RPG storytelling thing and all this, and like, I was like, these are going to be awesome.
That's
By the way, Covenants was the moment that I said that never again will I try to predict the future of World of Warcraft, which is why whenever I speak about Dragonflight, I'm always very careful to say, if Blizzard continues on this trend of listening to the player base, it will be good. Because when Covenants were announced at first, dude, I was balls to the fucking wall into this. right? I was into this. I was like, dude, this is going to be the greatest RPG experience ever. We're going to get completely unique stories. It's going to be such a cool development of the story. It's probably, I literally said, it's probably going to have some of the Suramar stuff because we already have the Suramar technology, right? It already exists. So can you imagine Suramar on a level of 4 different things? And then the more information came out about Covenants, I was like, this is not it though. Like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You're going from the thing that I thought this was to a thing that I don't want this to be. And then when Covenants finally went live, I knew basically from the very first moment that I hated Covenants. And I'm not even a raider, but I just did not like the way that it was presented.
It's one of my favorite like pitfalls that I try to warn people about with like every job that I've had and every announcement that I've been a part of is like, please be sure you're ready to talk about something in a complete sense before you start talking about it. Because if you just throw out like a vague idea of like, here's what this is going to be, we have this idea to build something that's kind of like this, they will fill in the blanks.
Yep.
And they will either, if they're feeling negative, they will fill in the blanks with all negative things about how this is going to be the worst thing that they've ever experienced, and thus they will hate your thing before you've even made it, or they will build it up to be this amazing, like huge, groundbreaking thing like Island Expeditions. This happened with Island Expeditions in BFA, where everyone was like, "Oh my God, we're going to go to all these islands, and it's going to be like this really cool, like PvE but kind of PvP-ish sort of thing. And it's going to be great, and we're unearthing these artifacts, and we're finding all this cool stuff." And then we're like, wait, this is just a thing that you queue for that's like...
It gives you artifact power really quick.
It's just scenarios again? Like,
yeah, kind of. And yeah, they've sold that as... I think Garrisons is probably the worst situation ever. Because Garrisons, they were like, you're going to get to build it. And immediately, the impression you get is, I'm going to get to customize this shit. I'm going to, like, as an old school classic raider, I'm going to have like Onyxia and Nefarian's heads like facing each other. And then I'm going to be able to have the tail around the building. You know, I'm going to customize it. And then when we got it, it was like, well, somebody has a stables here and someone has a stables here. And that's kind of the limit of your customization that you're going to get.
Yeah, that's also why I think it's important to like have started building something before you start talking about it too much. Like just the nature of software and game development, especially at on a team the size of the World of Warcraft team, means that until you've built most of it, you kind of don't know what it is yet.
So now we know. Our feedback on streams, forums, YouTube, whatever, it all gets back to the devs on a pretty much weekly basis. And we're going to hear far more from Josh in his own interview we'll be uploading a little bit after this goes out. I found out why things don't change. Because you guys probably have the same question, right? We're moaning about it, we're complaining about it. Why is this feature not being iterated on, developed in some way? Suggestions we're putting forward not happening. This is when I learned about modular design. Modular design is a system that's been in place for a really long time and is going to be changing. In order to find out more about this idea, we're not only going to sit down with Ian again, but we're going to sit down with Tina Wang, who's the Associate Art Director of World of Warcraft, and Morgan Day, the Associate Game Director. Over the years, you guys have fell into a habit of almost cannibalizing your own game with every patch. Yeah. Which felt very wasteful. Like, I can't imagine the R&D that went into some of these systems. Dungeons, I mean, if you go back to Kata, it was like, in Wrath, every time the TOC came out, right, every other dungeon's irrelevant now. No point in doing it. And the same with raids, and obviously there's arguments 2 and 4 linear raids. But Season 4, you've started to maybe consider, and we've actually seen this happen in a number of other MMOs recently, certainly the ones that are a decade plus, where they're like, we have a wealth of content that we've created over these years, and we've just left it. And there definitely seems to have been a lack of iteration in Blizzard's, like Garrisons. But Garrisons are remembered not fondly, unfortunately. But the premise is really good. It's just people want maybe a more cosmetic style than a practical solution. Warfronts. Yeah. How excited was the player base when Warfronts were announced? And unfortunately, it didn't go that way. The same with Island Expeditions. You know, we all watched the Sneaky Pete promise, and you're going to hate these guys, and they're going to interfere with you and stuff, and then part of the mandatory element was there. Yeah. But we can reel a list off here of huge systems, huge resources that are brought into the game, which have been left to like, okay, and class halls I would definitely put in here, which feel like such a waste. And what is the thoughts there now for like over the next few years?
Dude, I'll be honest with you. I've said this before, and I will fucking stick my neck out on this. I will die on this hill. If you take the content of World of Warcraft in its entirety, it is more content, I believe, than any other game on the planet. Like, just in the last 4 expansions, the amount of content that World of Warcraft have that is just sitting there, that could so easily, with a little bit of tweaking, be turned into content that players can do literally whenever they want. It's surreal, the amount of content that you have, literally just there. And all you have to do is start with let's call it a renovation period. So with every single patch that you bring out some new stuff, a new dungeon, a new raid, and a new zone. But then one of these old features is brought forward and sort of updated to be an always on new system. Can you imagine, in about 4 expansions, the amount of content that you have that's just always available to be done? Like, dude, you'll be flying all over Azeroth, going from your garrisons to your farm in Mist of Pandaria, to the class order hall for, some class bullshit quest that you have to do, and then you're jetting off to this part of the world for this thing that you have to do, then you quickly go run a Torghast, and then when you're done with Torghast, you go do an island expedition, then you and your friends go into a war front, fighting a massive PvP battle against the other side, and then, all of this content, every week there's just a wealth of content for you to do, and there's literally just no fucking end to all of it. Dude, it is insane how much content is just lying on the floor waiting to be picked up.
That instead of reinventing the wheel every expansion.
Yeah, I think, so there's a couple of pieces to that. Some of that is definitely the move away from, expansion specific systems that also would turn into borrowed whatever because they were going to go away, back to evergreen improvements. I think, broadly speaking, you could almost carve out 3 eras of World of Warcraft philosophy and development. And I would say that the first era was from Classic all the way through Mists of Pandaria, where every expansion was adding extra layers, extra systems, new professions, new races, new classes, new things. And then we kind of reached, as we were coming up on almost 10 years at that point, a turning point, arguably a little bit of a crisis, as we were coming off 2 expansions in a row. We'd had 12 to 13 month final tiers, and just looking at this infinite scalability, this infinite exponential growth of what it takes to make an expansion, both in terms of development, but also player facing complexity of how many systems do we have now? How just complicated is the game becoming? We're going to keep running this game for years and years and decades to come. Can we really just keep adding new permanent systems every couple of years forever? No. And so I think, that's what led to some of the class pruning philosophy that went into Warlords. It's what led it to kind of pulling back in some areas, but also the idea that we needed to be able to make things that were not permanent, that we could go deeper, focus them on a single expansion, have them be the hallmark of that expansion, but they weren't going to add to the ongoing complexity. That was, and so I think that was going into Warlords. And I think, as you mentioned, there were definitely some missteps with the garrisons. Yeah. But I think moving ahead into Legion, it was well, okay, obviously we don't want something that pulls you out of the world.
There were some missteps, boys, with garrisons. I love the content for the past 2 expansions. Want to drop you one of the subs for the pet thing? Got any suggestions who should I drop the second one to? Mr. Bandit, thank you so much for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Not yet, though. Please wait until we start playing WoW. As soon as it goes live, you can give 2 subs to whoever the fuck you want, bro. Everyone in this chat is degenerate to the fucking core. So, they all deserve a sub. We are champions here of absolute degeneracy, debauchery, and just everything that makes the world go round, so please feel free, but once we start playing the game, not before, otherwise you're not going to get the fucking pay, and I will feel like dog shit if you did do it now. They're the only non-degenerate in the chat. Someone, dude, I'm not a degenerate. I'm a nice Christian boy. What are you talking about? Run the Widow, how you doing, bro?
The class hall in some loose ways with the mission table, with some of its trappings and customization, was a little bit of a successor to the garrison system. We wanted it to be a social space where you'd see all the other people of your class. And of course, that's where we also brought in, a power component to it, artifact power, and all those systems. And it's important to bear in mind that, we're planning a couple of expansions in advance. The development cycle of an expansion is quite lengthy, from initial conception to pre-production concepting, beginning to flesh things out. So we had, we knew what the feature set for Shadowlands was going to be well before Battle for Azeroth came out.
Yeah.
And so a lot of that was the ongoing outgrowth of what seemed like a very successful experiment at Legion. Legion was very well received overall, very popular overall. People had nothing but praise for its systems. And so part of what the team as a whole was thinking was okay, this is a great formula for a modern expansion. That
I see the thought process now.
What is our artifacts of the next expansion? What are the things that are going to fill the...
See, the reason this is so effective and the reason why I love this conversation is it informs the player base of long-held misconceptions, because you're actually getting an in-depth conversation where there's pushing back, there's real questions being asked, and there's real answers being given. It's not just a PR answer. They didn't know what Preach was going to ask her, and you can hear as Preach is going back and forth. There's an actual conversation happening. And players need this. I feel like players will forgive you a lot if they feel valued. Because it's not like old World of Warcraft didn't make mistakes. The old WoW had a lot of failures. And guess what? Players always forgave them. We always came back. We never held it against them. Why? Because we felt valued. We genuinely felt like these developers cared about us. And then I think something happened between Legion and BFA where the player base was getting ever more hostile towards the development team. As a result of this, the development team became ever more hostile towards the player base. And it kind of became this war between developers and players, where the players had this very clear, and I'm talking for myself, but also for a lot of my viewers, because I know, because a lot of my viewers told me this, there was this us versus them mentality that started to be sort of take root within this ecosystem, and that's not a healthy ecosystem. It's not an ecosystem conducive to success. You can't be successful if the player base believes that it's us versus them. And when the developers feed into this us versus them mentality, where instead of actually talking to the community, they just go quiet. They say nothing because they know that anything they say will almost definitely be taken out of context and they'll be pulled apart because of what they have to say. And then that silence feeds even more into the player base, being like, well, fuck you, bro. How dare you? So I do love this, because I think this interview alone is doing so much to assuage just a lot of the anger and a lot of the frustration that the player base may have felt.
These holes that we're going to leave. Now, there are a few things that we were still blind to. I think first off,
he wasn't. So this is my problem with the interviews like the Denuser one. Yes, Noble wasn't holding back, but Noble obviously sacrificed so many of his questions just to be able to push back on a couple, because he only has half an hour. So you're constantly thinking, right, I have this many questions left. This was his answer. I'm not happy with that answer, but now I have a choice. I can either push back on this answer and get a better answer and sacrifice a bunch of my other questions, or just sort of accept the answer, make a face where it's clear that I don't actually like the answer, but I can't actually do anything about the answer because I only have half an hour. Where can you imagine if Noble actually had to sit down with Steve Denuser for 2.5, 3 hours? Like, just how much conversation we would have gotten out of that.
Was the initial excitement of like, oh my god, I no matter how much WoW I want to play, I can always keep progressing my character. This is awesome. I can log in on Saturdays and feel like I accomplished something, as opposed to the raid logging people were accustomed to in Warlords. That was energizing initially, but gave way to fatigue by the end of Legion, as we started to hear, complaints about AP grinding and the sense of like, okay, I can always be progressing my character. That means I always should be progressing my character. I don't have time for alts.
never-ending amount you can acquire.
Yes.
Versus one thing that took away in BFA was that anything you did gave you AP.
Yes, that continues. So I think, but I think again, a lot of the decisions about what BFA was going to look like were already almost completely locked in for all intents and purposes before we started to learn the lessons from Legion. And even even Shadowlands was beginning to respond to, well, what didn't work in BFA. What was missing from BFA? Things like, what could the successor to the class halls be? What if there are Covenant halls? What if these are, places that have more depth and interest to them than anything we offered in BFA? But it wasn't really until we were halfway through that cycle that we started to really have concerns about, the shift that had begun all the way back in Warlords, about the modular approach that would take things away. Because people were not sad to say goodbye to their garrisons at the end of Warlords.
Shame, because
right?
if they'd been iterated on, they were potentially something amazing.
Perhaps, but the feedback, right? So people didn't really appreciate the extent of that pain. When BFA came out, we certainly did.
Yep.
Losing your artifacts sucked. Leaving,
Yes, it did.
having all your legendaries disabled the second you hit level 115 sucked.
Not a good day getting into that alpha.
And I think, but again, at that point, we were already heavily committed on the course we were on, because we just, at some point, we have to keep marching forward. We have to keep making stuff. We can't throw out a year
Living
of
life,
work.
how you doing, bro?
But we started to have misgivings about that general direction. And
You see, you're almost feeling a little sad for them at this point, because it's kind of like, imagine you were driving in a truck and the truck had a 1 minute delay on everything that you do. So if you turn the steering wheel, it will only start turning 1 minute later. If you hit the brake, it will only start braking 1 minute later. So you're in this truck, you're driving down the freeway at 100 miles per hour, you're fucking flying, and you see the cliff. The cliff is literally in front of you, and you're pushing brake and obviously turning, and you know that you don't have enough time. It is gonna go over this cliff, and you're only gonna be able to fix it once you're off the cliff. Because the cliff won't kill you, but it is going to be a massive drop until you'll be able to rectify the situation and get back on the road. That's sort of what he's describing here, and looking at it through that lens makes you feel almost a little sorry for them, because they have to design these expansions so far into the future that you kind of have to take this assumption approach and be like, well, I assume because they like the things in Legion, they will like the things in Shadowlands. And then Battle for Azeroth comes out and people hate the shit in Battle for Azeroth, and you go, fuck, I think we made an oopsie. I think we made a mistake, boys. The things we thought they gonna love, they fucking loathe it at the minute. This is a problem.
And I think realizing that the cycle we're falling into is one where every expansion begins by losing something that was awesome, leaving a hole that we then, at best, are scrambling to fill, and leave you maybe equal to where you were before, but if we screw up at all, lesser. That is not a path to success. And so that was the genesis for what I would like to think of as sort of the beginning of a third era of WoW philosophy, which begins with Dragonflight, which is trying to return to the idea of focused, evergreen things, improving baseline systems, introducing new systems into the game that we plan to carry forward, not introducing systems that we plan to, throw away at the end of a year and a half or whatever. But doing so, I think, in a more sort of thoughtful way that, as you were saying much earlier, gives us some opportunities to make use of prior content and, feels like it's going to be sustainable in the years to come.
Yeah.
I think we're really at our best when we're looking to solve problems, right? Like when you look at Mythic Plus that was introduced in Legion. Really, the problem that we were that started from a problem. We identified a problem of we build these dungeons that are so beautiful, they're so epic, they're really exciting experiences, and then you stop running them after the first month
Yeah.
of the
It's
game.
not that I hate
You
the
might be
dungeons of
really
WoW,
cool.
it's just that I
Mix
don't
them
like
all, the old
dungeons
ones
in
back in.
general.
Yeah, and that's another one where we're looking to really take cues from other games and really look to build off of that foundation of like such strong content of like, okay, cool, these were still
Dragonflight is in
fantastic
an
dungeons.
hour and 15
and you're not the only
minutes.
ones. Like nearly every MMO we've looked at that's gotten the decade plus mark is now looking back at the not only thousands of man hours but millions of dollars that have probably been spent, and they're just like, why did we just abandon that
Right.
exactly?
We're just gonna leave that there?
Yeah, I mean, one of the revelations while I've been here is this idea that you had modular design things, and they had no intention of carrying them forward, and that just feels crazy. To know that it was fully intentional. Like, I get what they're saying is like, because you start the next expansion, thinking about it, planning it in a couple of years way before, right?
Time Bandit. Literally, right off the bat, if you want to know the quality of Dragonflight, at least preliminarily, play the Drakthir campaign. Dude, it is a massive improvement over quest design for any other World of Warcraft expansion. The way the flow works, the way the story is presented, the weird little subtext voice lines. Every single time you hand in a quest, there's a conversation that happens between the NPCs about everything that just happened. It is just a massive improvement. The use of in-game cutscenes doesn't feel as sort of almost locking you into the game as it did in parts of Shadowlands, definitely, especially for multiple playthroughs and stuff like that. I really think that as a general rule, Dragonflight seems to be shaking up. But we'll find out in about an hour and 15 minutes. We'll find out exactly how good Dragonflight is. And by the way, if you're not a fan of lore, this is not the stream to watch. I read quests. I don't just skip through it. So if all you want is someone to skip through quests, not the fucking stream to watch.
Right. It doesn't quite fit into that mold, like Warfronts.
Right.
Probably don't fit into Shadowlands particularly well, so we're just going to make it and leave it behind. But as a general whole idea, do you think that's just going to go away? Like, we will look to, why are we investing time in this and not carrying it forward?
So I think there will absolutely be systems that are added to WoW that are evergreen and will continue to, move forward with us, and will continue to evolve those. But that doesn't mean that they can't change, right?
You can't think of what it's going to be in 15 years. Right? You have to say, like, let's put it out. What do people like, not like, and sort of grow it from there and
Totally.
try and make it work. That's what I think we hope for. Because when I found out, it's like, no,
She's
it's not intense,
uncomfortable.
but I was like, you made like Sneaky Pete and
I don't know if
this
you guys
whole
saw
AI
that.
thing for islands, and it's like, yeah, but it's not going to go anywhere. So when we see that coming in, I think people will be really appreciative of that idea.
Right.
And
And it's always fun, like you mentioned Sneaky Pete and the islands and kind of the AI that got built there. There's always, exciting opportunities when we build things like that to try to look at that as something that we could leverage for a future feature, right? Like, I've always loved the idea of like, gosh, wouldn't it be cool to add like an arena that was just played against like, AI essentially, but what if we made them really good and like, that could be pretty fun,
again?
right? Like, can we like recreate some of the like BlizzCon champions, like how
That
they're
would be
playing,
really fun.
and like, hey, play against the BlizzCon champions? Like, what?
We did use some of the technology, right, with things like the comp stomp, Arathi Basin comp stomp. So they certainly are not Chalice Arena champions that you play against. It's like basically the honor farm situation, but we try to find small ways like that.
This modular design concept is really, really important to understand how World of Warcraft is made, and it will answer a ton of questions you probably have about features that came into the game and then disappeared. Features you probably consider to be failures. Torghast, Island Expeditions, Warfronts, etc., etc. The way it works is Dragonflight is about to come out, but Dragonflight has actually been in production for 2 years. As me and you are talking right now, and no, I did not get to see anything, I intentionally closed my eyes, the next expansion is already in the works. Now they have to base what's coming out next on what they've done before and what you guys might like. The best example here is Artifact Power and Azerite Power. Ian mentioned that during Legion, they took a risk with Artifact Power, a never-ending grind, and it was met very, very well by the players. At the same time Legion's coming out and people are responding to this, Battle for Azeroth is already in production. This system is going to continue in terms of Azerite Power. That means that the guys are already building their island expeditions, these daily quests out where things will pop out to collect Azerite power. They're already building Azerite armor. This is all the stuff they're building as the natural succession to artifact weapons and artifact power. It's not until the end of Legion that people start getting annoyed with artifact power. It's an endless farm. I've been doing it now for 2 years. I'm getting frustrated by it. Oh no.
Yeah, but it wasn't as good.
Has exactly
the reward
same
wasn't as good as the
with more twists and turns involved in it. And there's nothing they can do about it. We've already built it. It's ready to go. We can't just scrap it and start again because it takes 2 years to make more things. This modular design concept also plays into this. Let's look at mop farms. Mop farms were super cool, but they make no sense when going into the next expansion, Warlords of Draenor. What they do, though, is use that technology. So we see mop farms as a cool thing that disappeared. The trick is, it was never meant to continue.
Living life happy to be that.
What it did do is turn into garrisons. Now, garrisons contained a bit of farming and a bit more customization. Garrisons disappear. We as players see those features as failures. We look at garrisons and we say failure. Torghast, failure. We look at island expeditions, failure. And we consider them failure because they don't exist going forward. The fact of the matter is, they were never going to carry forward. Now, this leads to various problems on iteration. How much resources, if players don't like it, can you throw into a system that you know is going to be gone in several months? The answer is not a lot, because you're going to be rid of it soon anyway. That's what's going to happen, and its replacement is already being built, if not already built. So you know that you're going to get an upgraded version. This is why they utilize the technology at the back end to make the next thing better, or they hope it's going to be better. So mop farms becomes garrisons. They then use that garrison technology to create class halls. They then use the class hall technology to make covenant sanctums, using that same tech, and therefore they don't consider it a failure. But in the player's eyes, we do consider it a failure. And this is what's going to change. Instead of us constantly slotting in these Lego bricks of these various features and systems that we don't understand, like Soulbinds and Netherlight Crucible, all those things that we just were like, what is this? And then it just disappears. Essences would be another example. Now we're going to look at things
Crucible was actually good.
Talent trees, we can keep that going. The new profession system, we can keep that going. And whatever else Dragonflight has in mind, there will still be some things which are expansion specific, because it does make sense that the new island expedition doesn't make sense in a Shadowlands environment, but it should be way less so, with much more care given, like other MMOs are doing, to allowing them to go forward and be iterated on and stay with the familiar for the players.
This feels like it's perfectly in line with the actual gameplay core loop that you're changing. Are you worried? Because I feel like the game has been out so long
thanks
now.
For the follow, really
someone like me could look at Dragonflight and be like, heaven. I can come away for a week like I am now here with you guys. I'm not screwed.
Yeah.
I'm not screwed over. I'm not screwing my raid team or anything like that. And this is fine. But we've now got a huge amount of players who have never known World of Warcraft without logging in and having a list created for them of things that they should do.
Before Ian even answers it, I said this on my stream. I've been saying this for the last 2 months. There is going to be a lot, and you guys have to prepare your asses for this, because you're going to have 9-inch dildos shoved up your ass of complaints by players being like, I have nothing to do. I'm fucking bored. This is so boring. What the hell am I supposed to do? Because for the first time ever, a very large group of the player base will log into a game that does not give them a chore list of everything that is supposed to be done within the next 24 hours, and within the next week or within the next month. For the first time ever, they're going to log into a game where the game sort of goes, go have fun. And they're like, well, what am I supposed to do? And the game's like, well, what do you want to do? Like, well, I usually just do whatever the fuck you tell me to. Well, I don't have anything to tell you. Do you want to do some dungeons? Do you want to raid? Do you want to dragon ride? Do you want to do renown? Do you want to do professions? Pick a lane and just go. So it's going to take a while. There's going to be a reorienting process where players are going to have to get back to all right, I really want to do this thing, and the game isn't telling me I can do this thing. I just have to go do this thing. As a Ranger player, I love the free touch. You can just do whatever. Azazel, thanks for the first time chat, dude. And yeah, as an old school World of Warcraft player, I love that because that's what we used to do in old school World of Warcraft. During Wrath of the Lich King, I would level every single class that I owned just so that I could do raids. I literally did nothing else. My Warlock, I did all of the dailies, all of the fucking XP grinds, everything. And then on my alts, I would literally do dungeons so that I could get the gear so that I could start raiding. You know, go into Naxxramas, going into Ulduar, then into ICC. Just that was my progression. That's the shit that I did. And it was funny that in Wrath of the Lich King, you could get Naxxramas and Ulduar runs literally right at the end of the expansion. Like we were at the end of the expansion, and there were still people running Naxxramas, running Ulduar, because there were alts that wanted to raid, and for them to raid, they needed to do all of these older raids, you know, because they wanted the gear so they could get into ICC. So yeah, it's gonna take a while, but people will eventually figure out, oh, I can actually just play the shit out of this game in whichever way I choose.
And how do you think that's going to be met with the player base once
good.
they get into an environment it's like, choose where you want to go?
And I think the hope is, well, I mean, there's still you can look at your world map, and there's plenty of activities. There's world quests, other events. There's things to do to raise your different renowns that you're chasing. And early on, again, for the people who don't have their sights set on doing high Mythic Plus or jumping in and getting into Mythic rating as soon as they can, a lot of the item level rewards from all of those systems will be very relevant. And, you know, going and helping either, you know, Rathian or Sibelian out the Obsidian Citadel or otherwise. Depends. It depends on how I feel on any given day.
Commit.
Coward. No.
Pick a side.
We'll see what the canon choice ends up being. But in any case, like all of those things are offering powerful rewards. It's not like we've just said there's no more reward in the game. But for the people who, you know, the people who are focused on the hardcore stuff, who are getting, you know, 410 plus gear from other sources.
Nico Spider, that's a difficult one. Because I haven't played Dragonflight at all. I didn't get beta access, so obviously no idea. Miracos, thanks so much for coming to say hello, dude. Enjoy it, bro. I don't want to give you any answers right now. Let me play through Dragonflight and then I'll come back to you. Then I'll give you advice. It looks good. If you loved World of Warcraft from TBC and Wrath, I think you're going to enjoy Dragonflight, but I don't want to speak too soon because obviously I haven't had the only Dragonflight I've played is the pre-patch and the Drakthir starting campaign. So I genuinely don't want to give any advice right now until I've actually had an opportunity to play the game.
They have plenty to do. Mm-hmm. And we don't need to try to, you know, offer them more reasons to spend more time in World of Warcraft than they're otherwise spending. And I think, you know, all this is just there with a sense of freedom to explore it as you see fit. For some people, maybe you're going to focus on getting raid ready during the first couple of weeks, and you'll come back and check out.
But Aragost, you make that sound as if it's a bad thing. Like, people are just literally going to have nothing to do. Raiders will not have nothing to do because raiders will always level alts and raid with alts, because any raider, especially hardcore raiders, but even I think casual raiders will feel the same way. It is not the same doing a raid on a warlock as it is doing a raid on a warrior. It's like literally brand new content because it's such a different experience doing it on two different classes and doing it on 3, 4, 5. It's almost always a new thing. PvPers don't need any new content. They just make their own content because there's always someone to kill. Casuals will find things to do in the game. And it's okay if in a month you've done everything to just go and do something else. Go play another game. Come back to the game when, you know, when something new comes out. There's nothing wrong with playing a game that way. You should not force people to play the game for more than what they want to. You're saying it's not worth your money, but it's actually better. Because now you can pay $15, play for a month, have some fun, enjoy the month. If at the end of the month you feel like, I don't really have anything else to do anymore, stop your sub. Come back when the new patch comes out. And then, you know, play some more. I don't see why do you want Blizzard to create things to keep you busy? You can keep yourself busy.
The renown tracks later, because there are mounts or dragon riding skins or other things you want to unlock. Or again, if you're someone who's really focused on professions, there are specific recipes. If you're a leather worker, you're going to want to, work on that centaur renown to get some of the leatherworking recipes from there. So it's all of the same philosophies are there. It just we don't have that artificial.
Video games is there to keep you busy. Games, as in multiple games. Download Steam, bro. There's a fucking wealth of library or games out there on Steam that can keep you busy. Well, if you're a mono gamer, that's your fucking problem, bro.
Artifact power, that, soulbind renown, that thing that is just hitting everyone over the head with being completely mandatory regardless of your playstyle. And again, that gets back to we don't want to force players into content that they don't inherently enjoy. We want to let you play the game the way you want to play the game.
Are you far more relaxed now with it's okay if people aren't logging in week on week? If they log in just for... Because you mentioned earlier, raid logging would be the prime example, but obviously in terms of logging in to do the specific thing they want to do. Because it's felt like for
Prime Sub did really appreciate that.
Now,
welcome to the Gen Nation.
We want people online. We want WoW to be a part of their daily habits, almost. By intention, your mission, even your mission board and BFA, collecting your Azerite power, whatever it might be. As a lot of these systems seem designed to engage somebody, at least on a daily basis, as the norm. So are you more relaxed now with that? Probably isn't going to be... It won't be for me, is what I would say. It's not going to be. There's other options out there that are equally as fun and maybe less fun, but also I can jump into that experience very quickly. You've got games like Path of Exile out there that are just free.
Sure.
Not going through a great time right now, but generally speaking, the market is so flooded with this. Is this something you're adapting to, accepting, or...?
I mean... all the above to an extent. I mean, I think we never want, our goal is never habit in the sense of you have to log in when you don't want to. Our goal is for you to want to log in. Our goal is for you to want to play World of Warcraft and to look forward to getting back into the game, to have something you want to complete, something you want to chase. And if you're not wanting it, then getting you to do it despite that isn't a victory for us. It's just burning people out. And so I think giving people the freedom to feel like they can take a step away, do something in real life, play another game for a while without falling behind is valuable. I think the one thing that we do worry about when it comes to sort of the raid logging phenomenon or people taking breaks is the social nature of the game. Is sort of the critical mass of keeping a group together. If the person who is really excited to log in to do things with their guildmates logs in and no one from their guild is online because of whatever reason, and then they just log back off kind of disappointed because they were hoping to play with friends but their friends weren't around, that can be an issue. And I think that's something, going back to WoD, to Warlords of Draenor, that was probably the peak of the raid logging era, where really there was other than checking your garrison, if it wasn't raid night, there was nothing to do. It wasn't, because Myth Plus didn't even exist back then.
As well, go in, look at all 10 of your characters, or I think it was 10 at the time.
And so that felt like a step too far toward that end of the spectrum. But ultimately, as long as we're keeping social groups somewhat healthy, we want people to be able to play the game.
The secret and the balance that you want to hit in these games is there should always be something for those people that want something to do in the game, but none of it should ever feel like you're forced to do it. That's the balance that you want to strike. This is where the previous expansions for World of Warcraft kept failing. Because, yes, there were always something to do, but those things were forced upon you. So in Shadowlands, for example, you were forced to level your covenants. You were also forced to do Torghast. You were forced to grind out Korthia. You were forced to do Mythic Plus. You were forced to sometimes do PvP, and you were forced to raid because you needed to get your vault up. So there were so many things that, and you could say forced it's not true, but it is true for a certain type of player. Because there are players, obviously, there's always going to be players that they don't need to do any of this because they don't really care about doing hardcore raiding. But I can tell you as an ex-hardcore raider, someone that literally raided hardcore Mythic for a really long time, I turned hardcore raider in Wrath of the Lich King. And I did that literally all throughout until the final raid for Legion. I literally quit while we were progressing on Argus Mythic. Is when I just quit. My guild was dog shit. I had a bunch of players that really couldn't fucking do their jobs, and I just had enough at that point. But I've been a hardcore raider, and I can tell you as a hardcore raider, if there is even one item level that you can gain by doing something, even if it is the most bonkers, mindless task ever, you'll do it. You will do it. Even if it is just one fucking item. Dude, if it's 10 intellect more, not even an item level, if it's the same item level, but this one has 5 more intellect than the item you have now, but it's going to be a 2-month grind, there we go. The 2-month grind is on. Let's fucking do this, right? That's just how min-maxy it gets at the higher end of shit, at the higher end of content. So you want to make content for those players that is completely optional. You do not want to fill their lives, because everything you put in that they must do, they will do.
In the way that makes them happiest.
Excellent. Like, this is all very positive.
That, right?
Yeah,
it's like, it seems like it should. It's kind of a no-brainer, but
well, no, I mean that's the experience I've had, and I've been on some mystical quest now, like Kung Fu, is like trying all these different experiences. Like the main thing I'm seeing is they just create experiences that you want to log in for, you don't have to log in for, which is what I remember from World of Warcraft.
There's a player base of millions of folks who've said, we like this game, we've chosen to make this our home. We ignore them at our folly. Like, what do they want? What do they not want?
I think that's enough about gameplay. Dragonflight is changing so much. This mandatory content that we've been burdened with for the last 8 years is going away. There'll still be some stuff, and that's basically them wanting you to be excited about it. Come and check it out, see what it's like, but then you can leave it alone. It's more of an introduction than anything else, and I think that's a fair balance that they've struck. But now we need to move on to a more sensitive subject. The elephant in the room. Sexual allegations against Blizzard has been a prominent subject around the world. It's still ongoing, with lawsuits still pending.
Oof.
But let's find out what they've done to change things internally.
This is going to be heavy, bro.
A frat boy culture. That is how Activision Blizzard is now being described here in this new lawsuit filed by the California Department of Fair Employment and Housing. The state agency alleges that female employees there are subjected to sex discrimination, unlawful sexual harassment, retaliation, and unequal pay.
Let's get into a few ground rules of this subject because it's a little sensitive, and investigations are still ongoing and probably will be ongoing for a while, which means we can't dive into specifics. We're simply not allowed. I'm also not a journalist. I am not the person who should be diving into this stuff. There are lawyers and things working on this currently to find out exactly what happened and make sure the right people are compensated. We know certain things have happened at Blizzard. We are fully aware that they have done a complete equity paycheck on every single employee in the business, making sure that person A doing the same job as person B are being paid exactly the same amount for doing that job. We know that has taken place and people are very happy with it. What we're going to do is give Blizzard the platform. We're going to ask the question of what their goal is overall. What is their philosophy overall to make sure things like this never happen again? Amongst all the Dragonflight changes that have come from the last 7 years of expansions, it's been so changed, but you've also had so much, and we've got to get into this, is like so much upheaval internally with COVID. We obviously had all the harassment stuff that came through and massive changes amongst the staff. Like, how have you dealt with that in terms of dealing with the motivation of the staff, the internal environment, and then pushing forward with an entirely new philosophy on the game for Dragonflight? It's got to have been a rough couple of years.
It's definitely been a challenging couple of years, but I think the team today is stronger and more tight-knit than we've ever been, having come through that and having weathered it. I mean, COVID in 2020 was obviously threw the whole world for a loop, to say the least, and began a process for us of relearning a lot of sort of lifelong creative and collaborative processes of how do you have what used to be the casual conversation around a whiteboard, or bouncing ideas off your office mate.
To talk about it yesterday, it's like it's very, very strange, and in the creative environment, that's really hard. And you've done Shadowlands and Dragonflight in this new place, so it's got to have been for you, who's leading the charge. It's like, okay, this is a lot of challenges to face.
I think it's been resolving some problems and figuring out systems and processes that work. And a lot of, I think a lot of what we've come up with, we would keep regardless. Even if we could all come back to the office tomorrow, there are certain meetings that we would have that we'd keep virtual forever. I think it is, it's the social connections, it's the casual interactions that are the hardest to reproduce, but we continue to work at it. And then obviously the other, major event last year, I think really it triggered a period of ongoing self-reflection for the team as a whole, for the company as a whole. Starting last summer, it was both, looking inward to our culture, to our history, to, frankly ask, like, are we who the internet says we are? Is this who we really are? And I think the answer
Just
became
Bobby
was
Kotick,
no,
bro.
but also certainly it's who we never want to be and want to have no chance of being. And so how do we change our processes? How do we develop a culture of feedback and listening and openness and trust that makes sure that even the slightest hint of impropriety will be raised and dealt with before we ever got any place close to the allegations from years and years ago? But at the same time, we were also listening to our player base and kind of re-examining, we were hearing lots of feedback, not just about anger at the revelations in the lawsuits, but about the state of the game.
Yep. It was a double whammy.
Your I'm quitting video very much included. Of like, we're missing something big here, right? Our goal at the end of the day is to make a world that players want to spend time in, that they're going to love spending time in, and that's the passion that drives all of us. And we're failing.
This is the third day we've been here on the Blizzard campus.
But about the state of the game.
Yep.
It
was a double whammy.
Your I'm quitting video very much included. Of like, we're missing something big here, right? Our goal at the end of the day is to make a world that players want to spend time in, that they're going to love spending time in, and that's the passion that drives all of us. And we're failing.
That might be the first time in the history of World of Warcraft that I have ever heard Ian Azicostas or anyone at Blizzard say that we were failing. Yeah, we weren't doing the right things. I'm drinking this. I don't know if you can see that, but it's Stony ginger beer, no sugar.
This is the third day we've been here on the Blizzard campus, and it's a strange, strange place. It's huge. 7 giant buildings housing Overwatch over there. They're doing World of Warcraft in there. They're doing WoW Classic over there. It's a weird, weird environment to be in because there's nobody here. Blizzard has been running about 15% staff on site since Shadowlands, since COVID kicked in, and it doesn't plan on changing. People that are here generally come in for 1 or 2 days a week. The rest of the time they work from home. And all across California, to the other gaming companies we've spoken to this week, that is going to stay exactly like that.
The last 4 years have been really tumultuous.
But are they going to keep that massive campus thing? Because I'm pretty sure that campus costs them a fuck ton of money to maintain. If you're only going to have 15% of your staff on hand at any given point, why keep the massive premise?
For you guys, we've had COVID and walking around yesterday, wonderful access to see everything and see how it works, but desolate. Very strange, an eerie feeling because everything is designed for so much fun. Yeah, well, today's an anomaly, and I know that. I've been told that many times by the comms team. They're like, it's not like this. We've not set this up. These aren't paid actors to give it some life. But we did the full tour yesterday. Everything you guys have set up for all the staff is so fun. Like, they're very creative in their places. Seeing the team, the staff just playing volleyball at lunch. That's stuff. That's exactly why we're here. No one sees that, right? Yeah. That's what they don't know happens. Yeah. But obviously, then the allegations come out. Huge shake up at the top. And you guys are the ones who steered that ship, as far as I know. So we need to know, how did you do that? You came into a really rough patch, and then you seemingly have got here. So,
well, I mean, as you pointed out, I mean, who could have predicted the last couple of years? I mean, just having COVID and having to work from home, and we literally mobilized within a couple of days. It's like, okay, everyone, there's a lockdown happening. You need to go home to be safe, and we're going to make sure you have equipment. And then we literally went through a cycle of getting everyone machines. That alone was a big deal, to deal with. and certainly, the issues that we faced as a company and even as our team, our team felt very strongly about, hey, we're going to send our message out to our players. We want them to know where we stand and what we want to be, as a team. And, I'm really proud of how much nobody on the team got defensive. Nobody said, oh, but this, that, or the other, and said, no, okay, this is a wake up call for us. This is something that we have to ingrain in our culture and reinforce.
Jesus,
and
Potty,
we've grown
that's rough.
as a team, and as new players come onto our team, we want to make sure that they are safe, that they understand what our values are, and that we want our game to be inclusive and diverse. Because after all, our audience it's around the globe. I'm going to throw one thing at you because I also oversee the Warcraft franchise.
Yes.
In our 28-year history, we've accumulated 250 million players in Warcraft. Around 250 million players.
It's crazy when you see the number.
It's
right?
nuts, right?
It just seems unrealistic.
You think of how big that is, and it's important that the team that is making the game and the content that's in that game reflects that diverse audience. And that's something that this team has embraced wholeheartedly. And it's been great. It's been great to see and letting our game and our team speak for us, and what we stand for. I've never been through that kind of experience before, especially making games, which I think a lot of people think of as kind of trivial entertainment, or at least they did when I first got started with it. And now it's an important part of people's lives.
Look at that pooch just chilling.
I totally get that, and I can't say I've never seen a happier workforce besides mine, obviously. No, everybody's been super happy.
Feel free to speak candidly if you don't agree.
But it generally has felt that way being here, because that's exactly why I asked to do this. I watched the latest couple of interviews. The Dragonflight announcement I really disliked because it was very glossy and shiny. I was like, this isn't gamers. It's not us. Who are you talking to? And then you get here and it's like, this is the reality. Chilling out, shouting, playing volleyball, and doing all those kind of things. And I think you should be proud of what you've done, because unless you're all like it's a North Korea thing going on out there, everyone seems pretty happy.
The stories that came out over that time were absolutely horrific, and they're still ongoing, which is why the guys couldn't say much. No woman working anywhere should feel that way, and this is an industry-wide problem that we're seeing all over the place and hopefully is being addressed. Blizzard themselves are doing what they can, making sure that the lines of communication are open, and the message has been absolutely loud and clear. We spoke to people off camera, on camera about this, and that message was simple. This can never, ever happen again. They can't afford to have it happen again, and they don't want to be associated with that kind of environment, and they're trying to move forward as a team, and as Ian said, they don't want to be the people the internet says they are. They don't want that at all. And it's nice to see that during the stages that the staff did, that John Haidt was out there supporting them as well. The new leadership is a big part of why we went. Fresh blood in. We've had Holly come in, Mike Ibarra come in, and we have Microsoft potentially coming in the future, who are all addressing this issue to make lives better for themselves. And we hope for that to be there. In total, Activision Blizzard has laid off 37 staff, reprimanded a further 40 plus. I can't predict the future, and it's not my place to do so. I can't talk to everybody at Blizzard, and the fact is, as was pointed out to us several times, is the fact that people can now work from home has given them a safety net to be able to speak out as quickly as possible if something is going wrong. What the future holds is on Blizzard. And so we'll pay attention to these ongoing lawsuits, what's going on, and what they're doing with. But I can tell you this, and I'm okay with saying this. What I saw while I was there was extremely happy people. Obviously, not everybody's there, but that's what I saw. The only times that Blizzard asked us to turn our cameras around was when the staff were squealing with delight at seeing other employees. They've been apart for so long, and they love working there, and they love the other people they work with. We've heard from other sources that you will see in other interviews coming out later that the rumors and reports are that things are much, much, much better at Blizzard itself, especially in the Warcraft team, and they're all working to make things good for them. That's what we know.
I just want to address something the chat is going on about. So Microsoft historically, if you go back 10, 12 years, Microsoft would go in, buy a new company, change the company, destroy the company, have shit games, company would almost never sort of get back. In more recent years, Microsoft have, and specifically under Phil Spencer, Microsoft have changed their approach quite significantly. Microsoft, or Xbox really, acquires a new studio. This new studio is given literally a near unlimited budget with very little oversight from Microsoft's side in terms of how often or how much games they have to make. The main focus for Microsoft usually is on Game Pass. That's what EA. That's the only thing that Xbox gives a fuck about, right? The Xbox doesn't care about anything else. They literally just want to push Game Pass. So as long as you're bringing out games, doesn't have to be a new WoW expansion every year or every 2 years or anything like that. All they care about is that you keep bringing out new games that can convince people to install Game Pass, and then they're happy. Which is why when you look at almost all of Microsoft's games from their first party games, it almost all of them got delayed by like massive amounts. More than a year sometimes. Some of their games have actually been delayed now almost 2 years. So Phil Spencer really does take the approach of it's ready when it's ready. And they don't really interfere too much in the day-to-day bullshit. They went that way right in the beginning, like 12, 15 years ago. But that shit has completely stopped, at least for the most part.
But it's up to them to prove it. The other thing I want to discuss is, why did we go? Why did we do this? Why did I pay to send me and another member of my staff all this equipment over across the other side of the world in order to see Blizzard? When I left, I was about as deeply upset about a video game as I'd ever been. World of Warcraft provided me so much, and I had to say goodbye. But I felt we owed them another chance. And what was really interesting is that the top execs at Blizzard, not just in regards to me, but in regards to you guys as well who may have left, felt the same way.
WoW, when it first came out, I mean, Facebook was only at Harvard. It hadn't yet hit the rest of the world. And for a lot of people, social interaction through the chat of WoW and logging in on WoW was one of their first experiences in being around a bunch of other people and exchanging ideas. Even though the premise is we're playing this game together, but we're also having meaningful discourse. And I think that, we want to see that we're doing the same thing, 5 and 10 years from now that we did back then.
Especially because seemingly when I stopped making regular content, I mean, you guys, not directly, but World of Warcraft gave me a career. I've traveled the world with my children because of World of Warcraft, and to leave that behind was devastating. Like, to the point where I could not play this game anymore. That's where I was at. I can't even fathom logging in to play anymore. Nope. We met in 15 years ago when you were in Molten Core.
Wow.
He was just a raider in Molten Core, in my Molten Core guild. And we disconnected for a decade. And then, because I was streaming and stuff, he was like, "Oh, Mike."
Yeah. That's amazing.
Yeah, and now he works for me, and we're all doing very well. So I owe all that to. So it's like leaving it behind was devastating. And then I see Dragonflight's coming out, and I kind of got the message. We kind of changed everything that you were moaning about. Come have a look. I was like, okay. And then I came in. I was skeptical. I was a pessimist. I was like, it's here somewhere. There's Azerite power under this table. I know there is. It's lurking. And it's like, no, it's not there. So that's when I watched the last interview with Ian and Max. I was like, this ain't right. Let's send a message. Can we come? Can we do something that's casual, relaxed, a conversation? Instead of like, here's 20 questions. Go. Right, I'm going.
Yep.
I field all requests.
So thank you.
Oh, no, thank you.
Thank you very much.
You've been wonderful, both of you.
Yeah, thanks for not giving up on us.
Yeah.
How can I? I agree with you guys.
The sun is setting on our time here at Blizzard for now, and this video. Everything we were promised.
Yeah,
we were given.
almost, boys.
Unprecedented access. We got to go absolutely everywhere. We were well taken care of. We got to look at everything, and it's hard not to be impressed with the changes in leadership and the direction that they're going with this game. I can't promise what's going to be here in the next 5 years. What I can tell you is, as I'm talking to you right now, a meeting.
So Bonnie, they definitely didn't pay him. From a legal standpoint, and Breach would know this as a content creator, if you get paid for anything, be it an interview, be it a trip, you have to divulge it. If you don't, you're basically fucked. So no content creator is going to risk taking a couple of bucks, even if it is a lot, right? Let's imagine that they offered him 100,000 or even $1 million to go out. If he gets caught, that's the end of his career, right? Because no one will trust a word he says after that. So I don't think Preach would ever do that. And you have to divulge. And as you can see here, just based on that, there's not a single mention of him being sponsored or being paid by Blizzard to be there.
Meeting has been going on since 5 a.m. discussing where World of Warcraft will be in the next 10 years. They're duly focused on new things. It's Era 3 is what they're calling it. It's going to be a big change from everything we've seen since Legion, since Classic. They're going in a different way and they're going to see how people like it and they're going to adapt. Everything they've told us is that they're listening to player fluid feedback. The game is going to be dictated far more by what players want to do. The idea of modular content will remain, but now they're looking to make content that is far more evergreen. Features added in Dragonflight should still have relevance 3 expansions down the road, not just left to the bin like Warfronts, Island Expeditions, Torghast, Garrisons, the list goes on, Class Halls, which have all been fan favorites, some of them less so, but then just disappeared every single time, which was by design in the past. That's going to change. They're going to look at it in a different way. It's worth a look and it's worth checking out because their intentions seem very, very pure. I'm super happy with what we found here. I couldn't have asked for more. I couldn't have asked for more time, and I'm glad we came and I'm glad we did this. Thank you for coming along for this journey, and we'll see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Boys, that was good. This was fucking good. I really enjoyed this. It made me actually excited for the future of World of Warcraft, and I have to admit, it's been a long time since I've actually been excited for World of Warcraft. Line of formal conspiracy is not required. What do you mean? What exactly does that mean? I have nothing. We've changed. Same old story. I have no idea who this was made for, why, or what it was meant to achieve. Avolfina, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No idea what it was made for, why or what it was meant to achieve. Who plays the game will play the game. People who stop playing the game will watch it from afar and try playing Dragonflight will get a taste of change or third era, whatever, themselves. There are interesting people working there and they finally talk like people and not from a script, but just what was this about or who was it for? Mo, I don't think you and I watched the same fucking video. I'm going to be honest with you. Alta, by the way, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Genuinely don't think you and I were watching the same fucking video. Anti-product, thanks for the follow, bro. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. This gave me all the feels, and I don't know how to feel about it. Them bridges have been burned so many times, but I don't know. Look, I am not sitting here telling anyone to get the game. I think it's too early, and I'm not going to do it. I have my reputation to consider here. I'll tell you tomorrow what I think you should be doing after I've played it, because I didn't get into the beta, so I obviously have no idea how good or not good the game is. I can only tell you what I've heard, and I can tell you that what Blizzard have been saying and what I've been seeing, it looks closer to what I want. So if we're talking about directions here, it is going in the direction of where I want World of Warcraft to go, unlike the previous expansions where it would go in the direction of things that I don't want. So if I go back to Legion, I was actually not the biggest fan of Legion, and this is not just, you know, something I'm saying right now because I'm trying to be edgy or whatever. No, I genuinely wasn't that big of a fan of Legion. I thought that Legion was fine, but I didn't think that Legion was great. I didn't like the I didn't like all the grind in Legion and all of the connected grind. I really didn't like BFA, and I genuinely hated Shadowlands. With everything in my heart, I hated Shadowlands. Except for Torghast, which I still think is fun. But this, to me, is a step in the right direction. And that's all I can say. Will it be absolutely fundamentally amazing, beyond good, beyond better than anything we've ever played before? Probably not. Probably not. It's probably going to require a lot more time. But this is a good step in the right direction. And that really is the only thing you can ask for right now. Is that first step in the right direction. And then just wait, you know? Just wait. And let's see. Stuff well, but it's where you have to log in every day from, yeah, that's pretty much when it started. Tasty, how you doing, bro? Bandage systems they have been relying on. I like that they were so open and honest about it. That's really the thing I guess I like most about that entire thing. Is that they were entirely open and honest about everything. Black Dragonflight is the one I would go with. I mean, as far as I know, you don't have to make a decision there. You can go pretty much with whoever the fuck you want, I think. I could be wrong, but I think. Mercery, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's grind, and then there's Korean MMO grind. Look, again, I will say this. There's nothing wrong with grinds. MMOs is synonymous with grinds, and grinds is synonymous with MMOs. But I do think that there's healthy grinds, and then there's what I would consider to be unhealthy grinds. And World of Warcraft for a while now has been going down this hole of unhealthy grinding, where it's not just a grind because I choose to do the grind. It's that, so here's the thing. Let's say I want to mount, okay? Let's say I want invincible. I'm going to have to engage in the grind of running running ICC every single day on probably every single character, or every single week on every single character, in order to get the drop. That's a grind. I chose to do the grind because I want invincible. But what ended up happening with expansions like BFA, with expansions like Legion, and with Shadowlands, is I want Invincible. Invincible drops from ICC. But in order to get into ICC, I first have to spam Argent Dawn dailies. And before I can do those, I have to spam the Skalvar dailies and the Tuskar dailies. And once I've done all the Tuskar dailies and all of those dailies, now I can finally do, what do you call it? Now I can jump in and I can do Ulduar. And once I've run Ulduar, now I can finally do my ICC. See, so in order to get to my goal, I had to do a bunch of other things that wasn't part of my goal. And that really was where the problem came in. Jason, how you doing, brother? Was sad that Double didn't grill the Denuser on Sylvanas' grotesque story arcs. And so, I mean, you don't really have time in those half-hour story arcs. You don't really have time for that. What do you want? I don't know why I would be posting this. There's no point, right? There is actually something we could probably quickly do is figure out my bank situations here. I've not opened my bank for such a long time. Oh, thank fuck. It's not that many things in here. That makes me a little happy, at least. What can I get rid of? Shit. Ooh. You know load shedding tonight? No. No load shedding tonight, but we'll probably have load shedding tomorrow. I probably get rid of all this shit, right? Do you think I'm ever gonna need this Grumveld crap ever again? I don't think so, right? Or do you think I should keep it for, like, future... Maybe someone in the future wants the legendary... Will you even be able to make the legendaries now after Shadowlands? I don't think so, right? I can just literally sell it. Can you even fucking sell it? Or do you have to just throw it away? Fuck it, we'll just throw it away. Screw it. This cost me 20k, by the way. Prophet Scott, how you doing, bro? You doing a launch party, or are you just intending on experiencing Dragonflight alone? Prophet Scott, I mean, I'm live right now, aren't I? Hey, what do you mean, launch party? Is there something I should be doing differently right now? Craft the legendary Iron Dildo of Power? Bro, that sounds like my kind of legendary. Fuck. I have so much shit that I need to get rid of. Alright, now we have to go somewhere else. As in going there with people in a party, maybe? I don't know if I were planning on doing that. If you were planning on doing that. You mean going into the Dragon Isles with a party in-game? Or do you mean with, like, friends or something? Because the answer to both of those is no. I'll be doing it solo bolo, bro. Like I have always done it. I level alone. Frostnip, how you doing, brother? Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, you were throwing away all that silver? Yep. Literally, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm just throwing shit away. Wish to give us Lordaeron back to rebuild and move the undead to the burnt tree and to settle. Fuck off with your... We're not going to the burning tree, bro. You guys can get the fucking burning tree. Prof Scott, I level weird because I read every single quest, right? So it's sort of like... If I go with a party, people want to usually fucking rush me. And then I get really annoyed very quickly. Because people will be like, oh my god, let's go, let's go. I'm like, man, shut the fuck up. I'm busy leveling. So no, I like experiencing it just to chat. Plus, that's the nice thing of being a streamer. You basically always have a group of friends just hanging out. So it really helps. You don't read the quests? You'll be surprised how many people don't read quests. Nah, let's take Nomad. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Dragon Wolf, how you doing, brother? The game is not live yet. The game shall be live in about 20 minutes, I believe. 24 minutes, actually. I'll probably go get up in a minute and just go stretch my legs before the game goes live. I just quickly want to hand in this animal bullshit so that I can leave here and then never return. I'm not coming back to this place soon. I swear to God. Shadowlands is not going to see me for a really long time, bro. The Grey, 22 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, is it just me? How many of you are sitting at the edge of your seat waiting for this expansion to go live now? And how many of you are still not sure? Nice. Nice.
All of these have been battle tested. My goods will serve you well.
I'm waiting at the docks, ready to go. Oh shit. That's a good point. I don't even know where this fucking game, like where do we kick off? Oh, that's like shit. I have companions. Lol. Well, consume that. I don't know what the fuck that is. Let's throw that away. Don't know what that is. Don't know what this is. What is this? Sandworn relic. A relic thought lost to time, acquired certain enemies in chest in the endless sands. I don't need this. Yeah, fuck me. Delete that. I'm excited to give it a try for a month. Bro, I am really excited. the hell is this? You need the catacomb. I don't know what this is. Fuck, man. I have so many bullshit things. I always kept reading my first run to level fast and then you go slow my second jar. Fuck no. Why would you want to go fast? Where are you heading? Like, what's the point? Oh, some gold. Nice. I'm hoping I need none of this shit. X-Token, how you doing, brother? Widget, how you doing? Zeppelin Tower at Dranashore Blockade, I think, where we left off for the Broken Shore 2. Only thing I will rush is PvP. No clue. I always rush in games when it comes out. Can't help myself. Well, no. I need to go as slow as humanly possible. Oh, this is conduits. God damn it. Alright. I just need to get my bags as empty as humanly possible so that, you know... we're gonna be leveling now. And there's nothing that fills up your bags quite as fast as leveling. Alright. Hey, Azazel, thanks for the prime sub. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, sir. Really appreciate that. Oh shit, that helped. I can sell that for 20 gold. That's all right. Okay, now. Learn this shit. Let's analyze every line of dialogue on 5-minute segments to truly get what Blizzard wants us to know. I don't do that. Like, that would be taking things a little bit too fucking far. But I do enjoy... I do enjoy leveling. I've always been a huge fan of leveling, to be fair. I don't know what this is, so... just delete it. Probably don't need it. Don't know what this is, so throw that away. Don't know what the fuck that is. Throw that away. This is Tome of Eternal. Teach you how to craft Vestige of Eternal. I don't know what this is. Sealbreaker key. Delete this. If it dropped once, I can probably get it again. Delete that. And delete that. And whatever the hell this is gets deleted. So we have two things. Sell that too. Right. And that's my bag, boys. That's my bag. I'm ready. Leveling has always been my favorite part of WoW. Oh yeah. I like seeing the new stories. Oh wait, I'm not done yet. Quest log. Okay. What do we have that we can drop? This one can be abandoned. Yes, get rid of that. Abandon this. Yes. What do you mean 4 of 9? Pretty sure I finished the whole fucking campaign. Change of domination. I'm pretty sure I finished it. What do you mean? Maybe I didn't finish it. Well, too late now. I can do this one, though. Heart of the Sepulchre. Don't need that. And I'm just going to skip this one, too. Right. Now, we are ready, boys. Zigzags, how you doing, brother? I am so ready for this. I am so fucking ready, guys. So new expansion, let's wash out the bitter taste of anima. And replace it with dragon riding. I am wrong spec. There we go. Come here for my drops. Excited for reactions. Rossifers, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Right, I don't know where exactly. It should be here, right? Because this is where we got all of our shit. And this is where the boats leave. So I'm pretty sure this is where the expansion is going to start from. Let's listen to Lothamar for a while. I would assume the docks, yeah? Dude, you know what's gonna suck? We're gonna be sitting here. The game is gonna go live. It's gonna kick all of us out of the game. And then we're gonna try and get back in. We're not gonna get back in. Shady Grove, we are never that lucky. Pray for smooth launch. You'd be praying to the wrong gods, bro. There is no god on this planet that will offer us a smooth launch. That shit just does not happen. Guaranteed that won't happen. Power cut in 15 minutes. Jeez, don't make jokes, bro. I know for a fact we don't have power cuts today. Yeah, Legion did have a smooth launch. To be fair, though, I think Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands had decently smooth launches. So we may actually see a pretty smooth launch once again. That is entirely possible. If the mouth of Razageth.
Do you think the mouth of Razageth looks like Drust? The beak looks like Drust would.
I mean, the Drust would have a pretty close connection to the Primalists, because the Drusts were druids that fell to death or started using death magic, therefore became death druids. So there would be a very close connection between the Drust and the Primalists, but the Primalists would almost certainly predate the Drust by several thousand years. Not really necromancers, Aragorn. More like druidism, but the death side of it. Which is a brand new magic type that we've not really speculated on that much, but we should probably. Because we've always known what druidism is, right? Druidism is just the art of life. That's it. It's using life and shit like that. Whereas they use the other side of it. So they use the death side of it. Which is stuff that we didn't even fucking know. Right? What was I gonna do? I'm pretty sure I clicked on this for a reason, but now I can't remember for the life of me what that reason was. But we probably could do. Go collections, mounts. Jesus. Okay. We need the water strider. Anti-product, I'm pretty sure I just blue screened, yeah. Wait, no, I have... Never mind. I have Water Strider in all of my mounts, but I do need a different mount. I don't like this one. Now I can't remember what those mounts were called, though. Not the Great Steed. The ones we got in Legion. The Warlock ones. What was the Warlock mounts in Legion called again? Oh yeah, the Netherlord ones. Yeah, here we go, here we go. Yep. This shall be my mount for now. For you, for neat. And then that one with my flying mount. Great. Dude, it's been a while since we've had a launch. Just look at all the people hanging out. Although it's nothing compared to what it used to be. This is the one part that I hate of the new sort of layer system that they have, where you don't see everyone in the same spot. Fuck. Because I know that seeing everyone in the same spot was really terrible for performance and shit. But dude, nothing beat being an Ogrimmar and just you can't not see people. It's just everywhere. What do you usually do whenever your power goes out? I read, Neo. I am sick, so it is kicking my ass. Shit, Arnold. What's wrong, brother? Lady Survival, how you doing, Brooke? Are you excited for the launch? Wrath of the Lich King transition? Kinda. I think I was drunk actually that night, so don't ask me too many questions, Beast of it. Actually, I know for a fact I was drunk. Me and my guild got shit-faced the night of Cataclysm. Like, just absolutely bonkers, dude. I think I actually passed out at my PC. Like, we got so drunk. Like, most of us just passed out at the PC. Just fucked. Wait, bro. Q&A Wayne. Morning, how you doing, bro? I'll let you know. Probably tomorrow. Probably tomorrow afternoon, actually. That's nice, Brock. Because I know you've been having a hard time with World of Warcraft for a while now. So I'm happy to hear that. It doesn't seem like the servers are going off. At least I'm not getting any notifications of it. Oh, it's probably going to start like 5 minutes beforehand. Usually it starts 15 minutes beforehand. So this is pretty weird. Just to be cautious, review your talents. Not that it matters really, but I have not spent a single minute looking over the talent trees. I literally chose a Wowhead build and just went with it. I'll go through my talents. If I decide to raid this expansion, that's when I'll learn the talents. Otherwise, I think I'm perfectly happy with this. I think it's fine. Are you sure there won't be a server restart? There's gonna be. It's gonna kick us out. Like, guaranteed. When I'm excited for a fresh start. You and me both. Lady Survival, you and me both. I remember the Deathwing animations, Beast Stephen. Those I remember. Where an entire zone would just turn red, and if you were in there for too long, you'd just die. Like, you'd literally just get one shot. I remember those. But that happened during the pre-patch already. Where Deathwing would just fucking ruin you. Dude, I cannot explain to you guys how fucking tired I am. I cannot explain it to you. I should have been asleep already. 3, 4, almost 5 hours ago. Like right now, I should have been asleep already for 5 hours. Have you seen that one vid about the mysterious deaths in WoW Classic in Stone Tunnel Mountains? Yes, Aragast, I saw it. And I pissed off a lot of people because apparently I don't just believe people when they say shit. You know, apparently I am too inquisitive. Because while the guy was saying things, I was going, wait, can we actually Google this? And then I Googled it and like people got super annoyed at me. Like, bro, why are you Googling this? And I'm like, I'm sorry, because I'm not a sheep. Like, I don't just trust what someone says. Makes an outrageous claim. I want to know if it's fucking true. I apologize for not being a moron. So yeah, that reaction did not go over well. I still enjoyed it. I thought it was a tremendous video. But yeah, I kind of just figured out ahead of everyone else that it was fake, right? There was an achievement for being killed by Deathwing. I think I have that. I'm not entirely sure. Does watching your stream count towards the Twitch drop thing for the Valdrake? Yes, Lady Survival, it does. It does indeed. I have drops enabled for the Valdrake. 2 gifted subs will get you a pet in-game. There is some other thing that I think only some content creators have access to, but I don't know what that is. I don't drink coffee, Aragast, so that's not going to work. I do need to go pee, though. I think that's what I'll go do. I'll quickly go pee. I'll be right back. Guys, take a break, quick. I'm going to play 3 minutes of ads, so you have no reason not to take a break. All right, boys. All right. I enjoyed BC without mods, just PvP all the way. It really is a special time. I think it makes everyone a little bit happier. A role-based villain, to me, in a general sense, I see Gul'dan as the most heinous, even though even through his backstory. Yeah, I mean, Gul'dan is one of my top 3 favorite characters in World of Warcraft, right? It goes Sargeras, Sylvanas, Gul'dan, and in no particular order. So, it really depends on the day and the time of day, but any one of those 3 characters is my favorite character in World of Warcraft. So, yeah. The thing I loved most about Gul'dan is evil for evil's sake. Like, Gul'dan didn't really care about anything else. He was just evil. for the fuck of it, you know? Real. Thanks for the Prime stuff, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate channel on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind, sir. Death Knight's my favorite. He wanted power. Yeah, but that's it. That's literally all he cared about. Just wanted power. Level mode on. Don't be a pussy. I am a pussy. Why the fuck would I level with... Are you nuts? No thank you. I don't think I will do that. So, how are we gonna know when the game goes live? It's gonna kick us all out. Like, I know that they're not planning a server reset, but it's almost definitely gonna kick all of us out. Man, so many people in one spot. Fuck. You think that's gonna help? I don't know if that's gonna help. Should just phase in. Well, let's see. I'd be surprised if it just phases in. Oh, there we go. Our allies gather in Duratar. This is a very special, this is a very exciting time. Join us, Akalon. It's time to set sail. Alright. There we go. So, I'm so excited. Are you ready to begin our adventure together? Yes, why not? Our preliminary expedition has made landfall in the Dragon Isles. Thanks to the efforts of those brave Dragonscale expedition members, we've established a protected landing site in the Dragon Isles and made contact with the Dragonflight embassy. Are you prepared to accompany us on our next voyage to the Dragon Isles? Ride the Defiant Dragonscale. Yes, I'm ready. So, where's this Defiant what? Bro. Like, what the fuck am I supposed to click on, bro? Are you for real? Is it this one? No. Oh, we're waiting for the Zeppelin. I'm assuming it's gonna come? We have to probably wait for it. Oh, there we go. It does have a time to arrival. 46 seconds. We're not playing Darktide 40k. It's glorious. Not right now. I'm playing World of Warcraft right now. I think it might be higher than 40%, bro. Trickstar, you bastard, with the 5 community subs. And, of course, I'm pretty sure you just got a pet. So, you know. Robotic, holy shit, with the 5 community subs. I'd really appreciate that. And the pets. Can I get some hearts in chat? What the fuck are you guys doing? Like, give me some hearts, bros. Give me some fucking hearts. And off we go. Off we go, fam. Zofia with the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Blurry Coco, thanks for the 2 subs, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Boys, I want to see all the hearts. I want to see this chat just lit up with fucking hearts. Zesharon, thank you so much for the 2 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are far too kind. Although, I know that you guys are doing it for your fucking pets. But I still appreciate the shit out of you for doing it. Disbanded with a Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, come on, boys. Get on board. Let's fucking go. Gonna be a busy slot tonight, sending pics. Dude, dick pics for everyone that gifts up. Dick pics all round. D-Wolf, you motherfucker. I knew that one would get you. I appreciate the 2 gifted subs. Did really appreciate that. Oh, that timing was perfect. D-Wolf, thanks for the gifted subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are they talking? Should I be listening? I don't know. Should probably turn on the sound a little, no? Audio, just turn it up a smidge. Hopefully we don't DC. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Don't do it. The right user, you motherfucker, with a 2 community subs. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Got the boat before us, Alliance. I can't find out where to do the gift sub thing. Maybe I'm just blind. Affle, so when you look at the stream, at the bottom of the stream there should be a subscribe button, and I'm pretty sure if you click on the subscribe button, you can turn it into a gifted sub. So you can tell this, you can literally just say no, you want to gift subs instead of just subscribing. Says for you bastard. 4 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're getting kicked off as well. Truffle shuffle with 5 community subs. Guys, you guys are nuts. You guys are absolutely nuts. Thank you so much for the 5 community subs. Did really appreciate that. You guys do know it's just 2, right? Only 2 will get you the pet. Easy. You got on the boat already? It's not been there yet. Yes, I'm on the boat. I'm not going anywhere, but I am on the boat. This is usually... I should have waited. I should not have gone on the first boat. I fucking knew I shouldn't have gone on the first boat, bro. Sifria with the 2 community subs. Really appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Drilliman, of course, 5 community subs. Holy shit. You guys are nuts. You know that? Level 7 hype train. RCP, lightweight. Thanks for the gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Love you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Boulder First US still has about 1 minute for the boat to get here. My boat is here, but I can't get off the boat. Rio, 2 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, for too kind. Did you guys decide to give me your money so that you can get your fucking mounts? I really appreciate that. Yep. Just got thrown off the fucking boat. Oh, fucking Zeppelin, bro. Just right off. Fuck off. B Stefan, dude. Traxton for the tier 2 sub, for the 2 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. B Stefan for the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love you all. Oh, this is a great expansion. So far, it's brilliant. Dragonflight really looks familiar. It's a setting that I know well. Yeah, we wanted to go there at Extraza when fuck you. How long? Come on, tell us. Give us 23 seconds. Here we go. Lady Survival with the 2 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are far too kind. I really appreciate you. Holy shit. Are we gonna hit 100 gifted subs for the night? That shit would be wild, bro. That would be absolutely fucking bonkers. Always EU. Always EU, bro. NA is a little bit too much. I'm already playing with 184 MS. Zephyria, thank you so much for continuing the sub that Zofia gave you. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Zofia for converting members to the DJ Nation. Appreciate that. The lady is here. Are you talking about Lady Survival, Jason? Yeah, the Dark Lady truly is here. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, visit Lady Survival's Instagram page. You'll know what we're talking about. It's a new star for WoW. Dude. All I want from World of Warcraft is the old days back. You know the days where you wanted to log in because there was always just something around the corner that you really wanted to see or that you really wanted to do. This is what I'm like hoping for more than anything else, is if we could go through one expansion where I don't feel like I have to make a video calling Blizzard out on some bullshit. Katio, by the way, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I assume it's a shit show launch again. Adam, not really. We got on the Zeppelin. The Zeppelin threw us back into Orgrimmar. or Durotan really, but it's not been that shit yet, at least. Thorwald, you bastard, with the 2 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Love you guys. Love all of you. Thank you so much for choosing me to get your pets with. I really appreciate it. It's not going to get better. And also, I think this lady lied to me.
There is much to discover. In unity,
She literally says, Zeppelin will be here soon, or not. Wow.
fair skies and
Bitch.
strong winds.
Darktron Gaming did really appreciate the 2 gifted subs. Did really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. You guys are far too kind. Got kicked to my server. Luckily, we're not kicked out yet. We're still in the game. I already have the quest, Lotharu. I'm waiting for the Zeppelin. I have to ride the Defiant Dragon Scale to the Dragon Isles. Arena Narrate. Oh shit, Anira Narrate, Mercery, and of course Anonymous. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Really appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did 104 fucking subs in one night. You guys are nuts. Fucking nuts, bro. Jesus. So Mikasu, crazy man, dude. Thanks for the subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Stuck to, plus people can't get past the loading screen logging on. Okay, I need you guys to tell me something. What does the subs on Asmongold's channel look like right now? Asmongold has, like, last time I checked, he had like 100 and something thousand people watching. I'm pretty sure it's just sub. Like, that's literally the only thing you're seeing is just fucking subs. 195k, holy shit. Asmongold carrying it for the boys again. Avolfina, thanks for the gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are far too kind. I'm not sure if the thing is broken, but I really appreciate it. And then, of course, for the new follow, Ronaldi, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 198k. Holy shit. Dude, Asmongold is a fucking beast, man. Be having these problems, Echo? With what, King Junior? If you were a true faction? Dude, I would not play the Alliance. You could suck my dick. Gold Shadow Moonguard. Dude, I don't know. Like, if you were Asmongold trying to read out all of those subs, you would be... You basically die before you could do it. It is absolutely nuts. This is something that I think, in all fairness, I think it's absolutely amazing that Blizzard have finally started doing things like this. Especially as content creators. Like, I'm gonna be honest. It's nice to know that your viewers are actually getting something really cool, but also supporting you. It feels good. So yeah, I think it's really cool. Yims Kale, thanks for the 2 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. And welcome, of course, to everyone that's just joined the DJ Nation. He's a rap god, he can handle it. I don't think, like, at that size, do you still thank every single one of the gifted subs? Probably not, right? Eric's Ferry, how you doing, bro? Alliance exists to group players who want to complain that Horde has more people and eventually switch. Well, it is the right move to switch. It feels like this thing is just constantly resetting. Why not Horde? Is a better question. They suck on my server? Dude, I wanted to be Horde literally from day one. And, I don't want to be Alliance. I don't like the Alliance. I like the Orcs. I've liked the Orcs since Warcraft 1. Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3. Orc is just everything. Like, if the Orcs were Alliance, I would join the Alliance. But the Orcs aren't Alliance, so I don't join the Alliance. I don't really know It's actually not true, Aragos. The majority of American content creators are Alliance, whereas the majority of European content creators tend to be Horde. There are obviously exceptions on all sides, but a lot of European content creators are actually on the Horde. Just gonna get yeeted off the zip again. Yep. So, here we go. It's back. Pretty sure we're about to get kicked the fuck off it again. Let's get on it instead of in it and see if that makes a difference.
Adventurers, we shall depart for the Dragon Isles shortly.
Angus, you shut your mouth! You don't dare say that to me. World server is down. No. World server is on. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to fucking hear it. Yeah, we'll hide. This is what we'll do. We'll hide so the server doesn't know. Just become one, bro. Become one with the furniture. They'll never even know. Right here. The game won't see me. I start trying to get the character screen. Fuck. Dude, smooth launch, bro. Oh, shit. Please don't DC me. Please don't fucking DC me. Let's just get into the Dragon Isles. I really want to get into the Dragon Isles now. My bro, how's it going? At work right now, so can't keep track. Thromka, how you doing, brother? Pig got portal instead of ship? Wait, really? The Alliance didn't get a Zeppelin? Okay, we've just started traveling, boys.
I captained hundreds of smuggling operations, launched right under Elisand's nose. If anyone understands subtlety in navigation, it is I.
Suck what? When I haven't DC'd yet. I'm still kind of in it. I hate you so much, chat. All of you with your bullshit, just wanting me to... Why do you want me not to get into the game? Like, what the fuck have I done to you guys? I think we're going, boys. I think we're going. That line means we're going. It's always that last bit. This first bit means nothing. This is where it loads everything. I can't do shit. I'm gonna be so jealous if you get in. I don't. Streamer privilege. Dude, I'm not even able to summon my pet. I think I have DC'd though. Oh no, I haven't. Oh, here we go, boys. Ray J with the 3 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my god, what a way to get into this, bro. Should probably start going down, right? Because it's from here that we're gonna get off, I'm assuming. Hello. Hello. Dude, we should probably turn on the sound even more than it's already on. Just so we can get... Wait. Okay, so we have a quest here. What quest is this?
Greetings, traveler.
Okay, everything is fucking... Can we turn off stream music and turn on the new zones OSD for immersion? Yeah, sure. Is John banished to Lagland? Dude, we're not going anywhere. Like, if you see here, I'm clicking on this quest giver. Quest giver doesn't want anything to do with me. Safe arrival. Half the crew died at sea. Dude, I'm pretty sure I'm dead still.
What have you learned?
Oh no. Welcome to the Dragon Isles. Why, thank you. Come on. Come on. No, don't do this. Like, oh my fuck. Come on, you bastard. Take it. She doesn't, dude. She doesn't want me to be here. Ah, smell that fresh ocean breeze. Even the sulfur reminds me of home in the mountains. Is there anything more relaxing than fishing? Dude, who the fuck am I talking to right now? Oh, there's so much lag. The fishing lady just popped up for us. And now we go. Oh, shit. Boys, we're not going anywhere tonight, I feel like. I don't get back in, but then shortly got DC again. But when I message world servers down, shit. I hope that our world server doesn't go down. No. No! Fuck. Dude, I hate you guys. Why would you say this? You jinxed me. Apocalypse, how you doing, bro? You guys fucking jinxed me. So how long do you think the world server is going to be down for, boys? Three days, Jesus. Can you imagine that shit for 3 days? You're not allowed to play? Fuck. That would be rough, bro. Just for the next 3 days, no one logs in. Everyone's just waiting for the fucking world servers to come back online. Arnold with the 2 community subs, did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, brother. Arnold, by the way, what's wrong, bro? You said you were sick. In armor. You gotta watch out for those 90k errors followed in rapid succession by a 2002 error. Dude, don't start doing the whole fucking bullet adrenal thing again. The thing is, we just need to get in front of everyone else. Like, if we can pick up the quest and get in front, we'll be fine. The problem is that the more you get kicked down, or the longer you take to start, the more you fall off and you fall behind. And then eventually you start going in with the entirety of the group, and that's when all hell breaks loose. I'm always glad to see you streaming. King Wells, thanks so much for being here, bro. I'm always glad to stream. Although I haven't been streaming at this hour for how fucking long now? Like, when's the last time we streamed during the night? Because we usually stream during daytime. Drilladin, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, bro. Lady Survival, did you get in? On the same loading screen as you? Boat didn't arrive at all? My boat arrived, but yeah. I'm in and I'm questing. Fuck you, Lady Survival. Like, just proper fuck you. I wonder if it's different on a date server. I don't know, because I was smart. I made my character on one of the biggest fucking horde servers in EU. You know, I thought that would be a good move. Gave me as EU or something, but it just is not working. Well, if it's not working, just contact Blizzard. Because technically there should be there's no region locked codes and shit like that. Sid Bay, thanks for the follow, really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There should be no like regional based anything. The code should work everywhere. I can take you through the article as well. The article said nothing about you have to be in this one or you have to be in that one or anything like that. We're stuck in loading screen here on the US. They made a portal appear? Well, not Lady Survival. Clearly Lady Survival is giving favors for someone at Blizzard. I don't know who she sent nudes, but she's allowed to fucking play. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, who can I send nudes to so that I can play too? Hot WoW Gold perks? Yeah, fuck this. Is there anyone that has a fat fetish over at Blizzard that I can sort of coax into giving me access to this fucking game? Think Turkey, how you doing, bro? Kenjamin, how you doing, brother? I just want to play the goddamn game, bro. Like, just let me play. Come on. She's got Canadian privilege. She's American now. She's married to an American. She's no longer Canadian. Good drip, by the way. Thanks for the gifted subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Yeah, EU seems to be down. Here we go again, bro. The last time we had this much trouble to get into the game, 3 hours later, we were still not in the game. I ended up going to bed because I couldn't get into the fucking game. We can't play in a day or two or three. Can't be bothered with this chaos. Dude, I mean, I get it as just a player, but for me, there's nothing quite as, like, it comes close to the hype of streaming the launch of a new World of Warcraft expansion. That hype that is created with everyone being here and everyone wanting to be a part of it, it's just fucking awesome. Launch experience? Yeah, it's what builds happiness, you know? It builds character, this. So when you think what time is it for me? It is 25 minutes past 1 in the AM. They've caused a lot of hype, similar to what launch, where no one could get in. I mean, it almost certainly caused a lot of hype. Similar to what launch? I don't know, because what's launch wasn't just the hype of millions of players wanting to play. It was also, a technical limitation with what launch that caused a lot of these problems. Not really hype for DF. We'll try, but last two expansions destroyed all love for the game anyway. I am definitely fucking hyped for this. We can do some 40k reactions while we're trying to get in. I wouldn't be in the mood for 40k reactions right now. Dude, why the fuck is everyone able to quest except for me? This is so unfair, man. All the Alliance cunts are allowed to quest. But that makes sense. There's so few of you. I guess it's fine. You know, there's so few of you. You are a dying breed. So we'll let you go, you know. You know, making sure Akko can't get in. Why? So that I can see what the story is? What an asshole. How dare he? Just a revamp on the Tenantry is enough to give me another try on the game. Storm Rage is lagging DC too. M-Gamer, how you doing, brother? Mercenary, how you doing? We're still waiting for the boat to arrive in Stormage. Shit. Says far with the 2 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Far too kind. Oh, we'll get there, boys. We'll get there. Just relax. Kick back, you know. We're just hanging. Yo, Akko, what class spec are you planning on playing? Subvertin, always Warlock. Always Warlock. There has never been a time in World of Warcraft where I have leveled anything other than my Warlock first. It's always been my main. It will always be my main. Fuck. Alright, boys. Come on. Just go past that. Like, fuck, bro. Don't stop there. Just go past it. Just slightly. Like, it just needs to get past this one moment. Like, right here. It stops there the whole time. Like, if it could just go, like, slightly past, finished, done, in the game. Let's stop playing. For him, but it is not a date launch. Everyone else seems to be playing, except for me, because as chats have said, Steve Denuser is personally blocking me from being able to play the fucking game. You're already on the Isles. If you want some positive vibes, Angus, yes, but that doesn't help, because I can't play on the Isles, can I? Do you remember the 2000 installation timers? Oh, shit. I remember coming home from... I remember coming home from the midnight launch, because we had, like, one place that would sell the game at midnight, and you would drive down there, you would get your game, you would drive home as fast as you fucking could, and then, you know, start installing the game. This was pre-install days, right? This was where disc, like it would ask you for disc 1, then disc 2, then disc 3, then disc 4, and then disc 1 again. Yeah, so you'd basically go through the whole installation process, and you'd just be sitting there going, come on, finish, you bastard, let me go. And then finally you could get in, and then you couldn't get in, because it's like an hour after the launch actually happened, and now everyone is home and trying to get into the game at the same time. I remember that so well, dude. The young'uns don't remember. The young'uns don't remember this. Like, so many people in this chat probably grew up with the internet. Like, they're sitting here going, what is a disc? Like, what even is a disc? Anonymous gifter, dude, with a gifted sub. Really appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Oh, floppy disks, dude. Floppy disks and stiffy disks. Do we know if we can get subs for the paid now? MG, yes. So if you're gifting subs now, you will get the paid. You should do. Everything on my side is sorted for that. Emerald, Lady Survival is already playing, but I will pass on the message. Lady Survival, Emerald says he loves your WoW reactions. MG for the 2 gifted subs, did really appreciate that. Sephra with the gifted sub, really appreciate that, bro. Thank you. We're at the same, trying 5 different servers, same problem. Damn it. But, so all of the NA people are playing. It's just us, the EU plebs that can't play. Koala with the Prime sub, did really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you. What am I checking with mobile stream?
Big part in
Fuck. He's already getting to play? Motherfucker. Koala, thanks for the first one chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Everyone gets to play except for Aquilon. This feels so good, bro. I'm so glad about this. Can you log into alts in Shadowlands? Killed my first rare. Traxiton. Okay, look, chat. Any of you that is in the game currently, I need you to say nothing. From this moment forward, I don't want to hear a fucking word. You pretend like you're not in the game, okay? Just pretend like you're not in the fucking game, all right? That's all I want to hear from you. Oh, shit, Aquilon, we're also trying to get into the game. Even if you are already questing, I don't want to feel like this. I feel so helpless. Oh, shit. Here we go again. It has to happen at some point, right? Isn't this something about insanity and whatnot? Hey, Mercery, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you, brother. I'm just gonna look at a pretty loading screen. That's all I can fucking do. This is what I'll tell you this much. This is riveting fucking content right here. You guys must be entertained right now, no? On what? What do you mean token balance? Oh shit, banana bread is really good with actual butter. If it's not with actual butter, then no thank you. But banana bread with like real butter, oh shit. Best thing ever. Also, like proper fresh out of the oven banana bread. What soundtrack? The only soundtrack that would work right now. What is this? This is like elevator music, though. Oh, shit. Yeah, just hold the line, boys. Just hold the line, boys. Fuck off. Come on, man. Ferraris, yeah, we're trying. It went past, I think. I think it went past a little. Might be wrong, though. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm just seeing things. Maybe it's just because I want to believe. I'm a believer. Why are the dragons holding awkward eye contact? I would say the thing that sort of freaks me out most here is all of the dragons look normal except for Caligos, which looks like this was taken in his early 20s. Rather than, you know, like the more older established Caligos, you know? Space Ambient, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel, brother. It looks like the goth one. The boat is broken and won't stop and storming. Fuck, that feels bad. RCP. RPCP. Thanks for the 5 community subs. I really appreciate that. Hearts in chat for everyone that gifted subs tonight. You guys are fucking champions. I really appreciate you. Is that Ysera on there? Isn't she stuck in SL? For now, yes, but we have a kind of idea that Ysera is coming back. It was in game, I got kicked out. Now I can't load back in. Outreach, same year. And yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Marithra. But there is another screenshot or another... Is it a loading screen or is it a screenshot that we saw? I think it's actually... No, never mind. I think there is actually a loading screen in the game files that have Ysera in it. So this is Marithra, her daughter. And there's another loading screen that was in the game files that have Ysera in it. This is where the speculation first started of Ysera actually coming back. And then we found the Data Mind quest line where they bring Ysera effectively back. Demonic Legend, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, Ysera is most likely coming back. And it's going to be sad times for everyone that likes Malfurion. MG, by the way, dude, 11 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Demonic, thanks for the first one chat, dude. Really appreciate that. I'm just waiting on Blizzard to respond to my tweet so I can get my pet. Dude, this thing is definitely moving closer to the full one. I don't know if you guys are seeing this. Every time we disconnect, it's moving closer to going full. A couple more disconnects and we'll be into this game. Fucking hopium, bro. I'm ready. Let's go, bro. fucking right here in the vein, bro. Just put it right there, please. Oh, BJ Bass. How you doing, brother? Thank you so much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I should probably just add for anyone, although people should know, right? I'm assuming people should know. But I might add, let's see, how do you add text? Since we're waiting here. May as well fucking, right? May as well do it. Don't like that. Yeah, that should work. Now let's make it smaller so it's not taking up the entirety of the fucking screen. That's fine, right? So the people at least know. Fuck, there we go again. Fun connecting as well? No, we're all disconnecting. Don't worry about it. Faruna for the 2 gifted subs, really appreciate that. Shamanita with the 5 community subs, really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind, sir. Actually, ma'am, excuse me. Fuck, what did I just do? Shamanita, I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oni says we'll be back soon. Dude, I wish we'd be back soon. Jay Raven, how you doing, brother? 21 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There's no issues to get into the game? Dude, even the fucking Warhammer players are getting into the game before me? Yeah, for always, I'm pretending like that didn't happen. I'm pretending like that's not real. Even though I can see it with my own eyes. Would you rather have good sandwich meat or good braid? Braid, I think. Yeah, I would definitely go for the braid, because braid on its own is really good. Sandwich meat, no matter how good, is not really good on its own. So I would definitely go for good braid. Dude, my mustache needs to be trimmed. It is tickling my nose the whole fucking time, and it is annoying. Larouk, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So Sakurako told you Alliance is base faction. King Julian, I'm gonna fucking ban you, bro. I'm gonna time you out in a second. Ferorius with the 2 community subs, did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't want to hear any of this Alliance speak. It's just wrong. If it's any consolation, all the world servers are down. All of them can't be down. I heard a lot of people are already playing. Like, a lot of people are already playing. All of the NA people are playing their hearts out. Like, some of the NA people are even, you know, rubbing one out before they start playing because they're already in the fucking game. Right over here in Stormwind, I'm in Urbos trying to get to Orgrimmar and it's DC. Dude, this feels so fucking miserable. I wonder... because this can take a long time to fix, by the way. Down on NA, so yeah, stuck at the same spot as you. 3 bars from leveling. This can really take the whole evening. Like, we can legit be sitting here the whole evening and not get in. US, the beta tested as usual. So what are we willing to keep trying? Prophet Scott, a while actually. Like, no, I'll definitely try and push it as long as humanly possible. At least try and get you guys your 4-hour mounts. Either that or log off early enough that you guys can get your 4-hour mounts somewhere else. Not waste your time too much. So I'm not sure yet. It depends on how tired I get. Because I have not slept yet. You guys have to understand, for the last 6 months, I have followed a very, very strict time schedule. I go to bed at 9 o'clock in the evening. I wake up at 4 o'clock actually in the mornings. I go to bed at 5 o'clock. I go to gym at 5 o'clock. And then at 6 o'clock I start working. At 8 o'clock I start streaming. That's in the morning time for me. And so on and so forth. This is my sleep time right now. We are effectively right now about 2 hours away from me waking up normally. Are we sure the servers got DDoSed? Okay, we're fucking close, dude. That is the closest we've been in a while. Anti-product, this is true. You want to know the worst part of tomorrow? We're currently dealing with a heat wave. So I'm gonna have to try and sleep tomorrow during a fucking heat wave. This is gonna be wild. Expansion, let's just hope we get there. Or MVP for staying up for us. Dude, I love expansion launches. I can't miss it. There's just no way I can miss an expansion launch. I have never missed an expansion launch. Ever. Even in... actually, I've only ever... Well, technically, Classic or Vanilla wasn't an expansion, so I didn't have that. But I had TBC, even though I wasn't max level when TBC came out, I still played on the day that TBC launched. You know, I sat in the queue to try and level to get to TBC. So I've never missed a single expansion launch. I'm not about to start now. You could just put a fit on and leave stream on for mount timers. Dragonwolf, I was literally just informed that you don't need 4 hours from one streamer. So if you guys are watching an hour here and, you know, we can't get into the game, you can literally go watch someone else. All you need is 4 hours in total. So it doesn't matter who you watch. You can jump around if you want. I'm on Kazakh. Daddy One Child, how you doing, brother? Tiny Rathian trying to pull the loading bar all the way across, and he keeps getting hit by rocks. Well, he should fucking dodge a little. Last time I was hyped for WoW was when Classic launched in 2019, the one game that still had a soul. I was not hyped for Classic at all. I played when Classic was fucking vanilla. So I had no hype. Even now, like, every single time I log in to play Warzone or Call of Duty, someone DMs me and they're like, hey bro, come play Wrath of the Lich King with us, some shit. And every single time I'm like, no thanks. Enjoy it. I don't even have that shit installed. Initiative 0, I don't want you to get in. I want to get in first and then you can get in. I really hope that everyone that is currently logged into WoW gets locked out and your servers go down so that my server can go on. It's nothing personal. Well, actually, it is very personal. I want to play the game. And the fact that you guys are on mean I can't be on. Initiative 0, am I in? Am I in right now? I don't think so. Crop ends December 2. It's a pretty easy farm. True. Fucking Asmongold is in. Yeah, but of course Asmongold is gonna be in, dude. Like, how would Asmongold not be in? Technically speaking, because I don't raid anymore, I should just move to an actual fucking, I should just move to an actual, like, small server. Dude, it feels like they cocked Kazakh in order to let all the other plebs in. That's how it feels at the moment. I might be wrong, but you never know. I will say one thing though. Alexstrasza, hot as fuck. I am not minding this loading screen one bit. Also, Marithra, kind of hotter than Ysera. Gotta say though. I mean, neither of these are as hot as Sylvanas, but still, you know. D-Rocker, how you doing? Black and EU also dead. Reynaldi, how you doing, bro? Welcome to the channel. Thanks for the first time chat. As we get in, despite always shit talking, literally every aspect of the game that is too complex to be AFK. Watch YouTube videos and let he streams, slaves do the work for him. For now, I wouldn't say that's true, but I mean, everyone has their own opinions on different content creators. Blaze Riddle, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I should definitely smashed all day long. Oh yeah. Yeah, would smash 100%. Zoolander energy going on, and I'm here for it. Wait, who? Kaleg. Kaleg is the wrong gender for me, I would say. Like, there would have to happen quite a few things in my life for me to look at any of the three guys on this page and be like, ooh, yeah, daddy. There would have to be quite a few things that go quite differently to how they've gone up until this moment. Sim against my parents for the launch to have a nice night of leveling. Took Zeppelin and loading screen, sent me back to Duratar. Next time I got disconnected and never to get in. Shit. Oh, that sucks so much. Who's over the three guys? It says, yeah, daddy. I'm gonna fucking kick your ass, bro. Kanek is cute, but he is too much of a femboy for my liking. Dude. Femboys are straight, man. Jager, thanks for the gifted subs. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, bro. I've heard from quite a few sources now that apparently femboys are straight. So yeah. It makes sense, Christers. Fuck my gloating. Yes! Traxiton got DC'd, boys. Woohoo! Woo! 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 We're gonna get in now, boys. Like, just watch me piss in front of Traxiton. Age 15, cheat in your homework for the expansion. Age 30, send kids away for the expansion. Or if you want to be truly big brain, don't have kids so you can play the expansion. At least in theory. How can someone be gay or straight if genders aren't real? Oh shit. I have Toon in war mode and one no war mode, both stuck on blue bar screen. Oh yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with war mode. This will be a server-wide thing, so it doesn't matter what sort of phase you're in, it's just going to be a problem, right? Jay Raven, by the way, thanks for the gifted sub. Did really appreciate that. 2 gifted subs, actually. Appreciate that, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, as I was saying before, you know, we got so rudely interrupted with the DC, I really hope that Dragonflight is the first expansion in a long time where I have no interest in making any negative videos about World of Warcraft. Where I can truly just say that the game is really good and I'm really having fun with it. Like, there's always going to be negative things, right? There's always going to be videos where you call out things that could be better. No game's ever going to be brilliant or perfect. That's just not possible. There is no such thing as the perfect game. But I do think there's a massive difference between being angry at the game as a whole, because the game is just not that good. And we're currently investigating an issue affecting our authentication servers, which may result in failed or slow login attempts. Yeah, of course. Sargon Starblade, bro, thanks for the fucking gift that's up. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Negative videos, could tell, is because you care. I was like, I mean, I try, but I can also understand. Sargon, 2 community subs, really appreciate that, fam. I try, but at the same time, I think it is rough especially for people that actually still enjoy the game, right? To watch their favorite content creators just go down this really negative avenue. And, you know, suddenly they find themselves almost incapable, because it's very difficult to make content, even like lore content, when you're really not loving the game. It is really difficult, and it also would come across as very fake. So I really hope that this expansion is nothing like that. Anonymous gifter, by the way, thanks for the gift. It's up. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kill, marry, fuck, Alexstrasza, Sylvanas, Marethra. Dude, that's like Sophie's fucking choice, man. Blaze, by the way, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Jesus, that's a tough one. I would have to say marry Sylvanas, because that means I can fuck her as much as I want, right? Oof. Yeah, I'd probably kill Marethra in that one, just because I think Alexstrasza has that old, like, lady vibe going on. You know, like older woman vibe going on, which is, she's gonna fuck the living shit out of you. Like, you just know that she's gonna almost break your dick, if you're sleeping with her, right? So I'm gonna go with, yeah, probably marry or fuck Alexstrasza. How undead is Sylvanas? Does she smell like rot? No. So we have actual canonical evidence of this. If you read the book Before the Storm, they actually go into a lot of detail about what Nathanos smells like, and they have no smell. So beings like, here's the thing, Forsaken, normal Forsaken, are in a constant state of rot. Right, which is why they fall apart. This is some of the smaller things that a lot of people don't quite understand. If you've ever wondered why the Forsaken will have bits of metal and sort of weird, weird facial features and stuff, it's because they're constantly rotting, and so they have to sort of patch themselves up in order to stay whole. Whereas Nathanos and Sylvanas underwent quite a lengthy ritual to basically preserve themselves. So they are effectively locked in a moment in time forever. So they're no longer rotting. They're made whole, as it were. Anonymous gifter, dude, thanks for the gifted subs, dude. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So they have no smell. If you read Before the Storm, Nathanos will oftentimes wear a very sort of weak cologne just to give himself a little bit of smell, because the lack of smell can be off-putting. The fact that they have zero smell, they don't emit any smell whatsoever. So Sylvanas will smell whichever way you want her to fucking smell. Yeah, but Brock, she doesn't need to surf. Sylvanas will also fucking ride your dick till you die, bro. That's just who Sylvanas is. Oh! 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 Boys! 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 We be in. We be fucking in, boys. Our preliminary expedition has made landfall in the Dragon Isles. Thanks to the efforts of those brave Dragon Scale expedition members, we've established a protected... Yeah, accept this. But I already accepted this.
I have answers.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles. Oh, here we go again.
I look forward
Oh, thank God. Alright. Don't mistake the expedition's scholarly pursuits as timidness, Akalon. We are not recluses studying books in far-off towers. We are adventurers, hunting down knowledge firsthand in every corner of Azeroth. That passion for adventure often leads us onto the path of perils and hazards, and a few expedition members have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew. Alright.
Let me know what you find. Here to spar.
Cinderthresh glances suspiciously at the proto-dragons lurking on the ridge behind her. I'd swear that those proto-dragons edge closer to the camp every time I turn my back. Those are not the dragons Abyssian invited us here to meet. Proto-dragons are ruthless predators who cannot be reasoned with. We must be ruthless in return. Call their numbers and to keep their ambitions in check. Well, this expedition will be over before it begins. So we get some reputation for this.
I could use your expertise.
Okay, what about this?
There's magic in discovery.
Come on, bro. Show me your wares. What do you have for sale? Glittering parchment, some primal flux, some iridescent water. Okay, so you get a couple of profession stuff right off the bat. And an 18 slot bag. That's not too bad. A herbalist spade. Oh shit, I just remembered. Yeah. Gateway control shard. Activate the nearest demonic gateway. Huh? Am I missing something? Tell me about Sylvanas. Fix the game. Of course. The Dark Lady protects, bro. What? I need to check this out. What the fuck is this supposed to be? Russell first, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Okay, practice materials. These proto-drakes are unlike any I've seen before on Azeroth. Their scales appear to be naturally flame-resistant, stronger than steel, and don't lose flexibility in the process. Incredible. My artisans, all of them, are clamoring to get their hands on some of those scales to work with. Start with the whelps. The smaller scales should be more pliable until we've mastered our techniques with them. All right, let's go. Katrina Stars, thanks for the 2 months up. 44 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Atop the hill. Hopefully it's under attack. I could use a good fight.
All right, so Cinderthresh just wants to cause shit. Still she is here to do, I guess. You can already see that there is a fuck ton of people going about just... Dragon Isle supply bag. What? Okay, Dragon Isle supplies. We're getting a couple of those as well. Am I missing a quest? Am I supposed to help these guys? Outrage Beast, welcome in, brother. Welcome in. Finally able to catch you live after a few months. Good thing you're still here on your YouTube main and clips channel. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I won't ever let the clips channel go. I can probably accept this, fuck. Oh my god, everyone's just farming like a bitch, bro. Blaze, you bastard, with the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, the lag is super. Oh my god, bro. The lag is real. I just want to get out of this first area. Then we can sort of relax and take a breather. I don't know if a DC is coming, but there's definitely a crap ton of lag here. World server down? No, not again. At least not for me. Brenneman with the tier 1 sub 15 months in a row, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Suddenly glad I'm not playing this launch? Why would you be glad about that? This is part of the experience. You have to just accept this. Karo Panda, how you doing? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. The portal is a bigger lie. Did you get DC from the portal as well? Katrina starts with 2 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so I have all the scales that I need. What else do I need? Primal Proto Drake Slain. Right, so I need to kill these as well. I'm looking forward to seeing you do one of the further quests. Oh, believe me, I'm looking forward to just doing the fucking quests. Okay, we need to kill this one still. I think we DC'd, boys. Actually, yeah, we kind of had a massive lag spike there. It shouldn't be the experience. We are investigating the issue. Shouldn't they be experienced by now from previous investigations? So, the problem with that, and I understand full well what you guys are saying, and yes, technically you are correct, but not every single expansion is going to be different. You know, that really is the issue. You're not going to have a be-all, end-all Proto Dragon Ribcage. Jesus. Okay, this... Dude, these Proto Drakes are not small. Love the animations. Absolutely adore the animations. Okay, so here's the thing. Pyromaniac, how you doing, brother? Here's the problem with the... So, whenever you have a new expansion, the code is new. And that's usually why things go so poorly. You also have DDoS attacks, which doesn't always happen, but it does happen from time to time. Now, DDoS attacks, there's not much that you can do when DDoS attacks happen. They're gonna happen, and you have to just accept that they're gonna happen. There really is not much else that you can do with a DDoS attack. So, is there any fucking way of... Okay, here we go. It works. Just check my dude to Twitch. Nice, Traxiton. So you have your pet. Well, Dakulon. Mr. Tame, how you doing, brother? I know it sucks, and I know for many people it is a case of, you know, you wanna play and you hope that Blizzard will solve the problems without delay, but I think they will. I mean, we just got in, so I see no reason why the rest of you won't get in fairly soon. Although, I have to admit, getting in and actually being able to play is 2 different stories. You broke up with your girlfriend for this launch. Bro, are you for real? Says far, if you actually did that, you deserve a blowjob from, like, your favorite girl. That is the most Giga Chat thing ever. Apparently I can't loot anything, but I can be attacked. Like, fucking all the time. Okay, there we go. Was that always my blowjob? Yeah, Steve the Newser will drop to his knees in a second. Dude, it is absolutely giga chat. Just leave your girlfriend nonchalantly so you can play the game. The bigger giga chat move would almost certainly be to get a girlfriend that just, you know, also plays the game. Oof, this hurts a little. Hey, how you doing, Spelunky? Whatever the fuck. You're more than welcome, sir. Alright, we move deeper. We move deeper still. My GF and I are taking tomorrow off work to play together. Nice. When you say play together, are you talking about the game or like what exactly does play together mean? Because there are multiple ways of playing together.
What can I do for you?
Dragon Isle supplies. We're always looking for more supplies, and I know just what we can do with these.
Look always to the
Okay. Cataloger Jakes quickly flips through her own supply bag and pulls out a freshly drawn map. One of our archaeologists just reported some new findings in regards to a lost artifact suspected to be in this area. If you'll donate those supplies to fund the archaeologist's next expedition, you can have this map that points to a nearby treasure.
Smooth sailing.
Ah. Wait, what?
Ahoy.
Okay, so I can, what is a scout pack? You may now find expedition scout packs around the Dragon Isles. Speak with Pathfinder. What was this one? Okay, so I've begun my expedition so far. But how do I, like, how exactly do I donate my shit? Holy shit, Dreneman! With the 3 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We just got a... Did we just get an achievement? What achievement did we just get? $500 subs. Oh my god, you absolute fucking mad lads. You absolute mad lads. See, I need to... Hold up. I need to move chat a little, but I have to do something else here before I can move it. Of one of the new rapes. September, 500 subs, something, but it's not even September. It might just be that we've actually hit 500 subs, which I think may actually be the first time in the history of this channel that we've hit 500 subs. This is possible. Think the hype is real? You guys fucking rock. Like, you have no idea. You guys absolutely rock. Get this many solar panels? Oh yeah. We're going, boys. We're going. Archaeologists love their work, but they still need funding. But how the... I don't know how to fund this. I'm pretty sure this bitch is lying to me. Oh. Like this? We have a few things that we're tracking that I don't think we need. See, we don't need any of this shit. But now I can't for the life of me. I don't know what I need to know. Ah, this is shit. I don't know what the new things are called. There's definitely what is this called? This is called Dragonflight supplies. So let's track Dragonflight supplies. And then this will be tattered wind. That's a crafting reagent. Alright, we'll set that up later. Just turned off. Yeah, I turned off everything so that I could actually see what the fuck's going on. Okay, let's buy a map, shall we? Oh, causing shit. Jesus. Buy the right thing. Here we go. I sent you a picture in Discord what I think the subs is about. For I'm checking now. Oh shit, yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong, Ferorius. It does actually say September, but do they know that it's November? Rather have him stream whenever he feels like, and more than hookers and BJ. Dragonman, what do you mean? Solar panels, I was promised all money freely given would be used on hookers and blow. I mean, why must those two things be mutually exclusive? Janord, by the way, thanks for the doing sub. Pretty appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't see why I can't have hookers and blow in a house that is always powered with solar panels.
Keep the wind in.
Isn't it always better to be able to see the horse that you sleep with? You know, what's good in paying for a hooker if you can't even see her? The Daimonos, thank you so much for the 5 community subs. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Okay, we have a flying map. Dude, I haven't even taken time to really look this place over. Lord, with the 2 community subs, I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, it's the sub goal, mate. We've made the sub goal. That's what it means. I forgot I said a sub goal. Lol. What I don't understand is who built these statues? Oh, I guess this answers it. The Ruby Draconids built these statues. Alright. Never mind. Stupid question. Go-Kart, how you doing?
You look like you've got skill.
Have you got the scales yet? The alchemists are getting antsy, and that always makes me nervous. Bygod West, how you doing, brother? Didn't you say you were going to start an OnlyFans page when you hit your sub goal? No, we've removed that one, but even if we kept it, that would be for 3,000 subs, not for 500. 500 is amazing, but if you want to see my dick, that's going to be 3,000 subs. And even then, I'm not going to show you my dick.
I am ready.
Passive Seeker, I know, bro. Thanks for the 2 subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Look, if you want to see, like, sexy pictures, not of me, but sexy pictures, you can join Patreon. We have some, shall we say, naughty artwork on Patreon, and I have even more naughty artwork coming. And then I also have, hopefully, some cosplays lined up for Patreon. Dick, but I'll take Alexstrasza booty. I can't give you Alexstrasza booty, but what if I could give you as close to Sylvanas booty as possible? How unusual. Abyssian told us that Rathian would be awaiting our arrival along with an ambassador for Alexstrasza, the Lifebinder, Queen of the Dragons. It isn't like a dragon to break a promise. At least this eager Draconid is here to greet us. Would you kindly inquire into when the others shall arrive?
I look forward to hearing what you've learned.
Learn from Ajakill, I see. Avoar, you have no idea, bro. Yes, I have learned from Ajakill. And, yeah. I'm hoping to make the Patreon really spicy, bro. Let's just put it that way. We're going to try to get to the Isles in-game. Wish me luck. Katrina stars. Good luck. You need it. Believe me, you fucking need it. It is truly an honor to be the first member of the Dragonflight to welcome you to these shores. I am Cadet Sendrix. Please forgive my nerves. This is my first assignment, and what an incredible assignment it is. Welcome again. Should we shake hands? I believe I read somewhere that your kind likes to do that. Have you not seen an orc before? Sendrix looks away quickly. My apologies. Was I staring? You must forgive me, but I have never seen anyone from behind the Isles before. I have heard stories of your kind, but never seen one of you in person, much less more than one. I am new to the brood. Not that it would have mattered. It has been thousands of years since mortals were welcomed in this embassy. So this used to be an embassy for mortals? According to my history teacher, yes, thousands of years ago, I think he said. History was never my strength, though. I trust the Dragonspawn to tell me what I need to know. You can ask Ambassador Fastras in the embassy tower behind me if you want to learn more. Ithana, how you doing? Wait, they made badass-looking dragon models too? That's what the new race should look like? Dude, can you imagine if the new race actually looked like this? Like, at least if you had the option to make your Draktyr look like this. But yeah, no, Aliwar, I'm working on Lady Survival to have her booty on the Patreon. We'll see though. But she's just the first. Gonna be pimping, bro. VK, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the 2-month sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months, part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Remember how they made the Workens look like shit, and when they became player characters, it's the same thing? Yeah, but they could have fucking done it better. Like, at least give us 2 options. This dragon form, and then, you know, the Draktyr. Because I do think there's a lot of people that like the Draktyr. Dufke, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that.
But I am honored to be the one to welcome you to the Dragon Isles. On my first real assignment, no less. What good fortune.
I like that there's so much voice acting. Like, there's been so much voice acting up until now. It's really insane.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles.
Yeah, like a body type 1 and 2 would have been really cool. I do not know. As I said, this is my first assignment. Let me think on what to do. Alright. You just let us know when you're ready. I love my twink lizard. Corvike, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Unpopular opinion, badass dragon over chicken dragon? I don't think that's an unpopular opinion. I think it would just be nice if they gave people more options. Nothing like getting world servers down. I am not getting that. I don't want to gloat or anything, but this is what streamer privilege looks like. Even though I couldn't get in, we'll just pretend like that didn't happen. Right? We'll pretend like I've been in this whole time. Log into the game from Germany. Sure, Emia, how you doing? Anonymous gifter with the 2 community subs, did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Or ma'am, I don't know. Anonymous gifter? Who is gifting subs anonymously? I wish I knew more about how to welcome you to the Dragon Isles, but I'm only the Sindri. Cendrix motions to the tower behind her. You could try talking with Ambassador Fastras in the visitor center. He might be able to answer more of your questions before the dragons arrive. Mind your step in there. He was clearing out rubble last I saw. Of course. Said Pansy Alliance needed a head start. When a streamer clicks log in 3 normies, get DC to make room. Well, you know, it is fair, no?
And adventure. Knowledge is only half the fun.
Oh, his name's speaking. Fuck, I'm not used to this voice lines. Like, every single time you walk away, there's some voice line going on. In what assessment? Venetia. I'm already 61, Akko. Yeah, King Julian, and by the time you're max level, you won't have a fucking clue what the story is. Then you'll come to my YouTube channel and be like, oh, Akalon, oh great lord of the lore, please tell me all the secrets of the lore that I have missed. And then you'll argue with me over speculation theories because you didn't actually fucking read the quest. And you'll be like, I didn't know any of that shit. He must be wrong because I leveled 2. So this is the difference between you and me. I will be reading every single one of these quests, and by the time I'm done with it, I'll know what the fuck the story was. Oh my gosh, Akalon. This expedition is under the protection of both the Horde and the Alliance. Our instructions are clear. Give aid to any members of the Dragonscale expedition, regardless of their other allegiances. The Alliance's representatives, Captain Garrick and her son Henry, stand guard on the other side of the camp. I fought with Captain Garrick against the Scourge. She is honorable and will serve the expedition well. Go offer her your assistance. Show her that the Horde honors its agreements. Oh, I don't want to do that. Really good with that quest. After reading, by the way, Akko? No, you have not, King Julian. I know you. You don't read that fast.
Have you come to trade?
Vino and Zine. Dragon Island enchanting.
Out there.
These islands are teeming with arcane power. You look like you know your way around an enchantment or two. Want to see something impressive? I can teach you new enchantments, found only on the Dragon Isles. Well, why not?
No one else will.
Though my loading screen took so long, I was afraid it was going to be sent back to the Zeppelin, but I'm finally here. Nice, bro. Is that accurate to the lore? Pre-Sunring weren't the only native mortal lives be Tauren, Pandaren, Night Elves, and Trolls. Yeah, most likely. Goblins to some extent, maybe also, although I'm not entirely sure about that. I could be wrong about the Goblin one because the Goblins came to be because of Kazhamite. Before that, they would have been considered more animal than mortal. So, yeah, you'd be correct. Tauren would be definite. So we definitely know that the Tauren would have been there. The Pandaren, most likely, and then, of course, Night Elf Trolls. Good bait. Which Sundering are you talking about, though, Venetia? Because there's 2 Sunderings. Right? You have the first Sundering with the ripping out of Yesaraj, and then you have Ajara summoning Sargeras. You're talking about the second Sundering. Yeah, at that point, it would definitely already be the Elves, yeah.
Take a look. I sell all manner.
So this is Dragon Isles tailoring. I don't need to read these quests. This is just...
We will persevere.
Tari and Naladia have requested a survey report to the surrounding area immediately. Luckily, I have acquired an enchanted telescope and surveyor's discs that will help us scout out nearby areas from the safety of the clouds. Unluckily, I am deathly afraid of heights and cannot bring myself to set foot on the contraption. You are not afraid of heights, are you? Well, maybe I was, but let's go. Oh shit, would you look at that? Wait, why do they have water ghosts summoning water bowls?
Incredible. The elements here surge with power.
Yeah. Search for allies, search for danger. Let's search for allies. Congratulations, Lady Survival. Not water balls. Like, what would be the point of that?
I gotta reach them.
Oh, shit. Toddy Whiskers really wants to fucking pick shit up. That, by the way, is the stupidest name for a dwarf ever. Toddy Whiskers. How is that a dwarven name? Oh, shit.
Can't see a fancy a fight with that one.
Okay.
Our enemies will fall.
I thought for certain you'd plummet to your death from up there. Thanks again for taking the risk so that I was not required to. Maybe a dwarven family raised kittens as a job? I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not okay with that name. Because it feels like they just forgot that dwarves have very specific naming conventions. I mean, that's not a strong dwarven name. I would have preferred if they did not call them that. It's stupid even for a lame-ass automobile fairy.
Together, we'll
True.
see our way through this.
Give peace a chance. Captain Garrick salutes your approach. Warlord Brecker proves her honor once again by sending you to me.
We'll meet again.
The crafters, artisans, and explorers of the Dragonscale expedition are ill-suited to the figures of battle, but not you and I, Aklon. Here in the Dragon Isles, let us use that strength to protect those who can't protect themselves. Clear out the elementals encroaching from the north, so that the expedition can focus on their noble pursuits.
Best of
Why
luck
not?
to you.
I shall help you. Dude, there's so many fucking quests. Like, we're still here in the starting area.
Always glad
Quality assurance. Are you looking for work, Warlock? I represent a new trade company, the Artisans Consortium, which matches artisans and clients through our crafting orders network. The Dragonscale expedition placed an order for some enchanted mining tools. The tools are crafted, but we would like to test them before completing the order. We will pay you for your services, of course.
Please.
I guess I can do this for you. What about you? What do you have for me? Always be crafting. Have you ever seen such powerful elementals? Grand cheers. I hear the gods grumbling about having to fight all of them at the time, but they're missing the big picture. Bigger elementals means bigger crafting components. While you're out there clearing the elementals for our safety, or whatever it is you'll be doing, be sure to pick up pieces of the biggest ones you can find. I want to try making something out of them. Alright. Thankfully, I have next day off work. Zoidberg. Nice, bro. It's stupid even for Neyman's Warrior. Maybe she was born in Gadgetzan? A dwarf born in Gadgetzan? How the fuck would that work? Wow, this guy has a weird voice.
Finest goods in the Isles.
Let's make this in our home, shall we?
Wise decision.
Alright, quest. I'm a new arrival with the Dragonscale expedition.
Take this guide. It shows the embassy's many amenities. If they weren't all in disrepair, that is.
Right, okay, so this is the embassy's visitor's log. Begin filling out the form. First column asks your name. Akalon Orc Warlock. Neverlord Akalon. Sempiternus, thank you so much for the follow, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jaraxxus, Alexstrasza the Lifebinder, Queen of the Dragons. Akalon the Lifebinder. Akalon the King of Dragons. Rathian's BFF. Chromie, Dreamy Eyes Caligos. The Angry Ghost of Ysera, Stonehead. Oh, we'll just go Netherlord Akalon, fuck it. The middle column asks for your arrival time. Write today's date, hour, minute, and second. Tomorrow, the not too distant future, as quickly as I could. Sorry I'm late, I'm always late, precisely when I mean to. After everyone's done setting up, last call, I hope. I don't believe in time. The not too distant future. The final column asks for the purpose of your visit. To aid the Dragonflight, accompanying the Dragonscale expedition, personally invited by Alexstrasza, for the Horde, for the Alliance, for Azeroth, for the cute baby ducks, for my purpose is my own, to save the world again, to help those in need, to best mighty foes in glorious battle. Why does anyone do anything? Epic loot. I was dragged here by someone I care about. You tell me. I don't read quests, I just complete them. For the Horde, bro. Always for the Horde.
To see new signatures in the visitor's log after all these years.
Wonder if I open like 4 WoW streams and mute them all, would the timer go 4 times as fast? Boogs, I don't know. I don't think so. I think it has to be 4 hours all in all. Am I supposed to click on this and actually learn it? Yeah, I'm literally supposed to actually do that. Well, well, that was a failure. I'm currently 39% complete for the mount. 38%, sorry. That's not bad, bro. Like close to halfway. That's not bad at all.
Hi there. The dunes have everything.
Train me in tailoring.
Pleasure doing business.
Easy. Rub size, what is this? Role-playing in a role-playing game? I never. Dude, it's actually quite nice. That little sign-in area, actually quite nice. Hey, you made it in, Shamanito? Yeah, we're busy playing. Welcome, friend of the Dragonflights. Make your journeys in the Dragon Isles. May your journeys in the Dragon Isles bring you tranquility, confidence, and camaraderie. While you travel these isles, reflect on this portion of the tablet has broken off. Remember our oaths to Azeroth, symbolized in the oath stones at the seats of power for each Dragonflight. We ask, this portion of the tablet has broken off, for life and for Azeroth. And Extraza, the Lifebinder, Queen of the Dragons. How many of you are still trying to get in, and how many have already gotten in? We are probably not. Probably not. No. If I wanted to get the mount, I would have to watch someone else's stream. I mean, not that that necessarily bothers me. Because I will probably watch other people's streams. The problem is just finding the time to watch someone else's stream. I am logged in, but I'm waiting for this BSQ that resets whenever you do anything, but sit there for an hour. Seems like everyone is having some kind of problem. On your mobile and turn volume down. So you have to be careful with the volume down thing, because I'm not sure how, but Twitch does have the ability to see whether volume is turned on or not. So just make sure of that. I don't want you to lose out potentially. Mute the tab? Yeah, mute the tab, not the channel. Camilla is absolutely correct there. If you want to do that, don't mute the fucking channel, because then Twitch will know that you muted it, and I'm not sure how Twitch will deal with the drops in that sense. Maybe they don't give a fuck, but you never know, right? I'm gonna decide for a stream, so I watch 2. Oof. 2 streams at the same time. That's some fucking dedication right there. I mean, yeah, if Twitch doesn't give a shit, you're good to go, Roadlook, then don't even worry about it. Jesus, okay. Disconnect the headphone, but not wear them. 6x, just mute the channel. Like, why do you want to make it even harder for yourself? I mean, just mute the tab, not the channel. Mute the tab. By the way, Echo Destruction is way faster than Affliction. I don't give a shit. I level as Affliction. I have always leveled as Affliction, Lord Kenio. You'll see why in a second, but as Affliction, I can pull a lot more and a lot faster than most everyone else. They let you in because they're trying to get you to become their show. I'm pretty sure that's not why they let me in. I mean, it's possible, right? But I don't think that is why they let me in. Oh, big boy. Big dick fucking warrior right there. Why, Furious? Why? What was scream-worthy there? Like, what exactly would bring on that scream? Alright, that's done now. Here we go, boys. It's go time. It's fucking go time, boys. Digital Pope with the 2 community subs. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. You're far too kind. Putting too much, but I was too early. Oh, right. No, I mean, there's not a lot to pull here. It feels like quests have been made a lot faster. I might be wrong. It is possible that I'm just completely misremembering. But it really does feel as if questing has been made just stupidly fast now. Is it in here? Like, when you have to collect stuff, collect 15 things, it's not as if it just, you know, you have to kill 30 things to get the 15 things. It really feels like you kill a couple and you have all of it. And things die a lot quicker than what they used to. Which is obviously good. I thought you said Warlocks suck and you liked how Evokers looked and that Thromka. Why would you... What the fuck? I can't even go along with that as a joke. Like, that is just absolutely disgusting, bro. Not even as a joke, fam. Not even as a fucking joke. Probably leave now. On my Affliction lock, I like to tag a ton of mobs with permanent corruption and just let them die. Which is why I prefer leveling as Affliction. The problem is leveling as Destruction or as Demonology requires a lot of standing still. You have to stand in order to cast, you have to stand in order to, like, as Affliction, just run and dot, bro. Just run and dot. Nothing beats a big deck. Frost 200, DK. Literally everything beats a DK, bro.
Hi.
What even are you fucking saying?
Safe travels. See you soon.
Fine, I prefer Destro. I mean, how long have you had Green Fire, Thromka? No, the fuck are you smoking? Warlock scum. Frost DK hands down the best. Ren the weirdo, shut the fuck up, bro. Like, I'm gonna put you on timeout if you keep lying like this. No one cares about DKs. DKs are sort of like the unwanted stepchildren of the World of Warcraft universe. You're slightly better than warriors, but only slightly. So I wouldn't speak too loudly about being a DK or anything. Fallout New Vegas Ultimate Edition is free on Twitch Loot right now. Nice. But you could get it with Game Pass. Bisix, just type in exclamation point pay, WoW pet, I think, to get the rules. But it's 2 gifted subs and you get a pet. 4 hours and you get a mount. I will freeze your beard until nothing remains. Dude, you touch my beard, I will cut your balls off. And not with a sharp knife, with like a fork. The beard goes nowhere.
We have a mission to accomplish.
For the Dragon Scale expedition.
We'll meet again.
Oh, she's flipped the switch quite quickly. Fuck. Prison Army with the 2 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. Imagine being a warlock over a DK. Just imagine. Digital Pope, how you doing, brother? But I will cut a man's dick off. Especially a man that believes that a DK is better than a fucking warlock. I mean, can you think of anything more disgusting than that? With a few good things left in this world, it must be cherished. Prison Army, I agree with you. I agree with you. Do you know how stupid I would look without my beard? I don't even know when's the last time I didn't have a beard, but it's been years. Dragon Wolf with 2 community subs, did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, fam. Yeah, may they. Wait, why have that not... That's not been updated. Hold up. Pretty sure I fucking updated it. Kind of weird that it didn't update. We know what... you know what we call a man without a beard? A woman. Everyone knows this. This is just facts, bro. Where the fuck am I now? Warlocks are just edgy mages. Death Knights are badass warriors. Spellblade necromancers. Badass. Alright, bro. No worries, man. Yeah, you are so strong. Show us your muscles. Dude, I genuinely fucking fixed this. It should say the right thing, and yet it's not saying the right thing. If you go WoW paid, it should say... Give 2 subs to get your free... Watch 4 hours of the stream. Why is it not throwing that in there? Right, now I have to fucking check this myself. There we go. That's the full one. For some reason that didn't update, but hopefully that works now. Arthas and Wrath of Death Knights. Death Knight King says otherwise. Yeah, and what do we do to Arthas? We spank these little bottom. Both are great, but what Blizzard did with the classes really defines this argument. And honestly, Warlock lore in-game is just so much stronger. I would argue Warlock lore is why I got into playing a Warlock in the first place, so I do agree with that. How can I already be close to level 1 for the Dragon Scale expedition? Easy. It is truly an honor to be the first member of the Dragonflights to welcome you to these shores. Excuse the mace. The embassy is looking better already, and is every orc as helpful as you are? I can't wait to meet more.
It was nice to meet you. I'm always here to...
I have never known the Majordomo to be late to anything, much less this late to something this important. Most unusual. I could use my emergency signal flare to alert them to your arrival. Then they would come rushing to greet you immediately. I've never fired my emergency signal flare before, though. Convince Hendrix to fire her emergency signal flare to alert the dragons of your arrival.
Please enjoy your time here.
Okay. Send the signal flare to alert the dragons of our arrival.
We were trained to only use these signal flares if the situation is dire.
Boo.
But I suppose this is a type of emergency.
Signal Warden, how you doing? Wait, is all the streamers playing Evoker? I don't believe that. Asmongold's almost definitely leveling his warrior.
Does the Major Domo personally respond to every call for help?
Oh, yes. In times of trouble, there is no one Queen Alexstrasza trusts more.
Here they come!
Oh, here we go.
Incredible.
Major Domo Celestra and Rathian.
Ah, look who we have here.
Sup,
We saw
bro?
the flare and assumed the worst. What is wrong, Cadet Sandrax?
Major Domo, the new arrivals were wondering where you were, and I thought...
I see. There was a reason for our absence. An ancient rival, the Jaredin, have stirred to violence once again. Dragonheart Outpost has already fallen.
Oh, that's not
We
good.
meet again, champion.
Yeah, Asmongold will always level his warrior. This is just the nature of things. Well then, Akalon, what do you say? Do you fancy a fight alongside your newfound dragon acquaintances? I assure you, there is no quicker way to earn their trust.
Learn from the past.
Of course.
To the future.
The Jaredin have awoken. Queen Alexstrasza is eager to meet you, but the Jaredin, awakening and attacking so suddenly has interrupted our plans. As Major Domo, I will ensure you receive your audience with Alexstrasza as soon as possible.
Your rival is not
I wish we'd time for more pleasant introductions, but we can't all be Chronormu, can we? I am Celestra, Major Domo to Alexstrasza the Lifebinder, Queen of the Dragons. Queen Alexstrasza asked me to convey her kindest regards and escort you to her at the life pools, but I'm afraid I must ask your assistance before we go meet her. Our ancient rivals, the Jaredin, have awoken from their slumber under the earth, and have already assaulted a nearby outpost. Dude, I'm so tired. Reading is fucking hard. I'm confused. Are you a dragon or a Volpera? Major Domo Celestra smiles kindly. Well, that is a curious question. Can a person only be a single thing? I have not found that to be true. In fact, I have found it far more likely for one to be many things simultaneously. You, I can tell, are far more than just an orc or just a warlock. And wait a fucking second. I am an orc and a warlock. Not more than that. I am just an orc and a warlock. And I am more than just a dragon. Well, I am still a drake, technically, Major Domo Celestra chuckles. But you see me now in my chosen visage, a Volpera. And I hope that, in time, you will see the rest of me as well. I am far more than just an anything. Is she flirting with us? But you see me now in my chosen visage, a Volpera. And I hope that, in time, you will see the rest of me as well. That must be dirty on some level, no? Like, that is almost certainly somewhat sexy. You know, the champion, the Warwalker, the insane, I'm already level 74. Are you? Fuck. So happy to see you as a supported streamer for the gifted subs. I remember you said you wouldn't get it, and you did. I'm so proud of you and so happy for you. Couldn't pick a better person to give my subs to. Pinnacle, how you doing? Pun up, girl. How you doing? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. Very happy to have you here. And yeah, I'm really glad that they gave me access to it as well. Shit, I accidentally skipped the cutscene. Rin the Weirdo, start over.
I will await you. Cadet Sendrax, escort the adventurer to Commander Lethanak outside Dragonheart Outpost. Assist with the evacuation of the whelplings and wounded.
Yes, Major Domo.
Rathian and I will take to the skies and keep the Jarden contained inside Scalecracker Keep.
Do hurry along, champion. After all, we wouldn't want the battle to be over before you even arrive.
Engage only.
Man,
when the
this
whelplings
Rathian's
and wounded
voice,
are secure.
the way he speaks, I
The rest
don't know
of the
how
visitors
anyone can
must
trust this
remain
fuck.
here until it is safe to leave the embassy.
Oh, I'm gonna miss all the fun.
There's plenty to study here before we move on, Toddy.
We each have a duty before us. By wing or by talon, see it done.
Yes. Can you take us there, or do you not fly?
Welcome to the Dragon Isles.
The
Please enjoy
Jarden.
your time
The
here.
Jarden have awoken? This is not good, Akalon.
I'm always here to
Now, level 2. Reporting for
Please enjoy
duty.
your time
I've only
here.
read of the Jarden in books, ancient rival to the dragons. Powerful giants with mastery over earth and lava, dedicated wholly to hunting dragons to extinction. Sindrax furrows her brow at the distant volcano. My instructor said that they hadn't been seen since the dragons left, as they slumbered deep in the earth. If they've awoken, every whelpling on this isle is in danger. Follow me. I'll take us to Commander Lethanak at the Dragonheart Outpost.
I'm always
Well,
here
let's
to
go.
help.
We'll launch expeditions.
Will this be an Extraza who remembers the character from Wrath of Lich King and Cataclysm, or more like she forgets you? I mean, it'll be weird.
Oh, do you need my help?
Yeah, take me to this
We'll move
place.
swiftly. Dragonheart Outpost isn't far.
It would be weird if she didn't remember us, no? So I'm pretty sure she would, at least, yeah, to some extent she probably would.
According to legend, the Jarden are the dragon's most formidable rivals.
Yeah, they're very racist like that, Sargon.
They were ruthless and powerful, killing countless dragons in ancient times. When the dragons left and the land went dormant, so too did the Jarden slumber.
Fuck. Dude, look at this fucking image.
But now, the land itself reawakens with glorious life. May we never tire of its beauty.
Dude, just look at where we came from.
Dragonids have stayed vigilant as we
Felt like there should have been music, like a da-da-don kind of moment there.
Power. The return of the Jarden will test us to the limit.
up
May
there.
we prove worthy of the challenge. Commander Lethanak, Cadet Sendrax and ally reporting.
You
on
got
the
in?
Major
Oh
Domo's
yeah? Sergeant Rocker, I got in. We struggled for a while, but we finally did it. Oh, this guy is even bigger than that. Jesus. Imagine this was your Drakthir. You're talking about this Drakthir as like badass? Look at the fucking commander.
What's the situation?
Reporting for duty.
Dismissed.
I will take what reinforcements I can get. We must act swiftly. Of course.
Report back.
Invader Jarden.
Protect your ally.
We may not have the power to take back our outpost, but we do not have to surrender without a fight. Show them we still have teeth.
For the Lifebinder. Dismissed.
They descended upon us before we could even respond. My guards held as long as they could as we evacuated the young and helpless, but I fear that there are more within the outpost. Cross that bridge and search for survivors.
Report back. I am
Be
trusting
annoying to not
the
fit through
lives
doors,
of
though.
My brethren.
I mean, your visage form could be smaller, no? Don't worry about that shit. When you need to go through a door, just easy life, go through the door. Oh, for fuck's sake. Heal yourself to full. Thank you. Okay, the Jarden looks cool as shit. Imagine the Jarden as a playable race, bro. Yep. Imagine the Jaredin as a playable race. Oh, shit! Pinup Goal with the 2 community subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate all the gifted subs. You guys are far too fucking kind. Just absolute boss mode. So where are these whelps that I'm supposed to save? Oh, over there. Unplayable Murlocs. I wonder why Blizzard have never actually decided to make playable Murlocs. Because technically it would work, no? Nerodust, dude, with the 5 community subs. Really appreciate that, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too good. Holy shit. Are we going... We're almost at 200 subs for the fucking day. I reset my sub counter every single day. That is literally just in the last 5 hours. You guys have gifted me 200, almost 200 subs. This is madness. This is fucking madness. Merry Christmas to all of you. Where's this other wildling? Probably upstairs, okay. Are you up to 530 subs now? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that those things are public, but I'm really not sure. I'd have to check. Let me just save this wildling first. And now we need one more wildling. Oh. One more wildling. I see it there, fam. I see you. Hiding. Music is brilliant. The visuals are absolutely brilliant. The quest design is actually good. Even though it's still, like, really old quest design, it's much faster to do the quests now. Like, I don't think we've spent more than a minute on any given quest so far. Which is genuinely wild if you think back to some of the quests in the old days, where you could sometimes get some, like, stupid quests where collect 10 of something. Yeah, lag notwithstanding, obviously, but lag is not a general part of the game, so it's not really the end of, like, it's not, I don't include that in my initial sort of thoughts on the expansion. But if you think back to, like, how many quests did we have? Sergeant Rocker with the 2 community subs, did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you, fam. Where maybe you collect 7, or you have to collect 6 livers. And then you have to kill like 14 things to get the 6 livers. This time around, it feels really just... Whenever they ask you to kill a bunch of things, it feels short and sweet, almost. We cannot rest yet, but I breathe easier knowing we have rescued them. Thank you. Cadet Sendrax has informed me of our Major Domo's plans. Thank the Lifebinder that we have their help. Their interference gives us the reprieve we need to get our wounded back to the life pools to be treated. I wish I could reinforce Celestra, but I must keep my guards near the wounded. Go to the enemy stronghold to meet them. If there were another way of handling the Jaredin, I would ask it. But, as it were, you must do what you must.
Dismissed.
Short and sweet, brother.
Wait. I need you for another.
The 1/6 livers, just make the other 12 kills drop damage livers. Well, yeah, at least something like that would help, right?
We will need our most veteran warriors to combat the rise of our ancient enemies.
Should we try that? Where is Saintrax right now?
And rally the Draconid to
There. Okay, we'll try it in a second. If we can, if she doesn't leave.
Right away, Commander Lethanek.
Should we? Do you guys think we should do the side quests now, or stick with the main quests and then come back to the side quests once we're max level? Because if it's anything like Shadowlands, if you do all of the side quests, you kind of level faster than what the story goes. So you kind of out-level the story at some point. So they do want you to do a little bit of side quests. Okay. The wounded are stabilized, but something still troubles me, Akalon. A pair of Dragonspawn ecologists had come to the outpost to study the wetlands. I haven't seen scale nor claw of them since the attack, and it's become worrisome. If you're venturing out, would you mind keeping an eye out and making sure they're safe? And do take care. Rumor has it those wetlands are Gorlock infested.
Until we meet again.
Why do I feel like Gorlock? Isn't that what the thing in Stranger Things is called? No. What was the first beast in Stranger Things called? Oh, it's a Demogorgon, yeah. You're right. The Demigorgon. Yeah, okay. Never mind. I was just wondering if it's the same thing. For some reason, it reminded me of Stranger Things. Dude, I still have to watch the last episodes of Stranger Things Season 4, I think. To fill out side quests, only do them now if they offer gear. I don't mind side quests. I don't mind anything, really. Like, I'll do all quests. I like questing. An attack on Dragonheart Outpost? Well, that does sound serious. But as you can see, we're dealing with our own crisis here. Okay, what's that crisis? A scalpel of a solution. I believe we are gathering enough data safely from here, but Tharu is an exceptional ecologist and prefers we take action. Still, the ecosystem is fragile, and we may damage it if we are not careful. I do, however, agree we don't have enough time. It might be worth indulging him a little. Calling the rampaging elementals ought to buy us time without impeding our research. Be sure to call them in equal numbers. We don't want to throw things further out of balance. We have rampaging waters and rampaging winds. I wonder if I'd get punished if I just killed indiscriminately. Do you think? What the fuck? How did you stop? Andricus stopped what? It doesn't take an ecologist to see that the wetlands are in real trouble. But Ishka's got us stuck here examining dead creatures when we ought to be stopping them from dying in the first place. The right Dragonflight is about preserving life, not dissecting it. I love Ishka, and he's good at what he does. But if we wait until he's done puttering, there won't be any wetlands left to save. Our manager's overthinking. You get out there, get your boots muddy, and rescue some wildlife. Alright. Oh, Andricus, if you remember when they first launched the final season, there were like, I think 2 episodes that didn't launch immediately with it. So I binged watched all of it. Fuck. And then I just never went back for the last ones. So that's how. Yeah, the season was split in half, so I still have like half of the season left to watch. These hippos are fucking cute, bro. The baby ones especially. Super good. Get it done. Yeah, I mean, don't be wrong. It's not like I didn't like Stranger Things. I think Stranger Things is among some of the better TV out there. But I'm rewatching Supernatural first, and then once I'm done with that, maybe I'll get back into Stranger Things. You'll probably get ahead of me. I'm taking my fucking time here. I'm leveling super slow, bro. Oh shit. Oh shit. Blasphemous, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the 2 subs, dude. Really appreciate it, man. How you doing, Blasphemous? This is the perfect way to spend my work day. Thanks for streaming, Jacob. Been up, girl. It is my absolute pleasure. Thanks for being here. I mean, what else would I be doing? Well, no, actually, this summer night, I know exactly what I would be doing. I'd be sleeping like a little baby. I am super fucking tired. I can actually feel my eyes just feels like sand. Doing good. Finishing dinner before I get back to DF leveling. What's for dinner? I had tri-tip steak tonight. But for some reason, it wasn't as good. I don't know why, but it just tasted weird. I don't know what the butchers did, but they kind of fucked it for a new expansion. Which one had the hardest spike of combat difficulty? Cataclysm. Then he showed 100% Cataclysm. Yeah, actually, yeah. Cataclysm, I think, was by far the greatest jump in combat difficulty World of Warcraft has ever seen expansion to expansion. So much so that the majority of players couldn't even gate most of like the dungeon stuff. They couldn't even get the dungeons done. It's still super fun. Okay, I don't need more water. Do I need more? Actually, I do need more water. Oh, I already slayed. Okay. Although, wait, that kind of does the paint. Are you, are you talking about open world or about dungeons and instances and like as a whole? Boromir, you bastard with a gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you, fam. You're far too kind. Oh shit. 5 subs from 200. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 2 subs, dude. Really appreciate that. Thank you. If you could add any spec in the game, what would you add and why? Any spec into WoW.
It's too far.
I'm gonna piss you off now, but it's gonna be a very Warlock focused one. I would add a Warlock tanking spec, just because I think there's enough evidence in the lore to support a Warlock melee class. So I really think that it would work. You're the man that deserves it, you filthy DJ. Boromir, love you, bro. Fucking love you long time, fam. The other one, and this literally just comes from me playing a little bit of Drakthir. But I do think the Draktyr kind of need a melee spec, either a tanking spec or another DPS spec, but it just feels like it would really do well with some kind of melee spec. From there, if we're gonna go a little bit deeper, I do think that hunters require a bit of a shift, where I would actually add Dark Rangers to hunters, because I think there's a lot of people that would want Dark Rangers. But if you ask me which one I want most, I can't answer that. Yeah, I really don't know which one I want most. Dragon Race wouldn't have melee spec. Yeah, same. Especially since Black Dragons very much feel like it should be tanked, no? Boost Breath. How you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
For Dragonkind.
Wildlife Rescue. There, the wetlands are fixed. Okay. I'm glad I could help. Forensic ecology. I'm at my wit's end, Akalon. So, Taru and I have made our way through nearly all the corpses, only to stumble at the end because we cannot agree on a mythology. If only he would just listen to me. Ecologist Ishka sighs. The stress of the situation is getting to us both. I don't even have a firm hypothesis yet. You look like you have a strong stomach. Will you take over on these last two Gorlocks? You can borrow my scalpel.
May the waters protect you.
But what the fuck would I know? Yeah, this is how you use a scalpel. This is the equivalent of walking into your doctor's office and the doctor hands you the stethoscope and be like, just listen for abnormalities. I'm kind of tired. Yeah, let's hand me the fucking scalpel and then watch me use the scalpel, just fucking slashing it like an axe. Tomac, the thing for me is I think I would prefer not so much new specs, but I do think a lot of the classes in World of Warcraft feel a little, although I would have to say I'm talking out of my ass right now because I haven't played all of the classes yet. So there's a good chance that obviously Gonzalo, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the follow, really appreciate that, and also for the first time chat. I haven't played all of the new classes now with the new talent trees, so obviously this could very easily change. But I would say there's a whole lot of classes that I think a lot of the specs aren't as well defined as what they could be. And it would be nice if Blizzard sort of went back into some of those specs and found a better definition for some of the specs. But again, I would have to play the new talents, because this used to be the case for me very much with something like Arms Warrior that just felt like it never really found its place. Like either it was way faster than what Blizzard wanted it to be, or it was way slower than what Blizzard wanted it to be. It never really felt like it found its groove. The other one was Elemental Shaman, which just never really felt like it could figure out what it wanted to be. What was the other one? Survival Hunter really had a tough time of it as well. So yeah, I think Demonology Warlock to an extent also had a tough time of it. But maybe that's all changed, because I know Demonology is pretty fun now. So maybe the new talent trees have fixed most of those issues.
Until we meet again.
In which case, I'm just talking out of my ass and it doesn't even matter. While I'm glad Tharu now sees my point of view, I'm also grateful he had you rescue wildlife while I was dawdling. The situation is much more dire than anticipated. He was right to take action. With what we've learned, I fear this elemental bombardment won't stop until we've dealt with the Gorlocks. If I were Tharu and thinking actionably, I would go straight for their leaders without anyone to rally around. Yuma Majira, thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Far too kind. I come from the YouTube, years to kill time as I tried to get to the Isles, fighting the final boss, aka the servers. Bro. Good luck with that one. We had a bit of a run-in with that boss ourselves. But with Oro and thinking actionably, I would go straight for their leaders without anyone to rally around. The fighting should dissipate and no longer threaten the wetlands. That's a great idea. Don't be so selfish. I was a fool to doubt Ishka when he insisted there was more to this. He wouldn't be my mate if he wasn't always 2 steps ahead of me. We can make it up to him by taking action, of course. If it's shells that are causing all this elemental chaos, why don't you go into their camp and take those shells right out of their slimy hands? Bring back piles of the wind and water shells, enough for Ishka to research to his heart's content. We have a lot of racial iterations and flavors for different classes, but no options to make it look like that. Imagine a priestess of Elune having access to a tree that actually make your spells more defined and around the concept of Elune. Dreneman with the 2 community subs, did really appreciate that. 200 subs for the day. You guys are far too kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From the bottom of my heart. This is, I believe, the most subs that we have ever gotten in a single day. So I truly appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Prophet Scott, I do not disagree with you. And I don't think that's wrong in any way, shape, or form. Personally, I think by now most of you know my my thought process on these things. I'm always a fan of more player choice rather than less. I usually think choice is a good thing. And I do agree with you. I do think that, but I don't think it just boils down to classes. I think World of Warcraft right now still struggles quite a bit with sort of individual customization, or shall we call post-creation customization. While you can certainly customize your character from a from a transmog perspective, outside of that, there's not much that you can do, right? And there's very little that you can do to really set yourself apart from anything else within the game. And I do think that this is a part that... This is something that WoW can truly fix. The Dark Lord, yes. We are in the Dragon Isles. This is something that WoW can very easily fix through things like armor dice. Armor dice would probably be a good way to do that. The other one is housing. Housing could be, because housing is all about customization, right? It's all about that setting yourself apart, doing things that no one else is doing, which I think could be really fun for a lot of people. And then, as you said, the ability to individually change a lot of your spells, to really make yourself play the fantasy that you want to play, and maybe add a little of a quest line to that, much like what we did with the Green Fire and stuff. But there you have to sort of ask yourself, okay, at what point does Blizzard design all of this, right? A spec I'd love to see for mages is one from the old WoW RPG book, something called Techno Mage. I RP my Draenei as one of those. Fuck, Zip isn't showing up. Why? Fuck. So wait, some of you are only now getting into the game. Oh, so this is one of the ducklings. Okay. Coolio. Oh, Zafia, you were working until now, no? So, let me quickly ask. And this is the real question, boys. Yuma, thank you so much for the $15. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're far too kind. Player housing would help a lot to keep a lot. I keep thinking it would be so cool if I could have a tower for my warlock. It would be so epic. Roxy, I agree with you. Not because I care about housing. Just to be very clear, I couldn't give two shits about housing. I don't have a house in Final Fantasy, nor do I want one. But I do know that there's a lot of players that really want... What the hell? I'm not entirely sure what the fuck just happened here. But okay. Ooh. Okay, this is gonna be a bit of a slot. Never mind. World server is still down on my round. Bro. Why are you guys struggling so much? Just get in, 5-head. Hey, here's the thing. Okay, guys, I'm gonna give you the secret of logging into World of Warcraft. Just log in. It's really that simple. Okay, I have to kill this guy. Like, stop fucking around. Stop bitching around. But anyways, here's my question that I wanted to ask before I so rudely interrupted myself. How many of you are in the game right now? And how many of you are still working? And how many of you are still at work and haven't gotten into the game? How many of you have already logged into the game but haven't been able to log into the game? And how many of you are logged into the game and actually playing? I am, if you want to run the dungeon. Dude, I'm nowhere near the dungeon, I don't think. I went to turn on my PC and my power supply blew. Oh, Token, are you for real? No. Token, please, no. Dude, no. Fuck, no. Are you for real right now? Oh. Bro, I would start crying. Especially if that happened now. Because if it happened during the day, sure, I could just go buy another fucking power supply now. But yeah, I would legit start crying if that happened right now. Made it to the Dragon House about half an hour ago. Wow, that's a little unnecessary. Fuck. Playing, just watching you to see your reaction. Dude, I feel like this is not going to be the best reaction I've had. Because I'm tired. I'm basically chilling here. I have that 2 a.m. humor right now. Okay, we still need shells. We found any ducks yet? I have this one with me. I'm not sure if it counts, but I think it does. I think this is the first one you find, the duck. It needs your help, so that's sort of what I'm doing now, trying to help it. Alright, and I think... Yeah, I think that's it. We can go now. I think engineers can make a robot duck, but I don't have the expansion, so I can't check it out. I don't have engineering, so even if I wanted to, I can't check it out. I have tailoring and enchanting, bro. Which I'm perfectly happy with. Why do I have... Like, it feels like I have water collision on. I definitely have water collision on. Wait, this shit needs to end right now. I'm not playing like this. Like, fuck no. Where would that be, chat? Can you guys remember where... Maybe camera, no? Okay. Okay, wait. Camera, water collision. There we go.
We safeguard the island.
My lock is Taylor in Goblin Engineering. Thought was okay. You silenced me. I have a bomb. Got him for a little. Then it locked out and haven't been able to get back in. Tatiana, how you doing? I think engineers can make a robot dock. I remember back in the day being soft lock in Wrath Dalaran because my computer just couldn't load it without crashing. Dude. Okay, so back in the days of Wrath, right?
Stand firm in your duty.
I played on a proper potato, right? My first ever PC that I played on was a hand-me-down because my dad didn't want to buy me a PC because he knew that I would be playing games the whole time. So my friend's dad actually gave me his old PC. And so during Wrath, I couldn't run into the buildings in Dalaran fluidly. So basically what I would have to do is I would run and then I would stop until I'm sort of close to the door, and then I would have to turn and sort of position myself so that I can see the door and I'm facing the door and then run through the door. Because if I tried to just sort of run and turn naturally into the door, my frame rates were so bad that I got like 2 frames a second in Dalaran. So I would just not be able to get into the door. Because my frames would be so bad that by the time I saw the fucking thing, it was just, yeah, just a nightmare. For the inconvenience, Blizzard is a small indie company. Yeah, you guys have to understand. All right, I just want to, can I just put some perspective to all of you? Because there's so many people that's very much complaining about this, and you guys need to think about something. Before you start complaining about the fact that you can't get into the game. Okay? Bobby Kotick, who, by all accounts, is a good, decent man. He only has 1 yacht. Okay. Now, all of his friends, like Jeff Bezos and all those Russian guys, they have multiple yachts. Right? He's the only one that only has 1. Now, think about that and have a fucking heart. Like, be a human being for once, Like, extend your empathy to this man that in front of his friends, I mean, how pathetic must he feel? And what you guys are expecting of him is to pay for better servers so that you can play the fucking game. Whereas this poor man has to be okay with just 1 yacht. Hey, guys, I'm disgusted with you all. Assassin, by the way, thanks for the gifted sub. Did really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, of your yacht, right? Pretty much, right? But Sissy goes, why is the launch worse than dog shit? Hashtag free Bobby. Yeah, I like that hashtag. I'll tweet that. I wonder how many people legit got fucking triggered by that because they don't know just how incredibly sarcastic I am. Like, just to point this out, I really hate Bobby Kotick. Assassin, by the way, dude. 2 community subs. Really appreciate that, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, bro. I will never say no for the spreading of love, man. I really appreciate that. Golden Dragon Goblet. Ooh. Wait, is this the map that I fucking opened? It has to be, no? This is the only treasure I see. There has to be, no? Where would... it's up. Fuck. How am I gonna get there? Wait, we have to... This is gonna be a climb, boys. This is gonna be a climb. Although I don't think we can climb this. I have a fucking strange feeling I'm gonna have to have Dragonflight in order to get there. But I'm a warlock, so technically speaking, I could do this. Although it might take me a while. Okay, it's on this level. No! Jesus! Oh, for fuck's sake. Little annoyed. This might actually take a little bit longer than I thought. Never mind. Okay. Do you think there's a way to get up here? No. Okay, we're gonna have to do this the old way. But where would it be? "25 seconds still, and then we can go up there." You kind of should fly up there? Well, I don't wanna. I'm a warlock. I don't need to fly. I have Dragon Gate or Demon Portals. Just they're on a very long cooldown. Well, no. No, you don't get to pick your starting zone, but you don't really need to be fair. See, now I wonder. There it is. Okay, chat, I see it. I see it. Now, is there a way to get up here? Fuck, no. Come on, man. Just let me get up. Okay, I don't need to go that far. But wait, before we do this, I probably need to put down... Do I need to put down a portal? Where is my fucking portal? Hello? Something is amiss. Oh, there it is. Okay, we'll put this one down here. And then we'll stand like this. And put this one right there. Great. No, this one, everyone starts in the same area, but I wouldn't say that it's bad. Wait, why can't I fucking go through? Oh my god, are you for real? Okay, it won't let me go through. Thank you. Easy. Easy. See? And you guys thought I needed flying for that. Bullshit. As a warlock, you don't need anyone but yourself. I feel like this might be the wrong way around. Does it want me to go? Yeah, it definitely wants me to go the long way around, right? Over here. Take the road. Prepare to be a bling. What do you mean a bling? Got a toy in your bag now? Oh yeah, I forgot. Wait, here. Display your wealth to the world, leaving riches in your wake. Huh. Nice. I'm rich, boys. I'm a rich bitch. Hey, Lady Be They, how you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate that. I would say Voidwalker for me get all the love. Not that I think the Voidwalker is that good though. I really think the Blizzard have like fucked the Voidwalker in every way, shape, and form. But I still love the Voidwalker. Okay, I may have bitten off more than I could chew. We'll see in a second. Like, there's a great big chance that I might be fucked soon. And a ding. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, that Zeppelin, I wouldn't hold my breath. Yuma, that Zeppelin can take a while. Base bet is to just chill the fuck out, you know, just wait it out. Because it will happen eventually. Okay, where's this? There's an elite here. Like the Voidwalker, it makes no sense because it's not a demon. Well, no, this is a demon. So Voidwalkers are very much demons. You have two types of Voidwalkers. It's a sort of, you know, don't let the door hit you on the ass sort of moment. Lady Be They, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Welcome. So Blizzard just never really defined it, but no, Voidwalkers, these Voidwalkers are absolutely demons. You do have the normal Voidwalkers, the Void Voidwalkers, who are obviously not demons. That is correct. Fucking demon. Standing right in. Oh, for the love of fuck. Rin the Weirdo, so... Well, the lore on this is spotty at best. There's two theories on this. The one theory is that because the Foul is the children of light and shadow, there are beings of the light inside the void, inside the Foul as well, or beings that is at least to some extent similar to the light, right? Or to beings that you would one might find in the light. So that's theory number one, because you know they are the children of light and shadow. The other theory, which you know, like this theory as much, but it is still a theory, so it's not absolutely dog shit. But it is that the Void Lords that you see in the Twisting Nether are of the Void, but they've been inside the Twisting Nether for so long that they sort of now serve, they serve the Foul. They've had themselves twisted to the point where they actually serve the Foul rather than serve the Void. So either of those can be correct, I guess. Got in 2 hours ago, level to 62, disconnected. Now world server's down again. Fuck. I thought it was just a cop-out, like with normal fire, because they gave us the Void Walker before they made the lore. No, I mean, the lore of the Void Lords have existed for, like, a very long time. So I would be well surprised.
Speak your mind.
It does my heart well to hear such good news from Dragonheart Outpost during such a terrible time. The refugees will be safe at the life pools. Even the Jaredin would not raise arms against the might of Queen Alexstrasza herself.
Never let your guard down.
Ah, yes. I saw the leader of these giants headed back from the raid shortly after I arrived. She's celebrating their victory somewhere within the camp. It would be a shame if someone interrupted her revelries, don't you think? Shame indeed.
Until next time.
While Silistra and I attracted their eyes above, shadows crept in through their defenses. My agents, the Black Talon, are keeping an eye and an ear throughout the keep. Meet them and let them know you're on our side. They'll give you some valuable information on our enemies. Oh shit. I was careful with that Zeppelin, by the way.
Some cover. We will meet you at a forward position when you've done some good work.
Well, warlocks don't really use void magic. Again, this is where it sort of boils into the, we use shadow magic, but because the Foul is a mixture of light and shadow and chaos, warlocks just lean very heavily into the more, like, shadow side of Foul at some, in some ways. So it uses very much Foul and then some shadow elements from within the Twisting Nether, because shadow is present within the Twisting Nether itself. Mandalore 85, thank you for the 1 sub, did really appreciate that. Welcome to the DJ Nation, appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nakana, how you doing, bro? Valen, how you doing, brother? Good, good, thanks for asking. What the fuck? Dude, am I being trolled? Like, how did I just fall off the steps easy? Zip crashing me? Yeah, that Zeppelin is really dangerous. Okay, I don't know why or what that is, but I've been following your YouTube for a while. Love your content. Dude, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And I'm glad that you're enjoying the content, man. Which one of the YouTube channels, Mandalore? The Warhammer or Clips channel?
Ready for the surprise attack. The Jaredin seem to be hoping for a tougher fight next time.
So the Jaredin just want to fight. I can organize this. Let's not try that. I wanted to parkour my way over that mountain, but I have a fucking sneaky suspicion I'll get my ass handed to me. Someone's already level 70. What the hell? Yeah, there's always people that sort of like rush towards the end. I mean, this is actually, I would say, like, when did they hit level 70? Because there's been expansions where people have done that shit in, like, just record fucking time.
To report? Keep an eye. Jaredin consider the outpost a well-earned victory against their ancient foes. They're already talking about another
Warcraft
raid,
videos, nice.
and another, and another. It seems this is
So we
just
did it
the
out
beginning.
1 minute ago. Yeah, it's not that fast then, Abel. I don't know why people rush so much. Like, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon. Just enjoy yourself. Prophet, so, I mean, for people like Method, the whole point is to get it done, right? Magma, Jesus. Dude, look at this thing. Oh, imagine that as a mount, bro. That thing's beast. I mean, obviously, they don't give a shit about the story of World of Warcraft. For them, it is literally just about...
What is it?
getting to max level so they can start getting ready for raid.
And she's riding high from that
Please,
big
that would make a super cool mount. Like that, imagine that thing.
She's going to cause a lot of trouble if she's
Just look at that thing. That would be
Good luck.
sick. I enjoy the Eldar. Although I don't know much about them. I know that they created Slanesh. And I know that most of the Eldar are completely wiped the fuck out. And the ones that are left are so afraid that they basically still worship Slanesh. Just so Slanesh can leave them alone. But that is most of what I know about the Eldari. There's obviously much more that I don't know. Okay, so we found some plans. Wow, my thing's broken entirely. Can't see that. Let's just do a quick reload and see if that works. No way. Well, someone... King Julian, why are you always behind the fucking curve, bro? We literally just spoke about that. It's Method. What spec are you running, Akalon? Just Affliction. Just the basic WoW Affliction one. I've literally not looked at the Affliction talent trees, really. Not in enough detail to build my own spec. To be fair, though, I feel a little out of my depth. To imagine I come from a place where I knew everything there was to know about Warlocks. And now logging in, I'm like, well, what the fuck is most of the shit? So I'm gonna have to relearn everything there is to learn about Warlocks before I can actually build my own shit again. But we'll see. No, Christers. I would. No, I prefer Affliction. Affliction to me is like the iconic Warlock class.
It seems our fates are intertwined.
The Jaredin seem to have no shortage of bodies to throw in our way, but perhaps this blow shall give them pause. Well done, friend. You're more than welcome, sir. Oh my god.
Every action.
Black Talon Intel. This is troubling, to say the least. Yet another reason to fight them.
Learn from the past.
Treat? I love seeing into the minds of my enemies. Helps me strike fast, strike true. Let's see. The Obsidian Citadel. No. No!
The Jaredin scheme to claim the Obsidian Citadel. The Black Dragonflight's seat of power. Enough of this.
Patience, Rathian.
Rathian is angry, bro. Dark Angel, by the way, thanks for the 2 months up, dude. 11 months part of the DJ Nation. Appreciate you, fam. Almost a year, brother. Almost a fucking year part of this. Degenerate cesspool. veteran reinforcements.
I will await you.
Commander Lathanek was insightful as always. We will need the help of our most veteran guards to stop their threat. Rallying them was the perfect task for a young cadet like Syndrax. But she may need support. Syndrax's path will take her towards the west, which may have been overwhelmed by this rising threat. They will need aid as well. Take this concoction and give them your support.
Your rival is not always your enemy.
I mean, my rival is usually my enemy. Who wouldn't mount an Extraza? Alright, chat. You have a choice here. Alexstrasza or Ysera? Alexstrasza, no thought. Alex? Alright, I see you, you horny bastards. I see you. Maligos. You can't. Abel, there is only two choices. The choice is Alexstrasza or Ysera. You have to pick one. In all my years of tending to the lava elementals, I have never seen them act like this. We can barely keep them contained to the cave. Do you have a minute to spare? We'll hold the exit while you thin their numbers inside. Here, take this bottled water elemental with you. I always carry a few spare bottled water elementals when I'm looking after the lava elementals. Natural enemies make for good distractions. Yeah, I would agree. What am I supposed to do with this? Does it break them, do you think? Does it kill them? Oh no, it just summons them, I guess. Dude, but this is what I mean with, look how fast this is. Literally, we killed about 6, and there you go, 80%. We're effectively done with this quest. In all previous expansions, this quest would have taken us so long. This quest would have probably taken us 5, 6, 7 minutes. And done. Just like that. Dude, they have definitely done a very good job of speeding up the questing experience in WoW Procreate in Visage form, or do they have to be do the deed as a dragon? I don't think it matters, really. Well, AoE cap, even if it is still a thing, I wouldn't know because Warlocks don't have one, Tomac. So, yeah, as Warlocks, we don't have an AoE cap. Affliction Warlocks, at least, don't have an AoE cap. So, if the other classes still have it, I wouldn't know. Oh my god, now I have the combat bug. No, I don't. I have an actual thing chasing me. Lol. Can dragons in WoW? In my opinion, Arch makes the best Warhammer lore videos until now, and I would say you in near future. I mean, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure. It's gonna take me a lot of books before I'm ready to start making videos on Warhammer. I would love to make videos on Warhammer, but yeah, it's still gonna take me a while. I'm only now on my second Warhammer book. I still have an entire book for the Dark Imperium left. I just bought 2 new books. I don't know if I show you guys. I don't think I showed you guys this. Hold up. So I just got Snubby, how you doing, brother? So I finally found a physical copy for Sylvanas. I have it on Kindle, but this is finally, there's a fucking bookstore that had the physical copy for Sylvanas. So that was a nice pickup. And then I bought these 2 books. People have told me that it's very good, Warhammer books. Penitent and Pariah. So I'll eventually start reading these as well. I'm still busy with the Dark Imperium, and I can't find the 3rd book for the Dark Imperium. So I'm not entirely sure when I'm gonna start reading that.
Aspect's grace shine down on you.
So yes, this is Dragonflight. Any chance we'll see you do reading streams? I actually really enjoyed your reading of the short story the other day. Prophet Scott, the one problem with this is all of these books would be copyrighted. So I would not be allowed to read them, even if I wanted to. Games Workshop would fucking flame me alive. Yeah, they would DMCA strike me through hell and back, bro. So yeah, that's the only sad bit. I would love to do like proper game reads and shit like that, or book reads. It would be super fun. To Warhammer when they finally make an RPG. Come on, there's a lot of RPGs for Warhammer, bro. Sindrak stopped by and rushed through. That one is a whirlwind. I like her. Cadet Sendrax came through here not long ago. She relayed Commander Lathanek's orders for all Draconid to rally back at the life pools. Our whole defensive regiment set off in that direction not long after, but our scouts were out on patrol in the old ruins, so she headed in there to rally them too. Did you come and you like it so far? Any different than usual Xbox start? So there's a couple of differences, Miss Nubby. I've not yet gotten that far. There's still much that I have to sort of go through. We're only still in the first area. We had some problems logging in, and I've also been tired, so I've not been going as fast as I probably could. But initial takeaways, almost, I love it. Mainly because the questing experience has been really streamlined. We spoke about it a little earlier. It's a lot faster. You know, you get these bonus objectives now where you have to fill the bar to 100%. And that 100% usually anywhere from 10 to 12 mobs will take it to 100%. And you can pull 12 mobs at once. The mobs do not pose much of a threat at all. Like, really not at all. They do barely any damage. It really does feel as if this entire storyline was created as they really want you to see the story. They don't really want to waste too much of your time throughout the leveling thing. We'll have to see how it obviously sort of works out, because it could get a lot worse. It's going to be a great game from what I can see between the disconnects and 20-second latencies. It'll get better, I promise. It'll obviously get better. At least I really hope for your sake that it does. No, I mean, I'm pretty sure that it will, so not to worry. Fuck, guys, I think I'm gonna have to go to sleep. I am fucking spent. You guys have no idea. My eyes are burning at the moment. So, who are we raiding? Do you guys have anyone specific that you want to raid? I will be back tomorrow, by the way. Is Rurikon still on? Because I don't actually see him. Yeah, Rurikon is still on. Alright, yeah. I can raid Rurikon. Fuck yeah. I didn't even see he was on still. There's so many people online right now. Alright, yeah. We'll give Rurikon a raid. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to be back tomorrow morning as soon as I wake up. So that's probably going to be rather early. So we can continue playing. I really appreciate all of you for coming out for the subs and everything. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. If you are going to log off now and go somewhere else, I'll be back tomorrow so you can get your mounts. If you want to get it by watching me and you don't really care for anything else. Otherwise, you know, thank you so much for hanging out. And I hope to see all of you tomorrow again. If not, thank you. Be kind to each other. Be good to each other. And as always, I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.